Hello everyone, today I will bring you a super funny story about the character Wang Feng. If you enjoy it, please give me a like and subscribe. Thank you all. The Xianlan mainland is a land of cultivating immortals, where the cultivators are all superior beings, while mortals must toil all their lives. Therefore, they spend their entire lives searching for methods to cultivate immortality. At the beginning of the story, we meet a chubby young man struggling to climb a mountain. He says to himself, "My mother has forced me to go up the mountain to cultivate immortality. She says only this way can I find a good wife, but it's not that easy. I've been wandering around for half a day and no one has helped me." The young man stares at a flyer in his hand, which states, "Spend all your money to buy a cake or get a ticket to the Divine Immortal Gate." He thinks, now there's only this place left, the Divine Immortal Sect. The young man gazes at the dilapidated house in front of him, sweating and wondering, is this really just a thatched house? Is it okay? Suddenly, he throws a stack of flyers to the ground and angrily shouts, "Isn't this just scamming people? Just forget it, what a waste of time." Just as he was about to leave, suddenly someone's hand tightly grabbed the young man's leg, calling out, "Don't go." A disheveled man, disregarding everything, grabbed the leg of a chubby young man, startling him. "Who are you?" Hearing this, the man looked up with a confident smile. "I am, of course, the master of the Divine Immortal Sect, Wang Feng. 3 days ago, I was just a comic book author who stayed up late cultivating immortals. I overexerted my strength and was called by the King of Hell, then my soul crossed into a world of cultivating immortals. In the blink of an eye, I was transported to another place in the form of a completely unclothed body. While falling freely, he accidentally collided with an old immortal flying on his sword in the sky. The collision was so strong that Wang Feng flipped and plunged headfirst into the ground, distorting his face. Damn, flying on a sword. Is this really a world of cultivating immortals? And that old man must have reached immortality, yet he doesn't have the refinement." As he was still in confusion, suddenly a system notification appeared in the sky. "You have a new message." Wang Feng sat up in shock, glancing at the system message. "Congratulations, host, you have arrived at Xianlan mainland." Wang Feng still hadn't figured it out, so he stayed silent and said nothing. The system continued to send messages about connecting with the strongest sect. It was only now that he realized and felt as happy as a bumper harvest. Long live. This is the golden finger, and it will definitely show up one day. If I have made it to the world of cultivating immortals, there must be heavenly defying spiritual energy, inherited skills, and unparalleled magical weapons. Not 5 seconds into his joy, the system announced, "None of that exists, this system is just an amateur one. I hope the host will establish a sect and make it famous." Are you kidding me? Nothing at all, damn system. After a while, he received another notification. The host can receive corresponding rewards through recruiting disciples. Does the host want to accept the task? The task name is Novice Task, the reward is the unique supremacy of the North Wilderness, and the task is limited to 3 days. Task explanation: within 3 days, the host must recruit a disciple into the established sect, prompting the other party to voluntarily hand over all the wealth they have as a fee to join the sect, which will be the criteria for completing the task. Wang Feng read it and was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you poking a hornet's nest, mother? The young man helplessly struggled, lamenting, "Spiritual energy, skill, magic weapon, none of it exists. What do you want me to use to find disciples?" Suddenly, the system turned red. "Special attention, if the host cannot complete the novice task on time, you will be forcibly hunted by the system." After reading the system's notification, Wang Feng broke into a cold sweat. This is truly a damned system. To avoid being wiped out by it, I have to be busy for the next 3 days finding disciples, but the deadline is approaching, and in the end, only a fool like this shows up. Wang Feng stared at the chubby young man, enthusiastically greeting him. "Young man, I'm very impressed with your bone structure, truly a cultivation genius among thousands. I have carefully considered and decided to accept you as my disciple." The young man looked at Wang Feng with disdain. "Who are you trying to fool? And what's with the I and disciple? You're making me sick." After speaking, the young man pointed his finger at Wang Feng's face and loudly shouted, "Isn't this divine immortal sect of yours just a rundown shack? And you, dressed like a circus clown, it's obvious you're no good." The young man approached and put his arm around the young man's shoulder, smiling. "Young man, how do you know that sects and people are alike? Don't judge a book by its cover. Consider this, those sects with magnificent temples all think you are just a child, clumsy, and cannot accept you as a disciple. But the true master can see that you truly have extraordinary abilities." Hearing this, the young man felt a little soft-hearted and teared up. "Can I really cultivate immortals? Can I become a deity?" Immediately, Wang Feng took out a flyer and held it in front of the young man. "Do you know why our sect is called the Divine Immortal Sect? Because the name says it all, joining my sect will make you a deity." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately envisioned himself becoming wealthy, holding treasures of gold and silver, having the power to save beautiful maidens, and even marrying a beautiful wife. So he decided to take out his bag of money and present it, drooling with excitement. "Is it true that I can become a deity?" Seeing the bag of money, Wang Feng immediately extended his hand with a big smile. "That's right, darling." Thus, the two proceeded with the transaction, the chubby young man trembling as he handed over the bag of money. Wang Feng couldn't wait any longer and pulled the money bag towards himself. The young man hesitated and asked, "What if I don't become an immortal?" "Don't worry, 100%. If you fail to cultivate immortality, I will refund your money, find you another sect, and I can even find you a good wife." The chubby young man, hearing this, was half believing and half doubting, looking at Wang Feng with one eye. Wang Feng smiled broadly, "What are you still doubting, chubby?" The chubby young man looked up to the sky and thought, "He is so eager to recruit me into the sect, it seems I truly am a genius, there's definitely no doubt left." After thinking for a moment, the young man decided to hand the money bag to Wang Feng but said beforehand, "I can't stand dieting and hard training. You must ensure that I have plenty of meat and fish in every meal, and my clothes must be washed by someone. If I'm tired, I need to rest." "Come on, this is a small matter for our sect," he said, but in his heart, he thought differently, "This isn't about finding a disciple, clearly, I'm looking for ancestors. If I weren't afraid of the system wiping me out, I would already take you to your ancestors." The young man threw the bag of money into Wang Feng's palm. Immediately, a notification from the system appeared, "Congratulations host on successfully accepting your first disciple, activating the strongest sect system, and opening the attribute panel to check the rewards." After reading this, Wang Feng pointed at the system board and thought to himself, "Rewards? Let's see what there is." Before he could take a look, the young man rushed over and hugged Wang Feng. "Sect Master, you are so good, not only did you accept me but you also spoil me like this. Even my Gij doesn't treat me this well. From now on, can I call you Brother Wang Feng?" Hearing this, the young man angrily whispered, "Brother my head, don't disturb me while I check the rewards." Wang Feng pushed the chubby young man to the ground and exclaimed, "Brother Wang Feng, I'm feeling hungry, shouldn't we arrange a welcome feast for me?" Wang Feng, with his eyes half closed, replied, "I will prepare something for you now, just to have an excuse to escape from this annoying person." Outside the dilapidated house, a strange sound emerged. It turned out that Wang Feng was secretly opening the system panel to check his rewards and attributes. Immediately, the system panel displayed character attributes. Host is Wang Feng, cultivation none, physique none, lineage none, sect created is Divine Immortal Sect, sect disciple is Lackeys, 1 summoning opportunity, 1 prize chance. After reading this, he felt he truly was a being with 3 useless attributes. With nothing at all, how can I claim to seek a sect? At the end, there is a summoning opportunity and a prize chance, which is the reward already. What is this system for? Hearing the command, the system immediately displayed an image and answered, "The summoning opportunity allows for the summoning of a celestial realm strong. The celestial realm strong summoned will belong to the sect created by the host and can assist the host in teaching disciples in the sect." When hearing about the celestial realm strong, Wang Feng suddenly looked up at the sky in remembrance. On the first day he arrived at Xianlan mainland, he wandered through a desolate place, enduring the cold alone. On the second day in Xianlan mainland, the system only gave him a dilapidated house for free. On the third day in Xianlan mainland, he curled up in the room, staring helplessly and lamenting in despair, "I want to leave this damn place, I want to go home." At this moment, a giant hand appeared behind Wang Feng, covered with shattered crystals. He stretched his hand towards the system board and shouted, "System, quickly summon your host, it must summon a strong champion." As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared. A pair of feet emerged from the portal. Wang Feng's dilapidated house suddenly emitted a blinding light. In the air, a young man was slowly descending. At the same time, Li Qing was lying beside the house, playfully catching butterflies, when suddenly that light unexpectedly threw the young man far away, causing him to gasp in shock and scream, "Mom, is there an earthquake?" The tremendous force shook everything around him incessantly. "What is falling from the sky? Help, help." A beam of light illuminated Li Qing's face, making him involuntarily close his eyes and then open them to look ahead. Li Qing stood up and looked towards Wang Feng's house, which was enveloped in a beam of light. What is happening? Why is that house completely unscathed? Li Qing, feeling terrified, flung the door open and dashed straight into the house. As soon as he entered the house, something made the boy's eyes widen in surprise. At that moment, Wang Feng was calmly sitting and enjoying his tea, his expression indifferent to everything around him. Li Qing rushed over and hugged Wang Feng, accidentally spilling the cup of water in his hand all over Wang Feng's face. "Wang Feng brother, no, Sect Master, what happened?" Wang Feng hurriedly wiped the water off his face and looked down at Li Qing with a frown, irritated. "What are you doing? Can't I have a moment to drink my tea in peace?" Li Qing, hearing this, frantically pointed towards the door. "What tea are you drinking? You can't see the sun outside anymore." Outside Wang Feng's house, a man completely enveloped in a torrent of abundant spiritual energy appeared with a serious expression, his eyes tightly shut. He was Yi Gucheng, the city lord of White Cloud City. Wang Feng stepped out and upon seeing him wore an extremely excited expression, laughing heartily. In contrast, Li Qing looked as if he had encountered a monster. As the man landed, Li Qing, upon seeing him, cried out loudly, "An immortal, no, a monster is coming this way. The world has no sun. And you call that person a monster?" Wang Feng turned to Li Qing and whispered, "He is the protector of our sect." "Sect Master, you haven't mentioned this. Our sect has such an expert, what realm is this? Is it medium spirit realm or profound realm?" After hearing this, Wang Feng fell into deep thought. Indeed, this is the cultivation realm that the immortal cultivation world talks about. Although Yi Gucheng is a great master of swordsmanship in the novel Gulong, I wonder if he can fight in this world. After thinking for a while, Wang Feng called up the system panel and opened Yi Gucheng's attributes. Immediately, the system panel displayed character attributes of Yi Gucheng, a character from the martial arts novel Gulong, hailing from Fei Xian Island of the Southern Seas, known as the White Cloud City Lord, expert in swordsmanship. The only swordsmanship master recognized by the sword god Shimen Chui Shui, cultivation nobility peak, transcending the realm of mystique, extraordinary weapon. Yi Elder, is it only nobility realm peak? Upon hearing Wang Feng, Li Qing made a truly shocked face and exclaimed, "Nobility realm peak, Sect Master, are you speaking the human language? What I see is just a peak of the nobility realm, but all those in the nobility realm are the strongest in the empire." Wang Feng looked at Li Qing's frog-like pale face and chuckled to himself, thinking, this silly guy's reaction isn't bad, I've worried too much, once you're strong no matter where you are. At that moment, the man stepped toward Wang Feng, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Yi Gucheng has met the sect master." Seeing this, Wang Feng stepped forward warmly, "Yi Elder, there's no need for such formality with me." At that moment, Li Qing seemed completely petrified, thinking, after all these years, I've seen a pig climb a tree, but I've never seen a nobility realm person bowing to someone else. What kind of divine being is the sect master? Wang Feng glanced away, sweating, and muttered, the conversation in the martial world in these martial arts novels is finally becoming sparse, but speaking like this is too exhausting. That silly guy should take my place. So he turned and smiled, saying, Li Qing, please meet Yi Gucheng elder. Disciple Li Qing pays respects to Yi elder. Wang Feng saw Li Qing's respectful gestures and flashed a confident smile. After realizing how formidable Yi Gucheng was, this foolish guy became a bit more gentle. We can worry less now. So he asked the system, what is the purpose of the prize draw opportunity? As soon as he finished speaking, the system board immediately displayed, the prize draw opportunity can allow the host to win prizes such as physical summoning strong bloodline, strong cultivation. Once a prize is won, it can be used by the sect disciple or the host themselves. Wang Feng read this and his expression was filled with joy. So doesn't that mean I can become an immortal? Hurry up and let me draw. He pointed at the system board, looking as happy as if he had struck gold, and shouted, System, let me draw on. In the blink of an eye, the image of Yi Gucheng appeared on the system board, along with the announcement, Congratulations host, you have drawn Yi Gucheng, 100% cultivation. Please choose whether to use it yourself or let a disciple use it. Wang Feng stared intently at the prize in his hand. As the sect master, I am just a mortal. Why would I let a disciple use this instead of leveling up my own cultivation? After that, he turned to ask the system board. How many levels can I advance with 100% of Yi Gucheng's cultivation? The host can advance to the early stage of the entry phase realm. Reading this, Wang Feng thought quietly, can't your system speak human language? Right, I could let that idiot go ask. Li Qing, do you know how cultivation realms are distinguished? Li Qing answered immediately without hesitation. Of course, I know, cultivating immortals is divided into 10 major realms, foundation establishment, profound vein, medium spirit, profound general, entry phase, nobility, profound sovereign, profound venerable, profound saint, profound emperor. After speaking, Li Qing stared at Wang Feng's confused face and murmured, I wonder why the sect master is asking that. After understanding the origins of cultivating immortals, he closed his eyes tightly to contemplate. So entry phase is the 5th level, huh? Just in the middle, neither above nor below, but that's not good, I'm still starting from scratch. Thinking for a moment, he decided to shove the reward ball into his chest and shouted, System, upgrade cultivation. A moment later, a surge of spiritual weapon erupted, enveloping Wang Feng. Before his eyes, he had now become full of vitality. His robust body and intense spiritual energy cultivation were evident. These powers are really strong, completely uncontainable. Li Qing, standing behind, was astonished to see Wang Feng's body. Wow, the clothes ripped in an instant. It turns out the sect master can have a monstrous figure. The sect master is indeed not immortal. Wang Feng glanced over, seeing Li Qing staring at him, he thought, I need to find an excuse to explain to this fool. You don't understand anything, my true self just wants you to see what kind of power can be achieved at the entry phase realm, I just want you to cultivate diligently. I guarantee that after a year, you will reach the entry phase realm. After hearing this, Li Qing hugged his face, eyes wide open, mouth agape as he shouted, can achieve entry phase realm in 1 year, how is that possible? If not a top genius, it is very difficult to step into the entry phase realm in this lifetime. Li Qing ran over and tightly hugged Wang Feng's legs, looking up at the sky, self-indulgently saying, I didn't expect the entry phase realm to be so strong. Without a bit of ability, how can this sect be called the Divine Immortal Sect? Suddenly, Li Qing slammed his head onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. The incense from his ancestors' grave must have blessed Li Qing to join the Divine Immortal Sect. The young man continuously bowed in front of Wang Feng. I will definitely train diligently and will never let down the kindness of the sect master. Seeing Li Qing's enthusiasm, Wang Feng felt uneasy and thought to himself, I can't tell you that this is just a lucky draw. He then spread his arms wide, lifted his face toward the sky, closed his eyes tightly, and murmured, is this the feeling after entering the entry phase realm? After inhaling that air, he seemed to clearly hear the sound of water droplets falling, flowers blooming in full glory, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping. It's chilling, I can even hear the movements in this valley. In the sky, a bird was flying playfully. Suddenly, a foot of someone stomped on the bird, leaving it gasping. What was that? In midair, a girl with a dark face was descending at lightning speed. Then she stepped on the bird once more, her expression sulky and annoyed as if someone had just stolen her boyfriend. Wang Feng stood below looking up, seeing someone with their eyes half-closed smiling. There were guests, and the other party was likely a practitioner, and their body and cultivation were unusual. Wang Feng raised his finger upon hearing this, glanced over, and smiled confidently. Surely, it must be a fellow practitioner visiting our divine immortal sect. We should go greet them. Ye elder, why don't you say a few words? We do not know if they are friend or foe, so for safety's sake, let Ye Gucheng probe the truth first. Hearing the order, Ye Gucheng immediately complied. He thrust his sword into the ground and then stared intently ahead. A strange white aura emanated from his sword. He focused on one direction and asked in a hoarse voice, "May I ask where my friend comes from?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled, causing his sword to be thrown up. A whirlwind suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, piercing through Ye Gucheng, throwing him aside. At this moment, the powerful whirlwind unintentionally swept all of Wang Feng's flyers into the sky. The three of them looked up at the whirlwind helplessly. Oh dear, the flyers of our divine immortal sect. Seeing the tornado intensifying, Wang Feng strained to shout, "Do people in the martial world often create such grand battles?" As soon as he finished speaking, the girl from earlier fell out of the vortex. She gaped, frowning as she stared ahead. Immediately after, the poor bird was again stepped on by her wicked foot. "Is your back a temple or what, stepping on it like that?" She used all her strength to kick the bird, then slowly descended. She shot a piercing glare, staring intently ahead. As she landed, suddenly a flyer fell right in front of her. Startled, she quickly drew the sword from her waist. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung at the flyer with a deadly strike. Ye Gucheng's expression darkened upon seeing this. Gripping his sword tightly, he growled, "Don't destroy the items of our sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew his sword. The blade emitted a blinding light. Ye Gucheng raised his sword behind his neck, showcasing its dazzling brightness. A wave of spiritual energy wrapped around the blade of Ye Gucheng's sword. Then, he unleashed a stream of sword chi forward with an icy expression. The airflow released from his sword directly attacked the piece of paper. At the same time, the paper accidentally got hit right in front of that girl. In the blink of an eye, the paper had fallen straight onto the girl's face, causing her to blink in surprise. Not only that, the paper was sticking increasingly tightly to her face. In a panic, she tightly embraced the paper, losing her balance and falling from above. The girl hit the ground, creating an explosion right in front of Wang Feng. Seeing this, he pointed ahead and said in confusion, "With this way of greeting from Ye Gucheng, if someone is a friend, it might just turn into an enemy. Li Qin, why don't you go greet her?" At that moment, the mist gradually dissipated, and the girl appeared flattened on the ground, her body covered in injuries, still holding tightly to the paper on her face. Li Qin timidly approached and said, "Miss Fairy, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Ye Gucheng had sheathed his sword. Then, he turned to glare sharply behind him. That was also when the paper on the girl's face was unsealed, and she pulled it down, staring blankly as she looked over. Li Qin opened her eyes wide in fear upon seeing that face, sweating, "It has nothing to do with me, Mom, boo-hoo-hoo." The younger sister gritted her teeth in anger, then slammed her hand down hard on the ground with a dark expression, her whole body filled with evil energy, who littered. Seeing this, Li Qin panicked, tears streaming down her cheeks, and ran away with her legs curled up to her neck. Hearing her sister's words, Wang Feng chuckled, "This is not trash. What you're holding is a flyer from our divine immortal sect." The younger sister, upon hearing this, unfolded the paper, furrowed her brow, and stared wide-eyed. "A flyer?" After looking at it for a moment, she raised her head, her eyes wide in confusion. "Is this the divine immortal sect? What else could it be?" "I am the sect master of the divine immortal sect from the flyer. My name is Wang Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared with a notification, "You have a new message. Congratulations, host, you have found a genius. The new mission is to recruit 10 disciples, and the reward will be 10 summoning chances and 10 prize chances. Reading this, Wang Feng's eyes lit up, thinking, 10 summoning chances, 10 prize chances. Is it true? Just after acquiring a counterfeit item, Li Qing managed to exchange it for the powerful sword Yi Gucheng in Cultivation Entry Phase Realm. If this time he can obtain a genius as a disciple, wouldn't that mean he could soar? But how can that be achieved? Never mind, if I can't think of it, I can still save a dead horse and turn it into a live one. So the young man spread his arms wide, looked at the girl with enthusiasm, and said, "Young lady, I am very impressed with your bones. You must be a cultivation genius." Li Qing, who was sitting next to him, heard this and thought, this line sounds familiar. The young man then got upset, grabbed a stack of flyers, stood up, and glared at Wang Feng. "Sect Master, do you say this to everyone you meet?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly covered Li Qing's mouth, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. It turned out to be Wang Feng. After dealing with Li Qing, he turned his sweat-drenched face back and continued, "I have carefully considered this." He said that, but in his heart, he thought, just now, she could ride a flying bird, which proves that her abilities are extraordinary, and her knowledge must be considerable. Although the realm is not higher than mine, her combat experience is definitely stronger. This tactic can only deceive the fool Li Qing, it certainly won't work on her. The younger sister pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up, "You said you are the sect master of the divine Immortal Sect, right?" After saying this, the younger sister turned her face, took out the flyer, placed her hand on the large round speaker, and looked at Wang Feng with a gentle gaze. "The flyer says the divine Immortal Sect is recruiting disciples, so do you think I can join?" Wang Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Both teacher and student were thrilled, their eyes sparkling with thoughts of, "I never expected a sweet treat to fall from the sky and land on my head. I never imagined that this fairy could become my junior sister fellow disciple." Just as they were enjoying the moment, a warning from the system appeared, detected that the host is in an excessively joyful state. A gentle reminder for the host, do not celebrate too early. If the other party does not pay the entrance fee, they will not be considered a disciple. After reading this, he was furious and shouted, "Damn, does this damned system have so many rules?" Wang Feng raised his hand in front of his face, closed his eyes tightly. "The regulation of our divine Immortal Sect requires you to voluntarily submit all the money you have on you as the sect fee." Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the girl suddenly ran over and grasped his hand tightly. She took his hand and placed it against her chest, closing her eyes tightly and making a cute face. "I rushed out without any money on me, can I make up for it later?" The young man was sweating and stammered, awkwardly responding that this was the rule and must be followed, but in his heart, he thought that if possible, he would rather not pay a single cent. But how could he do that? This was a mandatory requirement of the system. Hearing those words, Li Qing was struck dumb and thought to himself that even someone like Ling Fei Wu wanted to accede to the sect, and the sect master also wanted to collect money. "I have truly made a lot of money already." At that moment, a group of strange people suddenly appeared behind Ling Fei Wu. "Hey beauty, do you really think you can escape from the palm of the Marquis?" Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes wide in panic, and the young man with white hair glared, wearing a sinister smile. "Huh, even your father can't protect you. What can these monkeys in the mountains do to help you?" Ling Fei Wu turned around, pointing his sword forward, frowning in anger. "Lin Yunyi, I am now a disciple of the divine Immortal Sect. In front of my sect master, you won't easily destroy your humanity." The guy standing next to him, after hearing this, felt like, "I thought desserts would fall from the sky, but it turns out I am the dessert for someone else." Lin Yunyi jumped down from the tree, leaping forward, looking up at the sky with a strange expression, gathering energy in his hands. "You dare to steal the prey of the Marquis? The Marquis does not mind giving you a strike." Although the lackeys raised by the Marquis have all reached the profound general realm, Wang Feng, after hearing this, rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes and pondered. "The profound general realm is only one level below me, but they have 5 people. Moreover, I don't know what level the captain is, it seems this disciple recruitment has some danger. Ling Fei Wu stared intently at her shining sword, trembling all over. At the same time, Li Qing walked straight up to Ling Fei Wu and pointed forward. Ha ha ha, little junior sister, you don't have to be afraid. It's just the profound general realm, my sect master can crush you with just a fingertip. The young men, having been slapped in the face painfully, gritted their teeth and frowned. Wang Feng was not much different either. After hearing this, sweat poured down his face like rain, and he thought to himself, Li Qing, you really are a big fool always causing trouble for me. Although my entry phase realm could basically fight a profound general in a moment, I have no real combat experience. If I make a move, I will definitely lose, which will affect my grand plan of accepting disciples. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head, stared ahead with a dazed expression, and forced a silly smile. Ling Fei Wu looked up and saw this, then clasped her hands tightly together, kneeling before Wang Feng and exclaimed, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your help." Upon hearing this, the young man raised his hand, closed his eyes tightly, and confidently said, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you." He talked big, but deep down, he felt petrified, thinking, you all are just echoing each other, you don't need to put me on the roasting pan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yunyi's group landed right in front of Wang Feng, yelling, "What kind of game is this? Daring to show danger in front of me, let me teach you how to write the word for death." His subordinates understood his intention as they heard him. Some wielded daggers, some swords, and others knives, all of them rushing forward with cold, fierce looks in their eyes. Faced with the attack of those crazed individuals, Wang Feng was taken aback, staring wide-eyed in astonishment. The image of a sharp sword was clearly reflected in his pupils. Suddenly, a barrier of reactive space appeared behind Wang Feng, causing their speed to slow down instantaneously. At that moment, a young man swung a blade down towards Wang Feng, but strangely, the sword blade suddenly distorted right in his palm. On the surface of the blade was the reflection of Wang Feng, his face beaming with joy. Behind him appeared a girl holding a dagger tightly in her hand. It seems that in the world of cultivating immortals, being a level higher can indeed crush a person. However, those crazed individuals continued to frantically slash their feeble swords at Wang Feng, which made him find it amusing. They used to be good training targets for me, but in front of my disciple, it would be shameful to have a fair fight with them. So Wang Feng decided to look up at the sky and shout loudly, "Yi Gucheng." Hearing his name, Yi Gucheng appeared immediately. He raised his sword in front of him, his expression serious, and his sharp eyes staring intently at the sword. Yi Gucheng glided toward the madman, performed a few moves, and in the blink of an eye, the whole group was defeated. Having dealt with the scrappy bunch, Yi Gucheng charged toward the leader. Lin Yunyi gaped in shock when he saw Yi Gucheng's sword, his face drenched in sweat. Wang Feng stepped in front of Lin Yunyi, glaring intently at the young man, then pointed behind him sarcastically. "To make us know how to write the character for death, you all are really risking your lives. But now, that character for death still lacks a stroke from you." Li Qing pointed ahead, his face brightening as he glanced at Ling Fei Wu. "Did you see? No need for the sect master to intervene, just Elder Yi is enough to take care of them. Oh my, this must be the profound general realm. Do you see that in the Yari Empire, the strong of the profound general realm are really above the middle level?" Lin Yunyi felt terrified at Yi Gucheng's cold expression, his heart pounding, thinking, can he really kill 5 profound general experts in a second? Is this person at the entry phase realm? No, he is probably at the nobility realm. My father couldn't even pass the nobility realm. Thinking of this, he was terrified, sweating profusely. At this point, he could only admit his guilt. Ending his thoughts, Yunyi raised both his hands, clasping them together. Without hesitation, he bowed his head before Wang Feng and prostrated himself. "Senior, I am the junior Lin Yunyi, with eyes that cannot see the great mountain. Please spare my life, I will run away immediately. Let my father, the Marquis of Changlin of the Yari Empire, prepare a gift for you." As he finished speaking, he gave a sinister smile. Ling Fei Wu, who was nearby, widened his eyes in anger upon hearing the name Marquis of Changlin, grinding his teeth. At the same time, Wang Feng lunged forward and grabbed Yi Gucheng's shoulder. He then leaned his face forward, raising his voice. I don't care if you are the Marquis of Changlin or the Marquis of Dong, as long as you dare to come here, I will not let you go unpunished. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Ling Fei Wu stared in disbelief. Li Qing looked up cheerfully, smiling as he said, how can that be? I said our sect master has no problem. Dealing with that Marquis of Changlin will only take 2 fingers. Ling Fei Wu bowed his head, recalling the events of the past. In the entire Yari Empire, it seems that no one dares to touch the estate of the Marquis of Changlin. Marquis of Changlin Lin Tianxiong not only possesses nobility cultivation, but also commands an army of 500 men. Each soldier is a profound general, with 10 captains in the entry phase realm, their strength comparable to several mid-level sects in the empire. Therefore, they can act recklessly to harm me, and I can only flee far away from that place. However, the sect master of the divine Immortal Sect doesn't even pay attention to the existence of the estate of the Marquis of Changlin, perhaps he can protect me. Finishing his thoughts, Ling Fei Wu knelt down and prostrated himself before Wang Feng. He glanced at his sister's stunned expression, and after a moment, he opened his mouth to speak. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly performing such a ceremony? After hearing this, Ling Fei Wu closed his eyes tightly and replied, Sect Master, from the beginning, I thought the divine Immortal Sect has been running around treating a disease. His sister looked up, glaring at Lin Yunyi, and shouted, but now, I firmly believe that the Sect Master can uphold justice for the Ling family master. Wang Feng, seeing his sister's anger, widened his eyes in surprise. What exactly is the grudge between you and Lin Yunyi? His sister glared, clenching her teeth, her whole body trembling. During a time when the disciples were sent out for cultivation, I encountered Lin Yunyi, the young Marquis of the Marquis of Changlin's estate. He was captivated by my beauty and tried to violate me. It took all my strength to escape from his grasp. I thought that ordeal was behind me, but when I returned to the Ling family, as soon as I stepped through the door, I discovered that Lin Yunyi had brought the strongmen from the Marquis of Changlin's estate and slaughtered hundreds of people from the Ling family. If it weren't for my father's desperate protection, I fear I wouldn't have lived to meet the sect master. After speaking, she lifted her head, her face darkened, her whole body trembling. Wang Feng gently approached her to comfort her, saying, don't worry. Whether you're my disciple or not, I intend to see this matter through. From a different perspective, upon hearing these words, Lin Yunyi's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in discomfort. He dug his fingers into the ground, then, using all his strength, he sprang up and fled. Sect Master, Lin Yunyi has escaped. Wang Feng was a little surprised when he saw this. The villain in a comic doesn't directly resist, then they directly kneel down and beg. Why isn't this guy following the usual script? Seeing the terrified expression on Ling Fei Wu's face, Wang Feng boldly patted his sister on the shoulder, smiling, don't worry. With Yi Elder here, he won't be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Gucheng, who was standing aside, also understood the intent and drew out his sword, which emitted a dazzling light. Then, he unsheathed the sword entirely, its blade gleaming, while his hair stood on end. Waves of spiritual energy continuously poured out from his body. At that moment, the crazies who had been beaten up just moments ago were suddenly sent flying by Yi Gucheng's sword chi. Not only that, but Wang Feng, Ling Fei Wu, and Li Qing were also simultaneously lifted into the air. The girl and the frightened little disciple clung tightly to Wang Feng, making him helplessly think, why does Yi Gucheng always want to create such a grand spectacle whenever he makes a move? Luckily, my cultivation in the imagery realm is stable, otherwise, both I and the disciples would be in the same dire situation. The sect master's face would be completely gone. At this moment, someone's foot stomped the ground and jumped up. That foot stepped on the corpses hanging in the air one by one, and it turned out to be the foot of Yi Gucheng. Thanks to the grace of those crazies, Yi Gucheng quickly soared upward, just in time to catch up with Lin Yunyi. The unfortunate young man raised his face and saw Yi Gucheng, his mouth agape in panic, running away desperately. Yi Gucheng glared with narrowed eyes, staring straight ahead. Then, he used the ultimate technique, Immortal Flying from Heaven, launching a stream of sword chi towards Lin Yunyi. The stream of sword chi struck directly into Lin Yunyi's face, causing him to open his eyes in pain. Immediately, blood flowed from his face without stopping, even making him cry blood. The immense force knocked him backwards. Gucheng retracted his sword. As the sword was withdrawn, the crazies fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Gucheng turned to leave, not forgetting to send them another wave of sword chi as a parting gift. At that moment, as Lin Yunyi collapsed to the ground, something fell from his neck. It turned out to be an emerald pendant, engraved with mysterious images. Ling Fei Wu's eyes widened as soon as he saw the jade pendant. His younger sister rushed over to grab the pendant, holding it tightly in her hands. The unfortunate young man looked up at the sky, trembling all over. He knelt among the corpses of his subordinates, shouting loudly. Gucheng glanced over and said in a low voice, "According to the sect master, Lin young master has stayed here." Ling Fei Wu glared at Gucheng, secretly sweating and thinking, from the very beginning, I knew this person's martial arts were extraordinary, but I never expected them to be this outstanding. Especially the move, Immortal Flying from Heaven, just now. Even if the Marquis of Changlin had acted directly, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. With a character like this as an elder in the divine Immortal Sect, sooner or later their reputation will be known throughout the world. Why have I never heard of them before? Am I really that shallow? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Wang Feng glance over and speak, causing his sister to jump. I know about your desire to join our divine Immortal Sect, but it was only to protect yourself that you had to act this way. Ling Fei Wu felt exposed, his face darkening, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek as her bit his lip in silence. Wang Feng placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes tightly, and smiled. But I truly want you to become my disciple. However, my sect is a big hidden sect. You will understand this better in the future and can decide then. Fei Wu, upon hearing this, smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Wang Feng saw this and thought to himself, no wonder I am the famous comic book author, this dramatic moment is what I call pure emotional fire. At this point, Ling Fei Wu presented the jade pendant that had been mentioned earlier. This is a jade pendant, a treasure passed down from the Ling family. Today, having received great kindness from the sect master as revenge for me, I am willing to offer it as a fee to join the sect. Wang Feng raised his hand to touch the jade pendant, smiling brightly. I don't even know if the system accepts jade as a fee, but it doesn't hurt to try. Then, Wang Feng opened his eyes halfway and looked up, surprised by something. At this time, the younger sister frowned, her eyes clearly showing sadness, deep in thought as if she was contemplating something. Wang Feng saw this and gasped, whispering to himself, oh, why is her face suddenly so red? Ling Fei Wu pondered and recalled the past. Xiao Wu, did you always scream for a piece of jade like this before? In the blink of an eye, you have reached this age. Today, father will give it to you, take it. It might even turn out to be a love token. At that moment, she held the jade pendant and said, this is the heirloom jade of the Ling family, Xiao Wu will definitely not give it to anyone. After thinking for a while, the younger sister turned her face away sadly. On the contrary, Wang Feng held the pendant between his fingers and gazed at it with bright eyes. At this moment, the system displayed, congratulations host for completing 1/10 of the task of accepting a disciple, the rewards are 1 summoning opportunity and 1 prize draw chance. Wang Feng slapped Ling Fei Wu on the shoulder, startling her. The younger sister looked up, confused. Wang Feng cheerfully said, now you are a disciple of the divine Immortal Sect. He widened his eyes and smiled confidently, your enemy is also considered our sect's enemy. After saying that, he pointed at Lin Yunyi, you can take a share of the profits from that useless person. Upon hearing this, Fei Wu's eyes suddenly widened, she noticed a piece of wood by the roadside and without hesitation walked over to pick it up. Then, the younger sister strode directly toward Lin Yunyi with a face filled with evil energy. Exterminate the enemy clan, like a ship sinking into a sea of blood. This grudge cannot go unavenged. She raised the sharp branch, her eyes full of hatred, gritting her teeth and shouted loudly, "If I don't kill you, it would be a waste of my status as the great lady of the Ling family." Without hesitation, Ling Fei Wu delivered a fatal stab to Lin Yunyi, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The unfortunate young man painfully raised his face to the sky, opening his mouth wide to scream in despair, blood continuously gushing from his throat. Seeing the young man's pitiful appearance, Ling Fei Wu glared and said in a low voice, "Lin Yunyi, you took the jade to toy with me, did you ever think of this day?" She forcefully pulled the branch out of the young man's body and continued, "You, high and mighty, thinking that your status as the young master of the Marquis of Chonglin's mansion could cover the sky, did you ever think of this day? You slaughtered my entire Ling family, so your life will be the price." Finishing her words, the younger sister continued to deliver a powerful stab to his chest, blood pouring out incessantly, the branch being pulled out and dripping drop by drop, but it wasn't over. The younger sister rushed straight in with her elbow sideways, the branch piercing into his chest again. "I ask you once more, have you ever thought of this day?" Li Qing, witnessing the scene before him, trembled and pointed at Ling Fei Wu. "Sect Master, little junior sister, she." Wang Feng snickered after hearing this, interrupting the chubby guy's words. "Let her vent and find satisfaction." At this moment, Lin Yunyi's eyes widened, slowly closing them, finally reaching the moment he turned his neck to the side and met his end. No matter how powerful the forces, at the moment of death, one could only lie among a group of useless subordinates. The system displayed, "You have a new notification. Congratulations to disciple Ling Fei Wu for taking the life of a strong profound general realm, receiving 300 sect points." Ling Fei Wu tightly grasped the blood-soaked branch in her hand, walking forward to kneel right in front of Wang Feng. "Thank you, Sect Master, and Elder Yi for helping Fei Wu take revenge. From now on, Fei Wu lives as a member of the Divine Immortal Sect, and in death, she will also be a spirit of the Divine Immortal Sect." Wang Feng smiled and responded, "I self can provide you with a good foundation for practice, but whether you become truly strong or not depends on yourself." Wang Feng stepped forward to grasp Ling Fei Wu's hand. The young man stared intently at the bewildered expression of Fei Wu and said, "Remember this, my sect, Wang Feng, fears no one. As long as there is enmity, no matter how strong the opponent is, they must be killed to bring joy." After hearing this, Fei Wu widened her eyes, staring blankly at Wang Feng. Suddenly, her eyes closed, and tears welled up. The young girl, too emotional, tightly grasped Wang Feng's hand, sobbing, "Fei Wu will not let down the sect master's teachings." Hearing this, the young man grinned widely, whispering to himself, "I truly am a famous comic author, controlling people's hearts is really quite simple." Wang Feng raised his hand to the back of his neck, scratching his head awkwardly, "I've talked too much, when the time comes, what will I teach them?" Ling Fei Wu is not like the wooden club Li Qing, just 1 year could lead to entry phase right away. Suddenly, Yi Gucheng's sword clashed with Ling Fei Wu's sword. He turned serious, glancing over and asked in a stern tone, "Can you practice sword Dao?" Upon hearing this, the young girl turned to look at Yi Gucheng with an innocent doe-like expression and shyly called out, "Yi Elder." Yi Gucheng bluntly replied, "Will you agree to take me as your master?" Ling Fei Wu, Wang Feng, and Li Qing were left speechless in surprise. Wang Feng saw a great opportunity and whispered to Fei Wu, "It's harder for Yi to actively take in a disciple than for a stone to bloom. What are you still standing there for, you silly little girl?" Upon hearing this, Fei Wu's eyes widened as sparkles appeared in her pupils. Immediately, Ling Fei Wu bowed her head to the ground hard, kneeling at Yi Gucheng's feet, she called out, "I pay my respects, master." Seeing the enthusiasm of the girl, Yi Gucheng said, "Your swordsmanship is very good, but before I pass it on to you, we need to deal with the internal injuries you sustained during the pursuit. Get up and follow me to treat your injuries." After saying this, he tightly shut his eyes and turned to leave. Hearing this, Fei Wu glanced at Wang Feng and called, "Sect Master." He understood her meaning and smiled, "Just go ahead." After that, Wang Feng turned his face to see the two heading towards the dilapidated house and thought to himself, with a guardian and a naturally gifted disciple like Ling Fei Wu, Yi Gucheng even wants to teach her swordsmanship. I thought this empty-handed endeavor would not succeed. As a result, the sect began to take shape in just an afternoon. In contrast to that joy, Li Qing sighed sadly when he saw Fei Wu together with Yi Gucheng. Little junior sister arrived later than me, yet she could pay her respects to strong Yi elder. I, as the big senior brother, am not as good as little junior sister. The chubby boy shyly walked over to Wang Feng, pointing at his own face. Sect Master, I wonder what you will arrange for me next. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng repeatedly patted the chubby boy's round belly. You should lose some weight with that body of yours, he pointed towards the garden in front of them. I have work for you, go clean up the area around the house quickly. Tidy it up a bit, this is the headquarters of the Divine Immortal Sect. After hearing this, Li Qing felt like he had turned to stone, the sky seemed to collapse. The chubby boy diligently sat down, pulling up weeds and muttering sorrowfully. When invited, they spoke flowery words, treated me like a treasure. As soon as the little sister arrives, I become nothing but weeds, truly outrageous. In a moment, afternoon turned to dusk, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. At that time, Wang Feng was leaning against a tree, grinning like a fool as he opened the system panel. System, please open the property panel for the Divine Immortal Sect for me. Last time, upon recruiting Li Qing, he successfully attracted Yi Gucheng. This time, with the recruitment of Fei Wu, I wonder which esteemed elder will be summoned. The system panel immediately displays. Sect, Divine Immortal Sect, Level 1, Master, Wang Feng, Entry Phase Realm, Elder, Yi Gucheng, Nobility Realm Peak. Disciple, Li Qing is merely a mortal, while Ling Fei Wu has reached Medium Spirit Realm Peak. The sect headquarters is in a small world, with a sect point total of 300 points. Wang Feng, feeling curious, pointed at the system panel and asked, what are these sect points used for? As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel immediately displayed the information. Sect points can help the host exchange for chances to win rewards or upgrade the system. Upgrading the system allows the host to summon stronger beings and powerful spells, and can accommodate more disciples. After reading this, his eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists with an excited expression. Wow, so how can I earn sect points? The ways to earn sect points are as follows. First, complete the tasks assigned by the system, with higher difficulty yielding higher points. Second, eliminate the enemy, eliminate as many enemy points as possible. Third, recruit top geniuses into the sect, the higher the genius's ability, the more points earned. Wang Feng was wide-eyed and dumbfounded after hearing this. Isn't that right, system? Ling Fei Wu, at 18 or 19, has reached the medium spirit realm peak, so she must be considered a top genius. Why didn't her points increase after joining? The system replied that although Ling Fei Wu has potential, she does not possess a special constitution or comprehension of intent. Therefore, she has not yet reached the top genius ranking. Upon reading this, the young man felt a headache coming on and thought, so Fei Wu is not considered a top genius. What does a top genius with high abilities look like? System, do you think my sect master can be considered a top genius? The system promptly displayed a response. The host's own talent is ordinary. However, as the system master, you will become a top genius. Suddenly, Wang Feng burst into tears and exclaimed, what about Li Qing's talent? Searching for Li Qing's talent requires a fee of 100 points. Does the host wish to proceed? The young man was left in a daze upon hearing this. That's too much, searching for an ordinary person who needs 100 points. Never mind, just keep looking. Having paid the fee, the system began to display images, Disciple Li Qing, Supreme Monster. Upon seeing this information, Wang Feng was stunned, and he imagined the face of the chubby guy, along with the phrase, Supreme Monster, and a loud laugh, ha ha ha, that scared him. He glanced over with a startled face, and what caught his eye was the alluring backside of the chubby guy. Seriously, this fat guy could also be ranked as a supreme monster. At this moment, the chubby guy was still unaware of what was happening and was diligently pulling weeds. After a while, the hefty brother finally used all his strength and managed to pull up the weed clump. Wang Feng, seeing this, turned pale, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed, "Oh my god, this fat guy can be ranked as a supreme monster." The system, sensing the owner's panic, displayed, "The system is not wrong, Disciple Li Qing possesses a black spirit tortoise body, it's just not activated yet." Wang Feng, hearing this, instinctively pointed his finger forward and asked, "Wait a minute, what is the body of the black spirit tortoise?" The body of the black spirit tortoise is a special physique at the level of a cheat, which includes two types of abilities, absolute defense and absolute vitality. Forming the body of the black spirit tortoise ensures that one does not harm their life. The heavens and earth do not age, and neither does he. As all things wither away, he still remains, with boundless longevity. The defense is incredibly strong, even if the heavens and earth were to shatter, he could remain at ease. After hearing this, Wang Feng turned to Li Qing with a surprised expression. That damn fat guy Li Qing unexpectedly has such a terrifying physique. If that's the case, if he can successfully cultivate the body of the black spirit tortoise, wouldn't he be immortal? No matter what, he must successfully train Li Qing. What is the system method to activate that body of Li Qing? As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel displayed an image of Li Qing. At that moment, the fat guy was holding a ring of grass and smiling. "Oh grass mirror, do you know who is the strongest person in Xianlan mainland?" The strongest man in Xianlan mainland is none other than Li Qing. The fat guy raised his face to the sky and flared his nostrils upon hearing this. Oh grass mirror, I never expected you to be as knowledgeable as Ba Lu." Hearing those cold words, the system asked, "Host, do you think Li Qing deserves to be beaten?" "Well, I think so too," Wang Feng said, lowering his head in contemplation. "But what does Li Qing deserving to be beaten have to do with the tortoise body?" "Because the method to activate the black spirit tortoise is to be beaten." Wang Feng widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. At that moment, the phrase, "beaten," kept replaying in his mind, causing him to frown in annoyance. What the hell? The black spirit tortoise body needs to be beaten from the outside without stopping, so that the blood vessels within can be activated and fully revived. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng realized something and smiled brightly, thinking, if I can't find some legendary treasure to activate Li Qing's body for now, then beating him is way too simple. After all, as long as he doesn't get beaten to death, right? With that thought, Wang Feng envisioned the scene of Li Qing hanging in the air while Fei Wu continuously hit him with a stick with perfect accuracy. The tortoise body is strong like that, it should be fine. At that moment, Li Qing was playing with his grass mirror when a gust of wind suddenly swept by, causing him to fearfully cover his head and run away. Why is there such an inexplicable chill? While running, he suddenly noticed something and stopped, squinting his eyes and asking, "Grass mirror, oh grass mirror, do you know what is in the sky?" A fierce whirlpool appeared in the sky, surrounded by rumbling lightning strikes. Li Qing, terrified, rushed to hug Wang Feng, crying uncontrollably, "Sect Master, what is happening in the sky?" "Don't worry, everything is in my hands." In fact, it was just a spontaneous boast. A moment later, he immediately turned to question, "System, what is happening with the atmosphere in the sky?" Disciple Ling Fei Wu is about to break through to the profound general realm, that is a sign during the level up. Wang Feng looked at it in astonishment. I really didn't expect that Yi Gucheng would help Ling Fei Wu heal and ultimately cause her breakthrough. With this information, he turned and pointed his finger at the whirlpool, saying to Li Qing, "Your junior sister Fei Wu is about to break through to the profound general level, that's a sign during the level up." The chubby man was very surprised after hearing this, secretly thinking, the junior sister just entered the sect, not only has she been accepted by the Peak Strong Yi Elder as a master, but she is also breaking through her cultivation. In contrast to me, he is still completely mortal, and at this rate, I'm afraid my status as senior brother won't last. Lost in thought, someone's finger poked directly into the chubby cheek of the fat guy. Wang Feng glanced over at Li Qing and smiled, "No need to be disheartened, tomorrow I will teach you how to cultivate. Just give it some time, and you will definitely surpass your junior sister Fei Wu. It's not impossible, you just have to be able to endure it." After hearing those words, the fat guy was extremely excited and full of energy, thumping his chest boastfully, "Thank you, Sect Master. Don't worry, Li Qin can endure." After hearing this, he released his 2 fingers from the chubby cheek. "I also believe your body can endure." After saying that, the master and disciple turned their eyes toward the light from the vortex. "I am really looking forward to the moment you break through to the profound general realm. Will the sign be greater?" Switching scenes to the mountain opposite Wang Feng's residence, suddenly a stream of spiritual weapon pierced down from somewhere. A moment later, a slender man appeared, his whole body continuously emitting streams of hidden weapons. The young man opened his eyes wide with deep red pupils, grinning menacingly. "Haha, I didn't expect to sleep for hundreds of years, and when I wake up, I can see a part of the profound general realm. It's truly something to look forward to." He stared intently at the swirling vortex in front of him, grinning mischievously. "It's just that, the profound general realm can become my meal, which is also your honor." With that, he kicked hard against the cliff, then dashed straight down without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, he looked incredibly cheerful, smiling brightly like a flower. From another angle, we can now clearly see the speed of his altar as he searches for a tasty prey. At this moment, the swirling vortex in the sky gradually dissipated, and strange red cracks appeared on the mountaintop. For unknown reasons, in the blink of an eye, a large explosion occurred, causing the cliff to shatter into pieces. Once the mountain shattered, another vortex appeared in the sky, even more powerful than before. Lightning bolts continuously struck down, and from the vortex accumulated a spiritual weapon ball. That spiritual weapon ball struck directly into Wang Feng's dilapidated house, and the sky immediately turned dark. After a while, the sky returned to normal, and a foot belonging to someone appeared. Fei Wu stepped out with Yi Gucheng, her entire body brimming with accumulated spiritual weapon energy. Congratulations to the disciple Ling Fei Wu of the Sect Master for breaking through to the profound general realm. This time the reward is 1,000 Sect points. Wang Feng grinned widely upon receiving the announcement. This young girl is truly a genius, she is just one realm away from me. Luckily, I have the system, otherwise, I'd be left behind and wouldn't know how to face everyone. Fei Wu approached, clasped her hands, and bowed to Wang Feng. Thank you, Sect Master, for giving Fei Wu this opportunity. Li Qin, standing aside, felt a bit jealous and turned to bite the young man, then whispered, "This tiny profound general realm is nothing. Just wait a year, my entry phase will truly be called genius." Wang Feng extended his hand towards Yi Gucheng. "Fortunately, we have Yi Elder beside us. I hope that in the future, you can take the sect's reputation and bring it to greatness." At that moment, a gust of energy swept past Yi Gucheng, and he instinctively glanced over. In mid-air, a circle of evil energy appeared, emanating a voice. "I thought there was only one token of the profound general realm." As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man filled with evil energy appeared behind Wang Feng. He glared at Wang Feng with a sinister smile. "Who would have thought I could harvest more of these hard-to-swallow crickets?" The young man was furious and immediately called out, "System, investigate the information of that young man." Checking cultivation requires 10 sect points, checking the entire background requires 100 points. Spend those 100 points, darling. Wang Feng frowned, staring intensely ahead, thinking to himself, there's a saying, knowing others and knowing oneself, one can win 100 battles. This person puts a lot of pressure on me, I even feel that Yi Gucheng might not be able to defeat him. So it's better to know everything. After a while of data loading, the system displayed, this person destroyed the Yao Ri Empire 1,000 years ago, Great Demon Xian Sha. His cultivation has reached profound sovereign peak, he was defeated and sealed by the Emperor of the Yao Ri Empire. He has just broken the seal, so his cultivation is now only nobility peak. After reading, the young man held his head in frustration, thinking, fortunately, this demon is not at peak. Otherwise, relying solely on Yi Gucheng, he might not be able to hold his ground. Contrary to the young man's fears, the chubby guy pointed at Great Demon Xian Sha and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you come to disturb our divine immortal sect? Get out of here quickly. If not, Elder Yi will definitely not leave you a place to be buried." Great Demon Xian Sha, upon hearing this, glanced at the sign hanging in front of the house and murmured, Divine Immortal Sect, huh? Where did this sect come from? This great demon has never heard of it before. Recalling the words of the chubby guy, the young man glared fiercely, pointed at Li Qing's face, and shouted, "And you, this fat name, don't you know how to value your life to be so disrespectful to this great demon?" Wang Feng and Gucheng were also very surprised by Li Qing's words, thinking, "I can't believe our chubby friend Li Qing is so brave, relying on a mortal body, daring to insult nobility peak." At the same time, Fei Wu stepped in to grab the chubby guy's sleeve with a worried expression. "Senior brother, this person's aura is not as low as you think. His cultivation is at least nobility peak." Great Demon Xian Sha used two of his fingers to make a makeshift binocular towards Fei Wu. "This little girl has a keen eye." He tried to make a strange face, grinning like a madman and said, "Ha ha ha, I am indeed frightening like this." After hearing this, Li Qing pointed at Wang Feng and confidently replied, "So what if it's the nobility realm? I still have the sect master right here." The sect master has said that the entry phase only takes 1 year, and the profound sovereign at most 3 years. Then, the chubby guy continued to raise his troublesome finger in front, frowning and shouting loudly, "Our sect master can kill you with just 1 finger." Great Demon Xian Sha felt a bit scared after hearing these words, staring at Wang Feng, trembling, "Although I sense he has some cultivation, it can't be exaggerated like this." Li Qing leaned back, lifting his third leg in Xian Sha's face, shouting loudly, "You little cricket, coming to Divine Immortal Sect to cause trouble, truly unaware of life and death. Hurry up and kneel down to accept your fate." The young great demon responded, "Damn it, shut up you fat guy, I see you really want to seek death." Wang Feng looked at the scene before him, his face showing helplessness. "Now I understand why this chubby guy has the body of a black spirit tortoise. It's because he is just asking for a beating." Great Demon Xian Sha stood above, seeing Li Qing's stance and shouted angrily, "Is there no one to manage your unruly man? Killing him will only dirty my hands, someone come out and fight me." Hearing this, Wang Feng turned to order Gucheng, "Why don't you handle him for now? I guarantee he won't dare to come back." After the task was done, the young man secretly opened the system interface. "System, allow me to use the summoning opportunity." The system is executing the host's summoning command and is preparing for the summoning. Meanwhile, Great Demon Xian Sha was unleashing his power, and in the palm of his hand, he was gathering a hidden weapon ball. "Are you the Yi elder that the damned fat man mentioned?" After saying this, the hidden weapon ball in his hand transformed into the pressure of a gigantic hand. He struck a deadly blow towards Gucheng, wearing a smug smile. "Ha ha ha, let me see how you make me die without a grave to bury me." Faced with the attack of Great Demon Xian Sha, Gucheng remained calm and boldly drew out his gleaming sword. He swung the sword forward, piercing through the eerie hand of Great Demon Xian Sha. However, the eerie hands immediately recovered and seized the sword of Gucheng. But that was just a trick to distract Gucheng. The eerie hand suddenly appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, the eerie hand had captured Gucheng, catching him completely off guard. At that moment, he could only stare at the arm controlling the eerie hand of Great Demon Xian Sha, thinking, "I was wondering how skilled Yi Elder was, it turns out catching him is so easy." Li Qing looked up and was amazed at the scene before him. Fei Wu came over and grabbed the hem of Wang Feng's clothes, looking worried. "Sect Master, you must act quickly to save Master." Upon hearing this, he closed his eyes tightly and calmly replied, "You really underestimate your master, how could the little demon king possibly hold Gucheng?" Returning to the battle between Gucheng and the great demon, at this moment Gucheng had summoned a talisman and flew through the eerie hand. Great Demon Xian Sha inadvertently saw this and opened his eyes wide in focus. The beam of light was gradually speeding towards Great Demon Xian Sha, causing him to clench his teeth in panic. At this moment, a beam of light shone on his hand. The beam of light continued to pierce through his eerie hand. In a moment of unprepared panic, the beam of light attacked the palm of Great Demon Xian Sha, catching him completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, Great Demon Xian Sha was knocked back by the beam of light and fell freely to the ground. His hand clawed fiercely at the ground. A second later, Great Demon Xian Sha landed in a position that pushed him backward, and at that moment, Yi Gucheng also touched down with him. Yi Gucheng, with a serious expression, stepped towards Great Demon Xian Sha, one step at a time. Great Demon looked up, breathing heavily, clenching his teeth and thinking, in this remote mountain area, how could there be a being of nobility realm? Then, he stared intently at his palm, gritting his teeth in anger. His palm had been scratched deeply down to his arm by Yi Gucheng's swordmanship. This swordmanship of his, the firepower, the purity of strength, is too high. Great Demon Xian Sha was seething with rage, clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes emitted a sinister light. On the ground, a strange hidden weapon appeared, lifting him up into the air. Yi Gucheng stood across from him, intently watching the stream of hidden weapons slowly lifting Great Demon Xian Sha into the air. The chubby, talkative guy saw this and immediately pointed, raising his voice in provocation. "Oh, can't fight anymore and want to run away? Where's the logic in that?" Finishing his words, the chubby guy struck a wide-legged stance, accompanied by a proud expression, and said, "If you want to leave, you'll have to crawl through my legs, otherwise, don't even think about leaving the divine Immortal Sect in one piece." Great Demon Xian Sha, hearing this, became furious and shouted, "Damn, you fat bastard, you dare to mock my ultimate move." As soon as he finished his sentence, the chubby guy immediately received a punch from someone. He looked up, cradling his chubby cheek, and asked in confusion, "Sect Master, why did you hit me?" "Well, I saw a bug on your face." But inside, he was cursing, "Damn it, why is this fat guy so annoying? I forgot he was beside us." Great Demon Xian Sha stared intently at Yi Gucheng, breaking into a sinister smile. "After breaking free from the seal, you are the first one who can stimulate my appetite. To show respect for our exquisite dish, I will tear you apart with my own hands." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive concealed weapon gathered in the sky. Along with it, a strange hand was aimed directly at Yi Gucheng's head. When Yi Gucheng looked up, that strange hand was already very close. Ling Fei Wu, seeing this from a distance, was extremely shocked and shouted loudly, "Master, be careful." Yi Gucheng gripped his sword tightly. The blade was wrapped tightly in a white aura of spiritual weaponry. Yi Gucheng stomped down hard on the ground for momentum, then soared into the air. The white aura of spiritual weaponry from Yi Gucheng's sword spread out, covering the area. He stared fiercely ahead, using the ultimate technique, immortal flying from heaven, delivering a fatal strike toward the concealed weapon of Great Demon Xian Sha. From this angle, we could see the beam of light emanating from Yi Gucheng piercing through the palm of Great Demon Xian Sha. Everything around began to turn chaotic. Fei Wu sensed that the situation was not right and tightly grabbed Li Qing's hand, pulling his inside. Yi Gucheng's spiritual weapon launched a direct attack on the mysterious palm, seemingly trying to tear apart the giant eerie hand of Great Demon Xian Sha. Blood splattered continuously, and that was the finishing blow that ended the battle. As the battle concluded, the sky turned blue again. Outside Wang Feng's dilapidated house, thick clouds of smoke appeared. He and Fei Wu opened all the doors and peeked outside, showing expressions of astonishment. "Wow, the entire valley has been flattened." The yard had been completely stripped of all its plants and flowers after just one battle. Yi Gucheng's feet touched the ground, while Great Demon Xian Sha collapsed in a position of defeat. Yi Gucheng raised his sword behind him, glaring intently at Great Demon Xian Sha. The Great Demon clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "Yi Gucheng's strength is only slightly inferior to mine. If I exert all my effort, I might be able to kill him. But he will definitely realize that I am breaking my seal, and at that point, I can only flee." After thinking for a moment, he decided to retreat voluntarily. "That's enough for today. Once my strength is restored, I will come back to fight you all again." Yi Gucheng, hearing this, asked sharply, "Are you scared you can't run away today?" Great Demon Xian Sha, upon hearing this, grinned mischievously and said, "I admit, you are the most formidable Marquis realm I have ever encountered. But even so, you fundamentally cannot defeat me." Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng put away his sword and said, "The Sect Master instructed me to hold you back. Defeating you is someone else's job." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew in, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Wang Feng looked up and smiled upon realizing something, as objects descended from above. It seems he has arrived. Great Demon Xian Sha raised his hand to catch the snowflakes, wondering, why is it suddenly snowing? At this moment, Yi Gucheng suddenly closed his eyes tightly and firmly said, I actually don't know anything at all. Then he opened his eyes, frowning in discomfort. But now, my sword tells me that he might be the enemy of my lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a foot from someone approached. At this moment, a man appeared behind Great Demon Xian Sha, a thin figure with long hair. This man with gray eyes was the sword god Shimen Chui Shui. Great Demon Xian Sha turned around and saw Chui Shui, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. He thought to himself, just one Yi Gucheng is already a headache, and now there's another strong one like him. It seems I have no chance to escape. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best option. With that thought, he recklessly turned and bolted away like a madman, racing past Chui Shui. Observing this, the sword god Chui Shui immediately gathered a wave of spiritual energy at the tips of his two fingers and then lightly struck towards Great Demon Xian Sha as a greeting. However, it seemed that Great Demon Xian Sha did not sense the attack and continued to run away frantically. A moment later, blood gushed violently from his neck for reasons unknown, and he began to feel the pain, opening his mouth wide and screaming, "Aaaa." Blood flowed from his body like a stream. At that moment, an invisible blade stained with red streaks of blood appeared in Chui Shui's hand. Great Demon Xian Sha glared down at his sword and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Swordsmanship without form or shadow, swordsmanship based on light that can kill. What kind of swordsmanship is this?" Chui Shui, after hearing this, raised his two fingers and retracted the invisible sword. He stared intently at the face of Great Demon Xian Sha and said, I only casually slashed a line, it does not count as swordsmanship. Therefore, it is not worth naming. At that moment, the three young men stood silently, staring at each other without saying anything. Yi Gucheng raised his sword to cover half of his face, intently looking at Shimen Chui Shui. In contrast, Shimen Chui Shui focused his gaze on the ground. Wang Feng, standing to the side, saw this and squinted his eyes, thinking, I didn't expect this time to summon Yi Gucheng's only rival, Shimen Chui Shui. If Yi Gucheng is the fairy of swordsmanship, then Shimen Chui Shui is the sword god. Two strong swordsmanship, both serious and sincere, had reached a level where only the sword existed in their hearts. After thinking for a moment, he turned to open the system panel, but according to the theory, Yi Gucheng should be stronger than Shimen Chui Shui, right? The system panel immediately opened the character attributes. Shimen Chui Shui has a cultivation level of mid-profound sovereign realm, his profound skill is Blossom Light Sword Dao, peak royal grade, and his profound weapon is a fake royal peak. During this summoning of Shimen Chui Shui after the Forbidden City battle, Shimen Chui Shui had truly emerged victorious. Since then, Shimen Chui Shui's swordsmanship has ascended to a new level, reaching a state where the mind is one with the sword, the universe, and all things can be the realm of swordsmanship. Wang Feng felt incredibly excited after reading this. If that's the case, then it makes sense. I've heard that the profound sovereign realm and Emperor Yao Ri are both pinnacle levels. Not bad, not bad. From now on, the Divine Immortal Sect will also have a profound sovereign realm expert in charge. Suddenly, Yi Gucheng swung his sword forward, pointing it directly at Shimen Chui Shui's face. With a frosty expression, he said, since the Forbidden City battle, I never expected we would meet again. Shimen Chui Shui immediately raised two fingers, brushing the sword aside. He replied coldly, wait until you break through to profound sovereign, then we'll fight again. Yi Gucheng was taken aback, his eyes wide. Then, he frowned in annoyance, gritting his teeth and glaring ahead with icy eyes. Okay, having resolved the matter, Shimen Chui Shui stepped up to Wang Feng and clasped his hands in salute. Having met the sect master, Shimen arrived late. The young man Xian Sha Great Demon sat in pain to one side, gritting his teeth in anger but unable to do anything. He glared at the three of them, thinking to himself, if Yi Elder takes action, I will definitely run with all my might. If Shimen Elder acts, I still have a chance to survive. But if the sect master takes action, I will certainly die for sure. Although his strength was not immediately discernible, even someone at the strong profound sovereign realm must respect him. This suggests that his true power is immeasurable. After pondering for a moment, he realized he was out of options, so he clutched his head and burst into a sinister smile. Even if I am destined to die here today, he said, raising his eerie hand towards the chubby kid Li Qing, angrily shouting, if I must die, I will definitely drag this annoying brat down with me to pay the price. The chubby kid, faced with the attack of Xian Sha Great Demon, could only cover his face and cry bitterly, loudly exclaiming, although they say I can reach entry phase in a year, my current cultivation is just that of an ordinary person. You can't hit me with your strength, but if you use me, you really are a foolish rabbit. Ling Fei Wu looked up, and upon seeing the scene before him, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, Senior brother, are you okay? But how could anything have happened? Yi Gucheng had drawn his shining sword, easily creating a protective barrier with his spiritual weapon around the chubby boy. While Yi Gucheng was using his sword to create the protective barrier, he inadvertently ripped Li Qing's pants, revealing his underwear. The Xian Sha Great Demon, seeing this, clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, if I catch him, I will surely smash this brat's face in. Suddenly, Yi Gucheng retracted his sword, causing the chubby boy to fall from the sky and hit the ground hard. Lying on his back, water spewed from his throat as he sobbed and thought, even though the divine Immortal Sect is powerful, if I run into someone who wants a life for a life, I could die young, no matter how talented I am. It seems I can't venture out anymore. Someone raised 2 fingers, gathering an invisible stream of spiritual weapon energy. It was Shimen Chui Shui. He pointed his 2 fingers at the head of the Xian Sha Great Demon and then, making a cool face, glanced to the side and asked in a serious tone, Sect Master, how should we deal with him? As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised 2 fingers. Wang Feng held his 2 fingers up in front of the Great Demon, grinning slyly. I give you 2 choices. One is to hand over all the wealth on you as a fee to join the divine Immortal Sect. The other is to be used as fertilizer for the flowers in my garden. After saying this, the young man's expression suddenly changed, as if he was contemplating something. If I can recruit the Great Demon into the sect, then I can gain the opportunity to summon and points for the sect. Let's see how it goes, whether he is truly capable or just blundering about. If he is, then he can be killed later. The Xian Sha Great Demon, upon hearing these words, became extremely angry, glaring and shouting loudly, this demon can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. At this moment, Li Qing, who was standing next to Fei Wu, couldn't help but point at the Great Demon and say, Sect Master, he chose the second option. Before he could finish, the chubby man continued to thrust out his belly, cheerfully pointing down at the ground with his 2 fingers. Soon I will personally bury him in the ground, then water him with some holy water to ensure the flowers of the divine Immortal Sect bloom beautifully. Upon hearing these words, the face of Li Qing clearly appeared in Wang Feng's mind. This damned fat name, this pain I will not forget. In the future, I will definitely beat you into a black spirit tortoise. Just as the thought crossed his mind, someone punched him hard on his chubby cheek, leaving him flat on the ground. He glanced over to see Ling Fei Wu with an evil energy-filled expression and asked, Junior sister, why did you hit me? Fei Wu, upon hearing this, tightly closed her eyes, trying to suppress her emotions. Senior brother, there's a mosquito on your face, I'm just swatting it for you. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out a grass mirror and wildly waved it in the air. Why do these mosquitoes like to suck my blood so much? Don't they know the precious genius blood flows through me? Seeing Li Qing making a fool of himself all this time, the great demon Xian Sha could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, Triple A. Seeing that face of the great demon, Wang Feng smiled lightly. He gently stroked a tuft of hair of the great demon, then tightly closed his eyes and cheerfully said, I know how arrogant you are, otherwise, join my divine Immortal Sect for a year. If within a year, our divine Immortal Sect cannot make you willingly stay, then 1 year later you can leave freely. Hearing Wang Feng's sweet words, the Xian Sha great demon was stunned, and his anger faded away. In the blink of an eye, he had left his position, leaving a plume of smoke rising. He appeared right in front of Wang Feng, howling wildly like a flesh-eating wolf. In the pupils of the Xian Sha Great Demon, two streams of bright red demonic energy emerged. He shouted in Wang Feng's face the 4 words, "The demon can kill," but a moment later, surprisingly, he knelt obediently before Wang Feng and uttered the next 4 words, "Cannot be offended." In his hand was a tattered pouch. Wang Feng took the pouch, sweating and muttering, changing so quickly. His body still seems very honest, yet he is making such a loud show of force. When he took the pouch, the system's notification popped up, "Congratulations host, you have received 10,000 sect points and a summoning opportunity." Seeing the reward on the system's board, Wang Feng was incredibly delighted, smiling broadly. "I didn't expect to recruit the Xian Sha Great Demon into the sect, and the reward is so substantial. It seems that in the future, I must recruit many strong individuals." After thinking for a moment, Wang Feng turned to question the Xian Sha Great Demon. "Right, what did you just say about dim sum?" The young man furrowed his brow and thought, "Now that I have received the reward, I naturally want to clarify things. If this demon is truly a great demon harming the human world, how can I, Wang Feng, escape from this demon today?" As he was deep in thought, the Xian Sha Great Demon suddenly coughed twice. He scratched his head and smiled, "Ha ha, this is just a hobby of the Great Demon. I'm just used to scaring others, I didn't expect it to be so much fun." The young man was taken aback upon hearing that. Just as the system was about to turn off, he suddenly spoke up, "System, is everything the Xian Sha Great Demon said true?" The system immediately displayed, "True." Seeing the result, the young man gritted his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. Wang Feng stared intently at the dazed expression of the Xian Sha Great Demon, remaining silent. After observing for a moment, he looked up at the sky, so it was a misunderstanding. "That's right, just a misunderstanding, he he." The young man stared at the face of the Xian Sha Great Demon, secretly thinking, "Damn it, no matter how good or bad you are still the Xian Sha Great Demon, once at the profound sovereign peak. Yet you still want to intimidate others to satisfy yourself? Only someone with a screw loose could do such things. If it weren't for the fear that you would kill me right away for being repulsive about breakfast, I definitely wouldn't reveal the truth even if I was crushed to death." Ling Fei Wu stood to the side, watching the boy and the great demon laughing like two crazy people. "I didn't expect that just a few words could convince the Xian Sha Great Demon at the nobility realm to join the sect. What kind of secret technique is this?" The chubby guy exclaimed. "Indeed, the sect master is the real big shot." After laughing for more than 10 minutes, Wang Feng turned to look behind, pointing forward with a smile, "That's enough laughing, don't just stand there with a blank face anymore, everyone follow me." Wang Feng walked straight to his dilapidated house, and Fei Wu curiously asked from behind, "Sect master, where are you going?" He opened the door and put his hand inside the house. "Of course, I'm bringing everyone to the real headquarters of the divine Immortal Sect." Fei Wu and the chubby guy were extremely excited after hearing this, shouting loudly, "I knew it, the sect's headquarters can't just be a thatched house. Finally, are we really seeing the actual headquarters?" The great demon Xian Sha followed closely behind, and upon hearing those words, his expression darkened. He looked ahead with a dazed gaze and a foolish smile, sweating nervously as he thought, "Indeed, I have unintentionally stumbled upon an ancient mysterious big sect. If not, how could this shabby house have profound sovereign realm and nobility realm? Let's see what this divine immortal sect really is, what kind of mysterious big sect it truly is." After a while, Wang Feng's group arrived at a small room. The young man closed his eyes tightly and smiled slightly. Everyone was crammed into a tiny room, feeling extremely cramped. Seeing this, Wang Feng said, "The room may be a bit small, but don't crowd together so much anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng gathered a flow of spiritual weapon into his palm. Suddenly, a golden token appeared in his hand, and the spiritual weapon poured out continuously. The young man read the command, "Open." Hearing the command, the token of the divine immortal sect flew up into the air, and at that moment, Wang Feng's shabby house emitted a strange light. Li Qing and Fei Wu were stunned to see the streams of qi emanating from that brilliant light. Meanwhile, Xian Sha the great demon screamed loudly upon witnessing those streams of qi, as if he had never experienced anything like it before. In the blink of an eye, a hidden realm appeared before him, radiating a dazzling light. Just seeing it, Xian Sha the great demon's eyes widened in shock, and he thought to himself, what kind of sect is this divine immortal sect? Its headquarters is inside a hidden realm. What kind of realm can establish a sect headquarters within it? This mysterious big sect has so many terrifying aspects. Now, here is a bit of information about the hidden realm. Hidden realms are extremely rare in Xianlan mainland. Whenever a hidden realm appears, it always leads to a bloody battle because only those at the Profound Emperor realm or higher can open a hidden realm. Inside a hidden realm, there may be treasures stored by the Profound Emperor realm, or even inheritance. Upon hearing this, Xian Sha the Supreme pondered, but I never expected this sect to directly occupy a hidden realm. This means the sect master must be at least at the Profound Emperor realm, which also indicates that the Divine Immortal Sect has inheritance in the Profound Emperor realm. If we can inherit the Profound Emperor realm, then we. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wang Feng stepping into the secret realm. As he crossed into the secret realm, abundant spiritual weapon currents rushed into Wang Feng's nose. Then he widened his eyes in surprise as if he was witnessing some mysterious scenery. Before us was a magnificent, bustling hall, with smoke and mist swirling like a fantastical fairyland. In front of the hall was a stone bridge connecting to the rushing river below, along with a stone tablet carved with the three characters, Divine Immortal Sect. Ling Fei Wu and Li Qing, upon seeing the scene before them, gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh wow," several times. The Xian Sha great demon was also incredibly surprised, living in darkness for so many years, now I can finally broaden my horizons. Divine Immortal Sect, with a view like this, the two words Divine Immortal truly deserve it. Wang Feng took the lead, stepping onto the stone bridge to guide the way. Seeing this, Fei Wu and the chubby Li Qing happily followed behind him. After walking for a while, they finally arrived in front of the Grand Hall's gates. Before entering, Wang Feng turned to remind them, you can choose any tower here to stay in. After selecting, you may also tour the sect headquarters. But there are a few forbidden areas that must not be trespassed. The three disciples, upon hearing this, joyfully replied in unison, "Yes, Master Sect." After finishing his words, Wang Feng turned to open the gates wide and stepped into the main hall. He noticed small chairs made of stone arranged in rows on either side of a large chair with intricate carvings. The large chair was enveloped by a rich flow of spiritual energy. Wang Feng approached and sat on the chair with a satisfied expression. His gaze was fixed on his hand resting on the armrest. Then he clasped his hands together, half closing his eyes while intently staring ahead. He mused, one day, I want this hall to be filled with the Profound Emperor realm, so he cheerfully opened the system panel and wanted to use the summoning opportunity. Immediately, the system announced, congratulations, host has summoned Palace Master of Shifting Flowers Palace, Yao Yu. The young man was taken aback upon seeing this. He pinched his cheek to check if he was dreaming. What? Finally, this time I have summoned a once-in-a-lifetime beauty. Out of intense curiosity, Wang Feng immediately called up the system panel to display Yao Yu's character attributes. Instantly, the system showed the image of a stunningly beautiful girl with an exceptionally voluptuous figure. Yao Yu is a character from the novel X, Dragon, the Grand Palace Master of the Shifting Flowers Palace, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. Her martial arts skills are on par with Warrior Yan, the world's greatest divine swordsman. She is the strongest among women, with a cultivation level at the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. Her profound skill is the bright jade skill, Shifting Flowers, replacing jade, at the peak of royal rank, and her profound weapon is the jade blood reflecting cyan, also at the peak of royal rank. After reading this, Wang Feng clapped his hands repeatedly, his face lighting up with joy, as expected of the number one expert, the heroine from the Legend of Flowers and the 10 Gentlemen, truly powerful. Suddenly, flowers began to emerge slowly from the ceiling above him. A moment later, a glowing circle opened right in front of Wang Feng, and from that circle, a fair, delicate foot stepped out. Following that, the beautiful face of a woman, her eyes tightly closed, appeared. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful girl with a perfectly curvaceous figure and full, ripe features came rushing straight towards Wang Feng. He was utterly shocked, his eyes wide open in surprise. The girl landed on the floor right in front of Wang Feng. Upon seeing her, he smiled slyly, drooling with delight. This beautiful girl was none other than the palace master of Shifting Flowers Palace, Yao Yu. Wang Feng was startled when he heard her name, widening his eyes and opening his mouth in disbelief. Is this really the number one beauty in the world? He was so captivated by her beauty that his divine soul was in turmoil, and he murmured, even if I broke my arm painting, I still wouldn't be able to capture her beauty. The girl clasped her hands together, lowered them to her waist, and then knelt to pay her respects before the confused Wang Feng, saying, Yao Yu pays her respects to the sect master. Seeing this, he widened his eyes and broke into a pleased smile. To have the number one beauty in the martial world bow before me is truly marvelous. No need for such politeness, just follow me from now on. After hearing this, the girl stared blankly at Wang Feng, her face showing no other expression, and replied, yes, sect master. With that, Yao Yu walked over and sat down on the stone bench. As her hand touched the surface of the bench, suddenly, icy flower branches sprouted up from nowhere. Wang Feng stood beside, feeling cold from the gusts of wind emanating from his younger sister, and he spat out water. He shyly turned to her and gently said, why don't you step back for now, and when my true self goes outside, you can follow me. Hearing this, the younger sister immediately left her position, knelt down, and declared, I obey the order of the sect master. After saying this, she instantly disappeared, leaving behind icy smoke. Wang Feng could only smile wryly at this. Moments later, he curled up on the chair, trembling and biting his teeth tightly. Yao Yu's bright jade skill was truly frightening. What scared him the most was when she unknowingly used her energy. Just being beside her made him feel like he was about to freeze to death. Outside the main hall of Wang Feng, there was a slightly large but not too big arena in the courtyard. Inside a corridor of the hall, Yao Yu was currently using her spiritual energy to fly through. At the same time, Xian Sha, the great demon, was walking along the corridor, looking around as if searching for something. After searching for a while and feeling tired, he raised his face to the ceiling, clenched his teeth, and thought to himself, how strange, isn't the divine Immortal Sect a big ancient hidden sect? Why are there only a few strong ones? Where is everyone else? Could it be that the divine Immortal Sect is just an empty shell? After thinking for a moment, he inadvertently kicked a door hard with his foot. The door creaked open, and a gust of air rushed out from inside, attacking the evil foot of the Xian Sha great demon, causing him to flinch in panic. The Xian Sha great demon stared down, beads of sweat pouring down his face. What is this? What is behind that door? In the blink of an eye, the Xian Sha great demon's foot was frozen by that gust of air. He gasped and realized, that's the freezing energy. At this point, he was stunned and collapsed to the ground, his hair standing on end like Goku resurrected. The Xian Sha great demon looked inside the door and saw Yao Yu lying on a bench with a dark, evil energy-filled expression. Yao Yu sat inside, looking out with an expressionless face, her voice low and fierce, if you dare to break in again, don't blame me for granting you death. After saying that, she raised her face, and two beams of light appeared in her pupils, her face darkening, filled with evil energy. Seeing this, the Xian Sha great demon hurriedly slammed the door shut and quickly sidestepped. He looked up to the sky, clenched his fists, and thought, again, is it another strong profound realm? The young man sat alone, helpless with his frozen leg. It seems that the great powers in the divine Immortal Sect are all asleep. This person must have been disturbed by me earlier and just woke up. The act of probing every corner of me before was clearly looking for death. He then pulled his frozen leg up, leaning against the wall as he hobbled away. I am the great demon Xian Sha, and right after my emergence, I was pinned to the ground by someone. It's really infuriating. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide as if realizing something. He pictured himself hugging Wang Feng's thick thigh and smiled foolishly. But being able to hug a leg is also a skill of this demon. Others want to hug it but don't get the chance. The next morning, in the main hall of the Divine Immortal Sect, Fei Wu appeared with a sad face and a vacant look in her eyes. The chubby guy appeared in surprise, eyes wide open. At this moment, Fei Wu was standing in front of Li Qing's room. I wonder what Fei Wu junior sister is looking for senior brother about. Fei Wu quickly placed her hand on Li Qing's cheek. Senior brother, I'm sorry. After saying this, she unexpectedly slapped the chubby guy, distorting his facial features to one side. She slapped him so hard that the chubby guy was thrown up, blood pouring from his mouth. But painfully, the chubby cheek that had just been slapped was still bright red, and it continued to pound against the floor. The impact was so strong that the tower trembled violently as if an earthquake had just passed by. At this moment, the chubby guy fell face down on the floor, and Fei Wu looked at him with some guilt. Then, the chubby guy raised his head, his face completely distorted, his nose and mouth bruised dark purple and red. Fei Wu was startled and panicked, jumping back and asking, "What the hell is that?" Li Qing held his cheek with his hand, tears trembling in his eyes. "Junior sister, what have you done?" Fei Wu was surprised to see the chubby guy sit up after such a blow, and she thought to herself, the sect master really didn't deceive me. Senior brother has an incredible physique. I used 1/10 of my strength from the profound general realm just now, but senior brother can still stand up. Impressive, impressive. Fei Wu placed her hand on her chest, making an apologetic face. Senior brother, I did this for your own good. You hit me because you wanted to do good for me. The chubby brother was furious after hearing that, pointing at his cheek and shouting loudly, "Junior sister, is this what is good? Clearly, you want to kill to take the position of the great senior brother of the Divine Immortal Sect because you crave that position." Fei Wu stood straight and timidly explained, "Senior brother, the sect master asked me to train with you, and as long as I don't kill you, it doesn't matter how I fight. Because the sect master said you have an extraordinary physique." Hearing this, the chubby brother was stunned, his eyes wide open. What extraordinary physique? How come I don't know about it? He was determined not to believe it, yelling loudly, "Junior sister, is there something wrong with you?" Fei Wu, after hearing this, closed her eyes and chuckled. A moment later, unable to hold back, she put on an icy expression, furrowing her brow in annoyance, and said, "Senior brother, you really do have an extraordinary physique." Seeing Fei Wu's expression, Li Qing was startled and panicked, sweating profusely. Could it be that I really am a peerless genius? Then why am I still immortal? A peerless talent should be as easy as drinking water, right? In response, Fei Wu gently clarified, "It's because your physique hasn't been activated yet." The chubby guy still didn't understand how the activation worked, so he excitedly asked, "So, how do I activate it?" At this point, the junior sister turned her face away and kicked him square in the face with a hefty stomp. Getting hit will activate it. Now, the chubby guy's face had the full imprint of a shoe, and his mouth was turned upward toward the sky, giving him a rather handsome look. Struggling to sit up, he pleaded, "Junior sister, maybe we should wait for the sect master instead. At this rate, I'm going to be completely wrecked." Fei Wu closed her eyes tightly, raised a finger, and responded, "The sect master fears that with one careless strike, you might end up meeting your ancestors." She then lowered her head and softly said, "That's why the sect master asked me to practice with you first, to ease you in." After saying this, she clasped her fingers together, gathering all her energy into the palm of her hand. Seeing this, the chubby guy screamed in terror, "Aya, junior sister." A second later, he let out a frantic yell, "Go easy on me, show mercy, please. Junior sister, stop beating me." Meanwhile, Wang Feng was standing outside the main hall, intently watching the chubby guy's room. Smiling with his eyes half closed, he whispered to himself, "Having a junior sister who helps senior brothers this diligently is truly a blessing." 4-0. Li Qing can definitely activate his physique and achieve extraordinary genius. If I were not concerned about the image of the sect master, I would want to take matters into my own hands and turn Li Qing into a black spirit tortoise physique. After thinking this, he turned and left, ignoring Li Qing's cries of, "Sect Master, help me." The scene shifts to Ling Xiao Peak, where a grand palace stands on a rocky mountain floating amidst layers of clouds and mist. Entering Ling Xiao Peak, around the various halls, dense spiritual weapon energies gather before the entrance of the Lingyan sect. Inside the hall, the elders are seated in front of a man. That man is Chen Feng, master of the Lingyan sect. One elder turned and said, "Master, the demon sealing gathering is about to begin, but young Master Chen Xin cannot break through to the profound general realm in a short time. This time, it seems our Lingyan sect will not be able to make it onto the demon sealing list." He is Chiu Wanfeng, Grand Elder of the Lingyan sect, and when he looked over, he saw two elderly elders, one wearing an eye mask and the other grooming his dentures. Our sect really does resemble a retirement home. Old Chen Feng's face darkened as he fixed his gaze ahead. The demon sealing gathering is very important. Our Lingyan sect must strive to compete regardless of the circumstances. After saying this, Elder Chen Feng took out a book titled Demon Sealing List. The Demon Sealing List is related to the ability to join the Yao Ri Academy, and we, the Lingyan sect, cannot miss out on this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Elder Wan Feng lowered his head sadly. This time, the order is that only young disciples can participate in the demon sealing gathering. Our Lingyan sect only has the young master who has reached the medium spirit realm peak. How can we compete with the geniuses of other large sects? Upon hearing this, the sect master's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought, while the other elders helplessly sighed and held their heads. Suddenly, the sect master thought of something. He opened his eyes wide and stood up, shouting loudly, "Has anything happened recently around the Xingyao mountain range?" The Grand Elder closed his eyes tightly and stroked his beard as he replied, "The Ling family city, Ao Feng, was destroyed by the Marquis of Changlin. The eldest lady of the Ling family escaped to the Xingyao mountain range and was pursued and killed by the young lord of the Marquis of Changlin. The outcome is still unclear." Upon hearing this, the sect master looked very sad and gritted his teeth, saying, "The matter of the Ling family is related to someone with high authority in the Yao Ri Empire. It is not something we can get involved in. As for the noble lady of the Ling family, she is currently a disaster. Our Lingyan sect cannot get entangled in this." While speaking, the Grand Elder interjected, "Besides this, there is another strange matter. Tell me." Last night, in a small canyon near the Xingyao mountain range, an aura of the profound general realm was sensed. According to what the sect disciples have investigated, this profound heaven realm aura likely indicates a recent breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the elder widened his eyes and frowned, saying loudly, "Could it be that there are young casual cultivators nearby, seeking opportunities around the Xingyao mountain range, and then breaking through to the profound general realm?" The Grand Elder then raised his hand and replied, "I don't know." At that time, the disciple did not dare to approach to investigate, he only sensed this aura from a distance. At this point, the sect master was filled with energy, clenched his fists, and grinned with delight. "Perhaps we can have this unfamiliar genius represent our Lingyan sect to participate in the demon sealing gathering, and then compete for a quota for our Lingyan sect." Hearing this, the elders murmured, "Master, this idea is good." The young profound general, although not considered the top genius, still had the potential to make it onto the demon sealing list. Indeed, the heavens are helping our Lingyan sect. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder stepped forward and shyly asked, "Master, what if that person already has a sect?" The sect master turned his face away. "If the person is a disciple of a major sect, then it's fine, but if they are a disciple of a minor sect..." At this point, his expression suddenly darkened. "In that case, we will destroy his sect, ensuring he stays completely with our Lingyan sect. You will handle this personally." The Grand Elder's expression also darkened, and he clasped his hands together to accept the order. Back in the Grand Hall of the Divine Immortal Sect, the system display showed using 10,000 sect points to draw 10 times. After 10 draws, Wang Feng received 1/10 of Yao Yu's cultivation, the self-created swordsmanship of Yi Gucheng, immortal flying from heaven, 1/5 of Shimen Chui Shue's cultivation, the profound skill of Shimen Chui Shue, blossom light sword Dao, as well as 2/10 of Yao Yu's cultivation and Yao Yu's profound skill, bright jade skill. Having obtained all the rewards, he was incredibly delighted. The system transfers all the cultivation and profound skills received into the host. As soon as he finished speaking, all the spiritual weapon orbs created from the reward sequentially flowed into Wang Feng's body. He tightly closed his eyes, relaxed, and slowly absorbed all the essence of power into his body. After a while, he had absorbed all the power and opened his eyes with a smile. Then, Wang Feng immediately raised 2 fingers, generating a stream of sword qi. Without hesitation, Wang Feng unleashed an immortal flying from heaven attack forward. Since this was a profound skill of Yi Gucheng, as he executed the move, an image of Yi Gucheng appeared beside him. From the sword qi released, sharp swords emerged, which meant he had successfully tested Yi Gucheng's technique. Next, he used the profound skill Blossom Light Sword Dao of Shimen Chui Shui. Thousands of invisible swords shot up into the sky, and beside him was also the figure of Shimen Chui Shui. Then, on his 2 fingers pinching an ice flower, Wang Feng thrust forward. Instantly, huge blocks of ice shot out in succession, which was the profound skill of Yao Yu, bright jade skill. Wang Feng stood on top of the chair, spreading his arms wide. The young man used a stream of ice spiritual weapon, causing shards of ice to shatter and fly into the air. After trying all the profound skills and with spiritual energy continuously surging, Wang Feng smiled. From now on, my master will be the strongest in the entire divine immortal sect. The scene shifted to Wang Feng's dilapidated house, where the Grand Elder of the Ling sect sat on a cliff, staring down at the white aura surrounding the house. He smiled. He, there is indeed the breath of a strong profound general realm early stage in this mountain valley. After saying that, the Grand Elder jumped from the cliff down to the young man's house. He approached the door, stared at the sign, and murmured, Divine Immortal Sect, huh? Our Ling sect is the largest sect outside the Xingya mountain range, yet we wouldn't dare use the name Divine Immortal. His face darkened, and he grimaced in displeasure. This tiny sect has actually taken this thatched house as their stronghold and dares to commit such a great taboo. They truly do not know how to live or die. While murmuring, something suddenly attacked, shattering a large stone. Next, suddenly, the monstrous hand of Xiansha the great demon appeared, breaking through the house and aiming directly at the Grand Elder. Caught off guard, he stood frozen for 5 seconds. The Grand Elder stared intently at the punch. A moment later, he was struck squarely by the eerie hand, flying away several dozen meters. But it was not over. The eerie hand continued to attack him, punching a massive rock in front of him. The eerie hand used all its strength to press the Grand Elder against the rock, the immense force causing the rock to crack gradually. Moments later, the Grand Elder was completely buried in the rock. After that, the air slowly dissipated, leaving only a dense white mist surrounding the Grand Elder. He was in pain, his eyes rolling back as he screamed like a madman, "Hey, why is my body on this side but my head on the other?" The Grand Elder shouted angrily, "Impudent, I am the Grand Elder of the Ling sect, if you dare to touch me, Ling sect will definitely make it so you can't die and can't live." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng and Xiansha the great demon stepped forward together, gritting their teeth and saying, "Ling sect? I have never heard of it. Tell me, why do you insult our divine immortal sect?" The Grand Elder clenched his teeth, beads of sweat pouring down his face, and angrily shouted at the young man, "Divine Immortal Sect, huh? You people are from a sect as insignificant as this bite of food? A small sect, with a thatched house as its base, how can you be strong enough to injure me severely with just one palm strike? At the very least, you must be at the entry phase realm." Wang Feng, seeing the bitter expression of the Grand Elder, smirked and said, "Our divine immortal sect always relies on virtue to win over others, allowing them to submit willingly before we even speak." Finishing his words, the Xiansha great demon summoned his eerie hand and shouted loudly, "Tisk tsk, dare to insult my divine immortal sect in front of the sect master? Truly unaware of your own mortality." After saying that, the great demon placed his hand over the Grand Elder, causing him to flinch in fear. The great demon exerted a bit of strength, lifting both the boulder and the Grand Elder into the air, if you don't want that stone to become your grave, I suggest you obediently submit and speak." The Grand Elder heard this and was terrified, grinding his teeth so hard that he felt his molars might break. Speak of winning people over with virtue, and remain silent means submission. This is clearly a threat. "My name is Chiu Wanfeng, the Grand Elder of the Ling Sect, the largest sect outside the Xingyao mountain range. I am here because I want to investigate the aura of the profound general realm, which had previously appeared in this mountain valley." Wang Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the aura of the profound general realm when Ling Fei Wu broke through to the profound general realm before? What do you need to investigate that aura for?" The Grand Elder frowned at the question and replied with some effort, "The demon sealing gathering is approaching, and our Ling sect still does not have a disciple at the profound general realm, so we cannot compete for a position on the demon sealing list. Therefore, we can only seek talented disciples from outside and bring them back to the sect." Wang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Demon sealing gathering. What is that? The Grand Elder was somewhat surprised at Wang Feng's question. "You don't know?" The young man shook his head vigorously. It is quite normal for a small, ruthless, and disrespectful sect like this not to know about the demon sealing gathering." Seeing the Grand Elder fall silent, the Xian Sha Great Demon punched the Elder and shouted furiously, "Stop rambling and just speak." The demon sealing gathering is a convention organized to suppress the seal of the Xian Sha Great Demon, who slaughtered the Yao Ri Empire 1,000 years ago. The gathering is also known as the 10-year festival of the Yao Ri Empire, because the Xian Sha Great Demon is extremely terrifying. The demon energy emanating from him is very pure. Even though he has been sealed, he still exudes demon energy, causing the area where the Xian Sha Great Demon is sealed to be contaminated with demon energy. Therefore, the Yao Ri Emperor organizes the gathering and calls for all strong sects within the empire to eliminate the demon beasts that have been contaminated by demon energy. This is a move to weaken the power of the Xian Sha Great Demon. However, this time, the Yao Ri Emperor has decreed that only young disciples should participate. As a result, all the sects are frantically training their disciples to identify geniuses and compete for top ranks on the demon sealing list. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng tightly shut his eyes and chuckled. "It must be said that your gaze is indeed sharp. In a sea of people, you immediately identified the main participant of the demon sealing gathering." "What do you mean by the main participant?" At that moment, the great demon sat down next to the Grand Elder, placed his hand on his chest, and clarified, the demon sealing gathering is organized specifically for me." The Grand Elder was a bit surprised when he heard, "What organization is for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized, widening his eyes, "Could it be that you are?" Before he could finish, the Xian Sha Great Demon sat down, bringing his face close to the Grand Elder's, and grinned maliciously, "That's right, I am the Xian Sha Great Demon for whom you are organizing this special gathering." Wang Feng chuckled at the scene before him and thought to himself, to make a person, the master of a great empire, so apprehensive, even going so far as to organize a demon sealing gathering once every 10 years, it's clear that the Xian Sha Great Demon is certainly not as simple as he appears. After pondering for a moment, Wang Feng glanced over and asked, "How could you escape the seal of the Yao Ri Emperor?" Upon hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon turned and smiled confidently, "Over the years, I have created a splitting spell. What he sealed now is merely a clone that I made." "So what is the demon sealing list?" The Grand Elder was startled when he heard the mention of the demon sealing list, and immediately explained. The demon sealing list is the ranking of the demon sealing gathering, based on the number of demon beasts killed that were invaded by demon energy. The demon sealing list used to consist of older strong individuals, but this time it is only the ranking of the younger generation. Upon hearing this, the young man widened his eyes in surprise. As he suddenly came up with an idea, he snapped his fingers and whispered, "Is it a competition among young disciples? Then perhaps this demon sealing gathering can help me complete my mission of taking on an apprentice." Thinking of this, Wang Feng turned to the Grand Elder and asked in a low voice, "How much longer until the demon sealing gathering?" "Less than a month." Upon hearing this, the young man looked up at the sky, tightly closed his eyes, and smiled slightly. "Less than a month? That should be enough." At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly put on a gentle expression and grinned, my friend, everything that should be known has been known, can you let me go now? As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, Wang Feng stepped in front of him, glaring and grinning slyly. This deity asks you, what will happen if you find that young man of profound general realm? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder broke out in a cold sweat. Two teeth clashed repeatedly, struggling to utter each word. Take him back to the sect. At this moment, Wang Feng's gaze slowly closed. What happens next? The Grand Elder felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this question, sweat pouring down like rain. After a while, the Grand Elder still did not speak. The Xian Sha Great Demon pressed his eerie arm down, exerting force on the man. Are you going to speak or not? At this point, the Grand Elder was in a difficult situation. Speaking would mean death and not speaking would also mean death. So he looked up, tears streaming down, and said, if he belongs to a small sect, we will destroy his sect and then cut off his future. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng had nothing more to say, turned his back and left, raising his finger to command the Xian Sha Great Demon, kill the Grand Elder. After saying this, the Great Demon tightened his eerie hand around the rock. Then he squeezed tightly, crushing the Grand Elder along with it. In an instant, a loud explosion occurred, shaking the entire mountain range. After the deed was done, the system display immediately showed, congratulations, the subordinate Xian Sha Great Demon of the host has killed a strong entry phase realm, the reward received is 500 sect points. After eliminating the Grand Elder of Ling Sect, the Xian Sha Great Demon continued to express his intentions to Wang Feng. Is this the virtue of the big sect of the Yaori Empire? It's even worse than us. Sect Master, since we have this feud with the Ling Sect, why don't we just strike directly at his sect? Upon hearing Xian Sha Great Demon's suggestion, the young man pondered with his eyes half closed. If Ling Sect is capable of doing such things, then they aren't good people either. Moreover, if they find out that we killed the Grand Elder of the Ling Sect, I'm afraid the Divine Immortal Sect will continuously face troubles. After thinking for a moment, he decided to agree. Fine, then let's go see what happens. The scene shifts to Yaori City, Yaori Imperial Capital, a bustling and magnificent metropolis. Below, thousands of fairies are moving about, and within the city, there is a grand hall guarded by two stone Qilin statues, which is the Marquis of Changlin's residence. Inside the main hall, a man is resting his chin on his hand, intensely staring at the scroll in his hand, deep in thought. He is Lin Tianxiong, Marquis of Changlin. An old man with white hair and beard approaches, and upon seeing him, Lin Tianxiong immediately asks, Wang old man, why hasn't that kid Lin Yunyi returned yet? I told him to go kill the remnants of the Ling family, so why is he taking so long? Hearing Lin Tianxiong's question, the old man Wang bowed his head, closed his eyes tightly, and replied, Report Marquis, the subordinate has already sent someone to inform young Master Yunyi. Young Master Yunyi must be indulging in play, he may already be on his way back. Suddenly, the token on the old man Wang's body emitted a stream of golden light. He took the token, held it up in front of him, and happily said, Marquis, news has come in, it must be that young Master Yunyi is afraid you would wait too long, so he has sent a message to report to you first. Hearing Wang old man's words, Lin Tianxiong frowned, feeling a bit relieved. Looks like this little guy still has a bit of conscience, knowing that I worry about him. Quickly see what the talisman order has transmitted, what the little guy has said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang old man smiled joyfully, using spiritual energy to activate the token to see. What he saw seemed to petrify him, his eyes wide open in shock. He stared at Lin Tianxiong, trembling and awkwardly called out, Marquis, what's the matter that you are so flustered? Has that little brat done something foolish? Young Master Yunyi is dead. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong felt as if struck by lightning, stunned in disbelief. He erupted in a fit of rage, striking a powerful sword blow. His sword severed the dragon's head, blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the entire chamber red. After dealing with the dragon, his face was filled with evil energy, his sharp gaze staring directly ahead. The scene shifts outside Yaori City of the Yaori Empire, a massive fortress surrounding small houses. Above, a dark figure appeared, staring down at the bustling market. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a handsome young man, Li Qingchen, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Suddenly, in Li Qingchen's line of sight, Lin Tianxiong's army appeared. He frowned, beads of sweat forming. This is. When he looked down, he saw the dragon glaring forward, a red beam of light appearing in its pupils. Lin Tianxiong was riding the dragon, radiating a white aura all around him. Behind him was a multitude of soldiers, as dense as ants, occupying the entire roadside. As they advanced, something suddenly caused him to halt, his expression darkened with anger. At that moment, Li Qingchen jumped down from above right in front of Lin Tianxiong, surprising him greatly. Li Qingchen did not hesitate to thrust his sword forward. Marquis of Changlin Lin Tianxiong, do you know that mobilizing the Changlin army from the imperial city is a grave offense? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong covered his face in anger and shouted, I know that by doing this I have betrayed His Majesty's trust, but my only son has been killed in the Xingyao mountain range, and I would rather die than live like this. After I avenge my son, I will surely kneel and confess my crimes to His Majesty. The young man Li Qingchen was taken aback and stepped back in shock, murmuring, that Lin Yunyi is the only rebellious son of the Marquis of Changlin. I don't know who would be bold enough to do such a thing. At this point, he looked up to the sky and unleashed a powerful roar, no one can stop me from bringing Yunyi back. Li Qingchen, do not force me to act against you. Li Qingchen saw the fury in his eyes and stared back, sweating nervously. Suddenly, a great hall appeared behind him, releasing a voice, let him go, the death of his son has driven him to madness. Though he has been disrespectful, it can be forgiven on emotional grounds. Tell him to seek me after he returns. Hearing those words, Li Qingchen clasped his hands and bowed in obedience. The young man then stepped aside, extending his arm to let Lin Tianxiong pass. You may go, and when you return, you should come to see His Majesty to accept your punishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong raised his face to the sky, hands clasped in respect. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tianxiong has committed an offense. After I bring my son back, I will definitely come to accept my punishment from Your Majesty. No matter what the punishment is, Tianxiong is willing to accept it. After speaking, Lin Tianxiong led his troops away from the city gate. Li Qingchen sat high above, looking down in a daze. It's hard to avoid a storm of bloodshed. Shifting scenes to the Immortal Sect, in front of us is a small manor located within the Immortal Sect's grounds. At that moment, Wang Feng and Yao Yu appeared, leaping down from above and landing on the stone pillar in front of the manor. The young man looked down and noticed a group of people bullying a seemingly fragile young man. The young man was covered in injuries, clutching his head and desperately shouting, I don't know how I, Li He, have offended the young master. I begged the young master to calm down. As he finished speaking, a seductive voice came from someone's lips, this young master thinks you look rather handsome. Especially reward you with a kiss. It turned out to be a pervert. He looked up at the sky with a strange smile. Yet you avoided it, tell me, are you looking for trouble? This pervert is Chen Xian, young master of the Immortal Sect. After that perverted youth, 3 more young men appeared, with square, round, and triangular faces, looking down and mocking Li He. Thank you, parents, for giving birth to me so ugly, otherwise, sooner or later, we would have to bloom at our backsides. If we weren't the ugly trio of the Immortal Sect, how could the master choose us to serve the young master? The pervert Chen Xian crazily lashed the whip on Li Hei's back. A servant disciple is just a servant disciple, after a few hits, you can't take it anymore. Truly a useless person who is not valued. Wang Feng, watching from a distance, felt disgusted and broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself that this young master of the Immortal Sect is so flamboyant and violent, it can be seen that the Immortal Sect is nothing good either. At that moment, suddenly the system notification board rang out. Congratulations, host, you have discovered a peerless genius. The young man was utterly shocked, his eyes widening in surprise. He then looked down at the pervert who was dancing around wildly and became furious, thinking to himself, System, is the peerless genius you mentioned really him? At that moment, the system panel clearly displayed Chen Xian's face, accompanied by the words, "The peerless genius is." Wang Feng, seeing the result on the system, grimaced as if he had just stepped in something unpleasant. Is it really him? The system then showed an image of Chen Xian grabbing Li He by the hair, followed by a scene of Chen Xian puckering his lips seductively, leaning close to Li He's cheek. This is. In the final moment, the system scanned Li He's face and displayed the words, "He is the peerless genius." Wang Feng's eyes widened as he stared down, feeling a bit curious. He's the peerless genius? Then why is he being bullied like this? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng came to a sudden realization, could it be that he's like Li Qing, though immortal, he possesses a peerless physique? Concluding his thoughts, Wang Feng quickly descended and shouted, "Stop that and shut your filthy mouth." Chen Xian, hearing this, glanced over. Then, the pervert grabbed Li He's hair tightly and raised his voice, "Which blind fool dares to tell this young master to shut up?" However, when this pervert saw Wang Feng's expression, he immediately acted cute. He then released Li He and crazily rushed forward. It seems that today's kiss must be taken by this young master. Wang Feng, without a hint of hesitation, immediately called for Yao Yu. Upon receiving the command, Yao Yu swiftly appeared right beside him. Wang Feng ordered, "Slap him in the mouth for me, the more chaotic his teeth and lips are the better." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yu slowly walked forward with a cold expression, her whole body exuding a powerful chill. Chen Xian's two subordinates couldn't help but drool when they saw the girl. "I never expected there could be such a beautiful woman in this world." Hearing those compliments, Chen Xian was extremely angry, his whole body trembled. He glared with his bloodshot eyes ahead, then turned to give orders to his three subordinates. "No one is allowed to be more beautiful than this young master, capture this girl. This young master must make her suffer." Three young men, square, round, and triangle, rushed to surround Yao Yu. "Beauty, being in the hands of the three ugly ones of the Ling sect is your fortune. Because we definitely will not waste your beauty. In short, you won't be able to escape, and at least you can smile as you descend into the underworld." The triangular-faced guy stepped forward, sticking out his tongue and making a twisted face. "Anyway, offending the young master and being played to death is nothing new, you won't be the first." Wang Feng, standing nearby, heard these words and was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, as the sect master, "I don't even dare to tease Yao Yu, these people really are looking for trouble." At this moment, Yao Yu stepped forward and touched the cheek of the triangular-faced guy. However, the young man was still oblivious and willingly offered his face to be touched. In the blink of an eye, his face was frozen by the cold energy, followed by square-faced guy. The outcome was similar. In the end, round-faced guy was also frozen by the cold energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire bodies of the three young men were frozen. But that wasn't the end. Yao Yu generously bestowed a sword chi upon the three, causing their heads to be severed from their bodies. The three headless young men staggered and fell forward. Three heads fell in front of Chen Xian, causing him to panic and shout, You dare to kill the disciples of my Ling sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yu lunged forward, glaring coldly at the pervert. Then, with a light touch on his cheek, he was immediately frozen. "Let me tell you, they are just dead things along with you." The pervert, with half of his face frozen, opened his mouth in fear. Just as Yao Yu was about to give another light touch to finish him off, suddenly a hand from someone blocked the attack. It turned out to be Li He. Unexpectedly, even with just a light touch, Li He's arm was already half frozen. Wang Feng was amazed at the sight. Li He's solemn expression showed that the ice on his arm had been shattered by Yao Yu and fell away. Yao Yu frowned, staring intensely at Li He, and pressed, "You would save him after he insulted you like that?" The pervert looked up, putting on a noble-looking sneer, "Li He, hurry up and kill them, this young master will reward you with 10 kisses. As soon as he finished speaking, Li He suddenly grabbed the pervert by the throat, and he immediately coughed up blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Li He tightened his grip, lifting the pervert high, causing his eyes to bleed and his veins to show clearly in red. "Li He, you are so bold. Hearing this, Li He looked at the pervert with a disgusting expression, his eyes filled with hatred, and two dim red lights appeared in his pupils. I originally planned to keep you until tomorrow, but now you want to seek death. To prevent you from dying at someone else's hands has left me with regret for the rest of my life. With that, Li He used all his strength to crush his neck. A crack sounded from it. After dealing with him, Li He casually dropped Chen Xian to the ground. I just took action a step ahead. This pervert is ugly and offensive when alive, and even in death, he looks horrifically purple. Wang Feng stared at Li He, smiling to himself. It seems this extraordinary genius is not as simple as I imagined. After resolving his conflict, Li He stood with his hands on his hips and smiled in relief. The young man placed his hand on his forehead, then ran his fingers through his hair, revealing his good-looking face. At this moment, he turned his head and secretly called for the system. System, why is Li He called an extraordinary genius? The system table immediately displayed the background investigation of Li He requires 1,000 sect points. Wang Feng saw this and his face darkened with anger. Damn it, this system is becoming more and more like a robbery. He cursed but still pressed the "Agree to Investigate" button. Li He's real name is Li Changgong, he is at the peak of the strong profound emperor realm. After an unexpected death, a remnant soul fused with a supreme treasure, gaining rebirth. Seeing the result, Wang Feng pondered, I've heard that a strong profound emperor realm expert can defeat an entire empire alone. If his previous life had such strength, why didn't he fight back when he was bullied? The system table displayed, the people who bullied him will mysteriously disappear the next day, and the entire Ling sect will not notice. After reading these lines, Wang Feng realized, the so-called inability to judge others by appearances, the sea cannot be measured. Li He is indeed a ruthless person. After thinking, Wang Feng continued to ask the system, so what is his current cultivation level? After Li He's rebirth, due to the remnant soul fusing with the supreme treasure, his talent has significantly increased. Since his awakening, it has only been a year, yet he has already broken through to the entry phase realm. I didn't expect that I could deceive Li Qin for a year to break through to the entry phase. There are indeed people who can do it. Li He, in the past, could reach the terrifying cultivation of the profound emperor realm peak, and now his talent has greatly increased. His future is even more unpredictable. No wonder the system praised him as a peerless genius. It seems that only the divine Immortal Sect can accommodate a potential dragon like him. After thinking for a moment, Wang Feng turned to Li He and opened the conversation. You just killed the young master of the Ling sect, this place can no longer hold you. You might as well follow me. I guarantee your safety. When Li He heard this, he glanced over, his entire being emanating a dense aura of evil energy. What qualifications do you have? Wang Feng closed his eyes tightly and calmly responded, based on my knowledge of your background, Li Changgong. Upon hearing this name, Li He instinctively turned his head back. He stared intently at Wang Feng and Yao Yu, thinking to himself, in the Ling sect or even in this Xingya mountain range, there are fundamentally no strong profound sovereign realm beings. But now, a master like that is respectfully following this person. Moreover, this person seems to bear no ill will towards me. I can investigate the situation first. If things don't seem right, I will use my ultimate move later. After contemplating for a moment, Li He decided to turn around and smile at Wang Feng. He brushed away the dirt from his hands and agreed to follow the young man. As he was about to leave, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Who dares to touch my beloved son Chen Xian? It turned out to be the sect master. At this moment, he was slowly approaching, trembling as he looked at Chen Xian's body. The sect master broke down in tears, flowing down his face. Chen Xian, my son. The sect master stepped forward to support Chen Xian's head, his face darkening, tears falling continuously. He glanced over at Yao Yu, growling, the three ugly men from Ling sect that I sent to protect Xian heir, were killed by you, weren't they? Upon hearing this, Yao Yu looked over, his face showing no emotion, and replied indifferently, that's right. Upon hearing this, the sect master exploded in fury, gritting his teeth and shouting, that means you must be the one who killed Xian heir, right? If that's the case, don't even think about leaving my Ling sect. The subordinates of the Ling sect began to murmur among themselves, is there really someone this beautiful in the world? Such a beauty, and yet she's doomed to perish, what a pity. It's a shame she killed the young master. Amid their chatter, Li He stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest with a smile, as if confessing, the one who killed him was. But before he could finish, Wang Feng suddenly approached, shoving Li He back and cutting him off. What? Do you still want to demand a life for a life? The sect master, trembling all over, stared at Yao Yu with bloodshot eyes and yelled, yes, as long as she gives me another son, then it could be considered as life for life. It turns out, this old man is even more depraved than his son, folks. Hearing those words, Wang Feng gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, thinking, damn it, I almost thought he loved his son to death, but in the end, he's just an old lecher, blinded by beauty. At the same time, the Ling sect subordinates shouted in unison, Master is wise, Master is wise. Yao Yu, infuriated by their words, glared ahead with icy cold eyes, her anger palpable. Do you want me to grant you death? Wang Feng didn't bother to stop him and actually supported Yao Yu's decision. If he was in a hurry to see his beloved son, then let him have it. The sect master clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward Yao Yu. He placed his hand on his chest, squinting as he spoke, I cherish beauty. To avoid disturbing the harmony, why don't I strike a palm and see if the beauty can dodge it? After saying this, he glanced at the body of his son, if the beauty can dodge it, I'll consider my son's death an injustice. Then, he made a twisted expression, his cheeks flushed, if the beauty cannot dodge it, then you must give me another son. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's expression darkened, her pupils emitted a glint of light, and she remained silent. The sect master continued to grin wickedly, his gaze shifting toward the hand that was gathering streams of spiritual weapon. Since the beauty has not objected, then I consider you have agreed. With that, the sect master waved his hand sideways, the spiritual weapon gathering densely, and he fixed a sharp gaze on Yao Yu. Then, he used the profound skill Ling Yun Palm. From his palm strike, the pressure of a gigantic hand appeared, directly attacking Yao Yu. The stream of spiritual weapon from his hand was slowly approaching Yao Yu's face. In an instant, that aura seemed to completely engulf Yao Yu, gathering and lifting her into the air. At this moment, the pressure of the sect master's gigantic hand had coiled into a huge sphere, with abundant streams of spiritual weapon continuously pouring out around it. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from the sky. More and more drops of blood appeared, a rain of blood with drops sharp as needles, continuously falling into the sect master's spiritual weapon sphere. Suddenly, a massive bloody hand was imprinted on the ground behind a white smoke. The disciples of Ling sect laughed heartily at the sight, chatting, no wonder he's the master, this Ling needle rain move is amazing, wrapping the opponent in the palm cloud, draining their blood and flesh. So it turns out the divine soul's erratic demeanor of the master is all to enchant beautiful women. Using one move to kill, the master is being too hasty, at least he should enjoy before killing. What does it matter if she's a stunning beauty? The sect master finished resolving the issue and sat down next to Chen Xian, gloomy. Dare to kill my son, then there is only the path of death. At that moment, Li He turned to show curiosity and asked Wang Feng, so you just watched her get killed by Chen Feng? Hearing this, the young man closed his eyes tightly and smiled, which of your eyes saw her dead? Just then, something fell from the sky, right into the sect master's spiritual weapon. A subordinate rushed over, shouting, Master, the corpse that fell from the sky belongs to our Ling sect. Indeed, lying in a pool of blood was another man, not Yao Yu at all. The sect master, seeing the corpse, widened his eyes, sweating, impossible, where is she? As soon as he finished speaking, from behind him, Yao Yu stood on a stone pillar, speaking, causing the sect master to involuntarily turn to look, I dodged your palm strike just now. Having said that, Yao Yu charged straight at the sect master, a cold energy gathering in her palm. Let's see if you can dodge this strike of mine now. The old sect master, filled with resentment and anger, immediately thrust his palm forward, shouting, I don't believe you can really be that strong. His strike hadn't even landed yet when Yao Yu already delivered a blow, shattering the energy gathered in his hand. In an instant, a massive block of ice appeared, intercepting the attack of the old sect master, leaving him utterly surprised and causing him to stumble backward. Then, Yao Yu's block of ice transformed into sharp ice spikes, aimed directly at the old sect master's face. Now, in his pupil, the image of 3 sharp points from the ice spikes was clearly visible, and the outcome was far from pleasant. Thousands of ice spikes pierced through the body of the old sect master, blood splattering everywhere. Thus, father and son were reunited on the motherland, with the old sect master paying the price with a cold death, his entire body frozen. Once Yao Yu finished, she landed and walked towards the group of disciples from Ling sect, causing them to shiver and scream, "Master, is Master going to die like this?" Master is a peak entry phase expert, yet he was killed by this stunning woman with a single strike. What should we do now? Hearing the disciples' words, Wang Feng placed his hand on his chest and smiled, saying, "I, in the name of Master of the Divine Immortal Sect, declare the dissolution of Ling sect from this moment." After speaking, Wang Feng and Yao Yu flew away from the Ling sect. Before leaving, he proclaimed, "From now on, the Ling sect will no longer exist." A young man looked up, watching Wang Feng's figure gradually fade away. He held his face in anguish and trembled as he shouted, "The god of death has finally left." Finishing his words, the young man turned his face aside, sighing, "Does he think that by threatening a few words, the Ling sect will dissolve?" He pointed at the corpse of the old sect master, sneering, "With both the master and young master dead, for the future of the Ling sect, we must quickly choose a new master." Hearing this, another man looked up at the sky, trembling all over. "There will be no next master for the Ling sect." The first young man glanced over instinctively, "By elder, what do you mean by that?" The man bit his lip tightly, clenched his teeth, beads of sweat dripping down, his face showing clear fear. "Without the Ling sect, where will we find a successor master?" As soon as he finished speaking, a giant ice block descended from the sky right in front of the disciples. In the blink of an eye, that massive iceberg had completely destroyed the Ling sect. Not yet satisfied, Yao Yu further added a few more large icebergs. The disciples now had no hope of escape. The death bestowed by the stunning beauty was a chilling one. After the chaos, only that man was left alive. He looked at the ruins before him, cradled his head, and screamed, "The Ling sect has been completely annihilated." Suddenly, a loud voice called out from behind him, "Where is Chen Feng?" The young man, trembling, glanced back and thought, "Is that terrifying figure back again?" But this time it was not Wang Feng, but Lin Tianxiong. He looked down at the young man from the sky with a fierce face full of evil energy. Seeing Lin Tianxiong, the young man calmed down a bit and murmured, "That's right, the god of death must have killed Chen Feng and then left, he wouldn't come back for Chen Feng." Lin Tianxiong landed in front of the young man and asked in a stern voice, "Are you Chen Feng?" The young man was startled, fell back, and exclaimed, "No, no, Master Chen Feng of Ling sect is already dead." Lin Tianxiong felt as if struck by lightning, wide-eyed in surprise, "I am the Marquis of Changlin of the Yao Ri Empire. Do you know who killed my son, Lin Yunyi?" The young man, upon hearing this, was utterly horrified, his mouth gaping, sweat pouring down like rain. "What? Who dares to be so bold? Who would lay a hand on the son of a marquis from a country?" After thinking for a moment, the young man wiped his sweat away with his hand and smirked lightly as if plotting something. Then he knelt down and bowed his head before Lin Tianxiong, shouting, "Marquis, I know who killed your son." At this, Lin Tianxiong's eyes widened with hatred. "Speak." The young man glared back and flashed a sly smile. "The one who killed the little marquis is also the culprit behind the murder of my master from the Ling sect." Lin Tianxiong's gaze became filled with anger. "Who is that person?" The young man looked up, thinking to himself, "If you have destroyed the Ling sect, then I must destroy you as well." So he raised his head and bluntly replied, "The one who killed the little marquis claims to be the master of the Divine Immortal Sect." The scene shifted to the Divine Immortal Sect, where the great demon Xian Sha was sitting outside a dilapidated house, playing with birds and catching butterflies. Seeing something made the great demon widen its eyes and hurriedly release the poor bird. It turned out that Wang Feng and Yao Yu had returned from Ling sect. The young man walked while yawning, saying, "It's really tiring to be on business trips." Swan Xa Great Demon was fearless, but upon seeing Wang Feng, he clasped his hands and bowed in respect. "Welcome, Sect Master, back from destroying the Ling Sect in triumph." As soon as he finished speaking, a foot landed on the ground. It turned out to be Li He, who also returned with Wang Feng from Ling Sect. The young man glanced over and smiled, asking, "Li He, what have you thought about? Do you want to join my Divine Immortal Sect?" Li He looked closely at the sign Divine Immortal Sect of Wang Feng, and secretly thought, even though in my previous life I was a great power at the Profound Emperor Realm Peak and established a sect, I wouldn't dare to claim the name Divine Immortal. Yet this little sect in such a remote place dares to carry such a name. It's ridiculous. After pondering, Li He opened his eyes, smiled at the young man, and said, "Tisk tsk, can a sparrow and a little swallow understand the will of a swan? This trip with you is indeed a waste of my time." Xian Sha the Great Demon exclaimed, "Little guy," after hearing this. A moment later, he used his eerie hand to grip Li He's face tightly, shouting, "I advise you to speak properly with the Sect Master." The eerie hand completely covered Li He's face, leaving only one eye visible, filled with evil energy. Wang Feng smiled and said, "Even if your past life was at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm, in the end, you are still just at the entry phase realm. Engaging in a fight here won't benefit you at all." Upon hearing this, Xian Sha the Great Demon retracted his eerie hand, staring intently at Li He, thinking to himself, "Is he the reincarnation of the Profound Emperor Realm Peak? Even at my highest point, facing such an existence feels like confronting an insignificant ant, with no resistance at all." At this point, Wang Feng took out the Divine Immortal Sect token and held it in front of him. Then he turned to Li He and said, "Don't be in a rush to refuse, wait until we're inside to answer, there will still be time." Before leaving, Wang Feng instructed, "Xian Sha, stay here for now and be on guard against any remnants of the Ling Yun sect causing trouble at the Divine Immortal Sect." "Yes, Sect Master." After speaking, Wang Feng opened the entrance to the secret realm. Shortly after, they stepped into the secret realm of the Divine Immortal Sect. Li He entered, looked around at the scenery, and thought to himself, although a strong Profound Emperor realm can establish a small world, even when I was at the peak of the strong Profound Emperor realm in my previous life, I could not create such a vast and complete small world. The Divine Immortal Sect. Daring to use the term Divine Immortal as a name, let this sovereign see what marvels are in this sect. Li He stepped forward into the grand hall. Streams of aura continually flowed out from within. Wang Feng stood next to the main chair, turned and said, "This sovereign knows you possess a treasure, but it is not yet worthy of my attention. I have only one goal with you, which is to join my sect." Upon hearing this, Li He closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. "What if I don't join?" Hearing that, Wang Feng raised two fingers and lightly snapped, signaling, "Elder Yi Gucheng and Elder Shimen Chui Shui, please step forward." As soon as he finished his sentence, Yi Gucheng and Shimen Chui Shui immediately appeared before them. Li He was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you trying to use numbers to pressure me into joining?" The young man lowered his head, closed his eyes tightly, and smiled, "I just want to show you the strength of the Divine Immortal Sect." Upon hearing this, Li He raised his hand in front of him and smirked with a mischievous smile, "Using treasures to create ultimate techniques, even if 3 strong Profound Sovereign Realm experts teamed up, I could still retreat safely." As soon as he finished speaking, a blade suddenly appeared, scraping against the floor, producing a spark. Yi Gucheng and Shimen Chui Shui both felt a shiver run down their spines. Li He instinctively glanced over and was taken aback in shock. A young man was dragging his sword, slowly making his way towards Li He. So what if 4 strong Profound Sovereign Realm experts teamed up? This young man was the sword demon Yen Shursan. He stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and greeted Wang Feng. Yen Shursan pays respects to the Sect Master. Character traits of Yen Shursan: Peak cultivation in Profound Sovereign Realm. Profound skill is the 15 Killer's Sword Ultimate Technique. Profound weapon is the 13 Mingzhu Sword Ultimate Grade. I never expected that this random summoning opportunity would summon this sword demon. Yen Shursan is the #1 swordsman, Sword Dao Demon Ceiling. In the ancient novel X, The Sword of X Young Master, his wish while alive was to have a decisive duel with the Sword Emperor Xie Xiaofeng. Yan Shisan's lifelong ultimate skill is the 13 Swords of Death. Later, he not only created the 14th transformation but also established the 15th sword move representing destruction and death when seeking to duel Xie Xiaofeng. He could originally have killed Xie Xiaofeng with the 15th sword move, but he realized that this sword move only brought destruction and death. To completely eradicate this terrifying sword move, he chose to cut his own throat. As soon as Li He saw Yan Shisan, his face lit up with excitement, staring wide-eyed, "Wow, is that the profound sovereign realm peak?" After saying this, the young man turned to mock Wang Feng. "You are a master but only have cultivation in the profound sovereign realm, do you deserve to be a master?" As soon as Li He finished speaking, a sharp sword point emitted a golden light aimed straight ahead. It turned out that the blade originated from Yan Shisan, pointed directly at Li He's head. It seems the 15th sword of death needs to be unleashed now. At the same time, Wang Feng stepped forward and placed a hand on Yan Shisan's shoulder. "Yan Elder, don't be hasty. It's not just the peak of the profound sovereign realm, is it? As long as I want it, I can have it at any time." Now, Wang Feng's sect points have reached a total of 40,000 points. The young man looked at the result, smiled, and thought, "I never expected to accumulate 40,000 sect points so quickly. This time I can spend freely." So Wang Feng immediately said, "System, use 10,000 sect points to exchange for a chance to draw 10 times. Start the draw directly." In these 10 draws, Wang Feng obtained 1/10 of the cultivation of Yao Yu, 1/10 of the cultivation of Yan Shisan, 1/10 of the cultivation of Shimen Chui Shui, and 1/10 of the cultivation of Yi Gucheng. He received Yao Yu's profound skill, Flower Transference to Jade, and Yan Shisan's profound skill, Life-Stealing 5 Swords. Upon receiving the rewards, Wang Feng immediately called out, "System, transfer 1/10 of Yan Shisan's cultivation into this host." As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant area of light enveloped Wang Feng's entire body. Then, a plume of white smoke rose, passing through Li He. Wang Feng emerged from the smoke, and behind him, the pressure of a profound sovereign realm peak appeared. The system screen also announced, "Congratulations on the host's cultivation reaching the peak of the profound sovereign realm." Seeing Wang Feng's breakthrough in an instant, Li He was extremely surprised. Was he really hiding his true cultivation level all along? Or can it be said that he could genuinely advance to the peak of the profound sovereign realm in the blink of an eye? Wang Feng, noticing the expression on the young man's face, chuckled. "Do you have anything to say now?" Li He covered his face in frustration and shouted. "Humph, even if the divine Immortal Sect has 4 masters in the profound sovereign realm, I'm just a fish caught in a net against all of you." Suddenly, Wang Feng raised a finger to interrupt Li He. "No, you have overlooked one master in the profound sovereign realm." Upon hearing this, Li He's eyes widened in shock. "Is there still a master? Who is it?" Wang Feng immediately pointed his hand towards Yi Gucheng. "It is this Yi Elder here." Upon seeing this, Li He extended his hand forward and shouted loudly. "Are you trying to deceive me? He is currently just at the nobility realm." Wang Feng shook his head and waved his finger rapidly, "But he will soon become a master in the profound sovereign realm." Finishing his words, Wang Feng pointed his finger at Yi Gucheng's forehead. "Today, I will show you the spatial enlightenment techniques of my divine Immortal Sect." Li He, upon hearing this, was completely skeptical. He placed his hand on his chest and said, "Are you joking with me? Even if I cultivated to the peak of the profound emperor realm in my previous life, I couldn't achieve the spatial enlightenment you speak of." The young man tightly closed his eyes, sighed, and replied, "Just because you can't do it at the peak of the profound emperor realm doesn't mean that my true self at the profound sovereign peak can't." He thought to himself, "I originally didn't intend to do it, but someone is forcing me to." Thus, he had to go with the flow and immediately called out, "System, transfer the cultivation of others into Yi Gucheng." A stream of green spiritual weapon continuously flowed into Yi Gucheng's forehead. After a while, Yi Gucheng opened his eyes wide, his face radiated with brilliant light. In the next moment, streams of golden spiritual weapons continuously entered Yi Gucheng's forehead. Feeling the immense power from those streams of spiritual weapons, Yi Gucheng looked up to the sky and began to absorb them, smoke rising up. At that moment, the system display announced, Yi Gucheng's cultivation has advanced to the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. After being upgraded in cultivation, Yi Gucheng stepped in front of Wang Feng, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. "Thank you, Sect Master." He let out a sigh of relief and replied, "This matter is simple." Suddenly, a foot approached. It turned out to be Shimen Chui Shui. The young man stared intently at Yi Gucheng, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Thanks to the blessings granted by the Sect Master, I now have an opponent of equal strength." At that moment, Li He felt utterly embarrassed, his face darkened, and sweat poured down like a summer rain as he muttered, "He really can help this Yi elder break through to the early profound sovereign realm." Now, 8 eyes from the 4 elders were fixed intently on Li He. Wang Feng stepped closer to Li He and stared at him closely. His entire being erupted with a powerful wave of spiritual weapon energy. With the 4 elders plus myself, the divine Immortal Sect has a total of 5 strong profound sovereign realm members. At this point, even if you fight desperately, it won't change anything. After saying this, Wang Feng pointed his finger at Li Hei's face. "So, how about joining my divine Immortal Sect? I can help you recover to your peak, even surpassing what you were before." Li He thought for a long time after hearing that. Then the young man narrowed his eyes and reluctantly replied, "I have only joined your divine Immortal Sect for 10 years. After 10 years, I will leave. Furthermore, you must not reveal any information about the treasure I possess." Upon hearing this, the young man smiled with delight and opened his hand. "All right, I agree. He, hand over the money to me." Li He tossed his coin pouch to Wang Feng and turned away, sighing. Immediately, the system announcement chimed in. "Congratulations, host has recruited an extraordinary genius. The reward received is 30,000 sect points and 1 opportunity for a random summon. It was worth my risk in matching strength with the reincarnated Profound Emperor. This reward truly proves the old saying, the greater the risk, the greater the reward." The scene shifted to the Xingyao mountain range, where a voice emerged from deep within the forest. The Xingyao mountain range is indeed a place of auspicious feng shui. A man placed his hand on his belly and spoke up. "Damn it, my stomach keeps rumbling." At that moment, a gigantic demon beast appeared behind the young man, sneaking up on him from behind. But the young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Another meal is coming to the net by itself." The young man turned to look at the beast, which was licking its tongue greedily. He was Mu Yunfei. At that moment, the beast could no longer wait and immediately lunged towards the young man, its eyes glowing with fierce red energy. Mu Yunfei calmly drew his sword. A dark mass fell down, as if the sky had been covered. "Wait, that's not a beast blocking the sky, but arrows." Indeed, just as he said, thousands of arrows suddenly descended from the sky, attacking the beast. In an instant, the beast was adorned with a coat of arrows sticking all over its back, with extra arrows firmly embedded in the ground beside it. These arrows were shot by a group of soldiers, who were none other than those of Lin Tianxiong. He sat upon his dragon, staring intently at the corpse of the beast. At that moment, the arrows on the beast's corpse suddenly began to move. The next moment, the beast unexpectedly sprang to its feet, and the arrows on its back slowly fell down. In fact, the young man was accidentally pinned beneath the beast, so he used his sword to push against the beast's mouth and lifted it up to free himself. Lin Tianxiong's dragon opened its mouth wide upon seeing this and then spat out a fireball ahead. Seeing the fireball about to land on the beast, the young man immediately swung his sword, severing the foot of the unfortunate beast. The fireball struck the beast's corpse, causing an explosion of fire that spread throughout the forest. From within the flames, the foot of the beast emerged. The young man stood amidst the fire, firmly holding the sword that was embedded in the beast's foot, smiling. He took a bite of flesh and then looked up, staring at Lin Tianxiong. "Thank you, you have roasted the meat for me." Upon hearing the young man's teasing, old Tianxiong smacked his hand down on his dragon's head. Without hesitation, he pulled the dragon's head down, shouting, "Consider this a reward for you." As soon as he finished speaking, dragon scales appeared around his hand. The scales continuously gathered into his palm, forming a giant hand that emitted a brilliant golden light. Seeing this spectacle, the young man hurriedly withdrew his sword from the meat. The sword of the young man emitted a stream of energy. This energy spread over an area in the forest. Mu Yunfei placed 2 fingers together, murmured a spell, and pointed the sword up to the sky, using the profound skill Heavenly Crimson Sword. Immediately, a sword chi was unleashed, aimed directly at Lin Tianxiong's face. The sword chi from the young man clashed violently with Lin Tianxiong's dragon-scaled hand. Lin Tianxiong exerted all his strength to press down on Mu Yunfei's sword, causing the young man to widen his eyes and sweat. The force from Lin Tianxiong's hand was overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Yunfei's sword was completely deformed under the pressure. But that was not all. Lin Tianxiong added a powerful punch that sent the young man flying several dozen meters away. From a distance, the figure of the young man, clad in black, gradually approached, tightly gripping his useless sword. Moments later, he tossed the sword's hilt aside, placed his hand on his forehead, and smiled brightly. Fortunately, I didn't throw up after eating the bear meat earlier, otherwise, I would really have to replace the bear's leg. Losing another weapon would be too much of a loss. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong shot him an intense glare and remarked, "Yun Elder, he is still young yet already possesses cultivation at the nobility realm." Appearing again in the Xingyao mountain range is Wang Feng of the Divine Immortal Sect, right? Elder Yun shook his head repeatedly. No, even if Wang Feng turns to ash, I would recognize him, but he is truly not him. Mu Yunfei, standing behind, trembled and said in a strained voice, "Just now you almost smashed me to death." Then he pointed at his sweaty face, looking extremely disheveled. "You smashed my face, distorted my weapon, and the result is that you mistook me for someone else." The flames in the Xingyao mountain range gradually extinguished, leaving ashes drifting in the wind. Lin Tianxiong's Qi Lin stepped forcefully on something. It turned out to be stepping on Mu Yunfei's back. "Hey, I'm really not Wang Feng, why won't you let me go?" Lin Tianxiong glared down and said firmly, "Although you are not Wang Feng who killed my son, the possibility that you are one of his disciples cannot be ruled out." Hearing this, Mu Yunfei glanced back, 2 drops of sweat falling on his cheek. "What? Is it true that someone dares to kill the son of the Marquis of Changlin in the Empire Yaori?" Lin Tianxiong sat on his Qi Lin, arms crossed, demanding, "Tell me, where is your master?" Hearing this question, Mu Yunfei could only remain silent, unsure of what to say. Lin Tianxiong continued to glare and interrogate. "In this area, at the intersection of the 3 major empires, you refuse to reveal who your master is. Could it be that he is not from the Empire Yaori?" After hearing this, Mu Yunfei glanced up, as if hiding something. Then he squinted and propped himself up with his hands on the ground, raising his head as his body continued to tremble. "I am a practitioner from the Empire Shenfeng, coincidentally here for training." Lin Tianxiong, upon hearing this, glared and sternly said, "You dare to come to the Empire Yaori for training? Are you not afraid that the strong of Yaori will kill you?" Mu Yunfei, hearing this, opened his mouth wide and laughed. "Ha ha ha, if it is training, then of course there will be dangers. If one is afraid, what is the point of training?" Just then, a subordinate ran over, cupped his hands, bowed his head, and reported, 10 miles ahead, there is a place called Divine Immortal Sect." Lin Tianxiong heard this and immediately commanded, "Tie him up, and after we eliminate the Divine Immortal Sect, take him back to the royal capital." After finishing his words, Lin Tianxiong rode on Qi Lin, accompanied by his subordinates and Mu Yunfei, leaving the Xingyao mountain range. A while later, at the territory of the Divine Immortal Sect, Lin Tianxiong dropped Mu Yunfei from above, wanting him to be severely injured. He lay below, eyes half closed as he looked ahead, thinking to himself, "I originally thought that the Divine Immortal Sect daring to provoke the Marquis of Changlin would be a large hidden sect, perhaps even helping me escape from this sea of suffering." He helplessly sweated as he looked at the hustle and bustle of the Divine Immortal Sect. Is this really all there is? Lin Tianxiong, with his body continuously releasing spiritual weapons, stared intently at the sect of the male lead. Then, he raised his hand to signal his elite troops below, waving the spearheads towards the sect. The elite soldiers gripped their spearheads tightly in their hands, and then, in unison, they threw the spearheads towards Wang Feng's sect. At that moment, just as the spearheads were about to pierce into the sect, there was a sudden disturbance around them, and the Xian Sha Great Demon leapt up from the rooftop. He then landed back on the rooftop, looking ahead with fiery red eyes, his body continuously erupting with powerful strength. He summoned his treasure mace, gripping it tightly in his palm. The Xian Sha Great Demon slammed the treasure mace down, glaring at Lin Tianxiong in his group, revealing his white teeth in a sinister grin. Then, he swung the mace, unleashing a powerful spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon gradually accumulated into a large area, forming a strong barrier that rendered the spears unable to penetrate. The Xian Sha Great Demon stood on the rooftop, single-handedly withstanding thousands of spears impaled on the barrier. The elite soldiers looked at the scene with their mouths agape, sweating profusely. What is that? It clearly looks like a snake but possesses such abilities. Hearing these words, the Xian Sha Great Demon became furious and glared back. Not only do you dare to attack my sect, but you also dare to say that my supreme self resembles a snake. The Xian Sha Great Demon, filled with rage, opened his mouth and let out a piercing roar, the oppressive power from his body sending the spears flying back towards Lin Tianxiong in his group. Immediately, the spears shot back, piercing through the chests of the elite soldiers, sending them to meet their ancestors. Xian Sha Great Demon used his evil energy to conjure a long staff several hundred meters in length. He then bared his teeth in a sinister smile, and with a demonic face and eyes overflowing with malevolent aura, he struck a lethal blow towards the group of Lin Tianxiong. The elite troops hit by Xian Sha Great Demon's attack cried out in pain, their mouths wide open. Not stopping there, Xian Sha Great Demon turned around and delivered another blow to the remaining elite soldiers, sending them straight to the heavens. After dealing with the Tianxiong minions, the next strike was aimed directly at Lin Tianxiong's face. Who are you to dare invade my divine immortal sect? Lin Tianxiong stared at the long staff about to hit him and shouted, Xian Sha Demon Staff, you are Xian Sha Great Demon sealed by His Majesty. Xian Sha Great Demon stood in a cool pose, his eyes pale, smirking wickedly and said, I am your grandfather, so what? Mu Yunfei looked up at Xian Sha Great Demon laughing maniacally on the rooftop and was stunned, thinking, he is the Xian Sha Great Demon who tormented the Yaori Empire thousands of years ago. Lin Tianxiong glared at Xian Sha Great Demon and pressed, how could you escape from the godforsaken land? Xian Sha, upon hearing this question, opened his mouth wide and laughed mockingly, haha, the godforsaken land is so small, how could it possibly trap this supreme being? Mu Yunfei's eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead, quietly thinking, this demonic being was able to escape from the godforsaken land. Could it be due to Wang Feng of the Divine Immortal Sect? I never expected this small house to harbor a peerless expert in hiding. Lin Tianxiong clenched his fist, tilted his head, and glared down below. Wang Feng of the Divine Immortal Sect killed the son of the Marquis of Changlin. As long as you do not obstruct my revenge, I will consider that I have never met you today. How about that? The Xian Sha Great Demon, upon hearing this, smiled widely from ear to ear, laughing, ha ha ha, and then took out his demon staff, presenting it before Lin Tianxiong, saying, but we have to see if my Xian Sha demon staff agrees. Lin Tianxiong, having caught the gist of it, understood, if that's the case, then today this demon will kill demons even more. With that said, Lin Tianxiong mounted his Qi Lin and charged toward the Xian Sha Great Demon at breakneck speed. Xian Sha, the Great Demon, raised his staff and said mockingly, you think you can kill me just by talking? As he finished speaking, Xian Sha swung his demon staff fiercely towards Lin Tianxiong. At the moment of life and death, the Qi Lin rushed in. That's right, but it's not based on my mouth, it's based on Qi Lin's mouth. Indeed, the demon staff of Xian Sha was firmly caught in the mouth of Qi Lin. After catching it, Qi Lin tightly closed its mouth. Shortly after, Qi Lin spewed out a blazing fire, scorching the demon staff of Xian Sha. However, that alone was not enough to trouble Xian Sha. He infused a tremendous amount of demon energy into the long staff. His demon staff immediately began to grow larger, stretching Qi Lin's mouth wide open. As it stared with teary eyes, unable to breathe, Qi Lin had to open its mouth wide and spit out Xian Sha's demon staff, then stuck out its tongue to pant like a dog. Seeing that Qi Lin was of no use, Lin Tianxiong kicked its head hard, leaping up with the spiritual weapon exploding all over his body. He, with his hands covered in Qi Lin's scales, was incredibly powerful, and he threw a punch directly at Xian Sha, the great demon. Seeing this, Xian Sha quickly kicked his own long staff. His long staff, surprisingly, was aimed straight at the full-force punch of Lin Tianxiong. As the long staff collided with Lin Tianxiong's body, the Qi Lin fire from earlier began to absorb into his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianxiong's body erupted in a blazing flame of immense power. He glanced at his scaled fist and laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, thank you for using the Qi Lin fire to assist me." After finishing his words, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the Xian Sha Great Demon. Seeing this scene, the Xian Sha Great Demon grit his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce determination, quickly gathering his strength into his demon staff. Then he unleashed a mighty strike, shattering the Qi Lin scales covering Lin Tianxiong into numerous pieces. The shockwave from the Xian Sha Great Demon's attack forced Mu Yunfei to roll away for several hundred meters. Damn it, how can I get hit while lying still? Moments later, the Xian Sha Great Demon landed from the sky, his long staff thrusting forward. He stabbed his long staff directly into the chest of the naked Lin Tianxiong. It seems the answer from the Xian Sha Demon staff is no. Xian Sha narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Tianxiong, who flashed a faint smile with ketchup smeared all over his lips. "Marquis of Changlin, have you been struck dumb by the Xian Sha Demon staff? You're on the verge of death and still able to smile." Old Tianxiong smirked, revealing a smug grin. "I smile because, even though you have escaped the godforsaken land, your cultivation has fallen from the peak of the profound sovereign realm to the peak of the nobility realm." Upon hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon placed his hands on his hips and threw back his head with a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, even if I use my cultivation at the peak of the nobility realm, it is still enough to defeat someone in the mid-nobility realm like you." Suddenly, the Qi Lin turned and spat out a burst of fire straight at Lin Tianxiong, causing the Xian Sha Great Demon to sweat in surprise. "What are you doing? If you can't win, there's no need to self-immolate." After the Qi Lin fire integrated into old Tianxiong's body, his form underwent a transformation. "Indeed, my mortal body has the cultivation of the mid-nobility realm, but my Qi Lin body is not just that. Now, the body of Elder Tianxiong is incredibly strong and tall, wrapped in layers of Qi Lin scales, with flames raging fiercely." At this moment, the Xian Sha Great Demon sees the body of Elder Tianxiong, his eyes bulging in shock and sweat dripping, feeling a bit scared. He clenches his teeth, staring wide-eyed, and as he senses the aura emanating from Elder Tianxiong, he cannot help but be amazed. He is actually at the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. Elder Tianxiong kneels down, forcefully pushing his foot against the ground to gain momentum. Then, with an expressionless face, he glares and charges forward at an incredible speed. Seeing Elder Tianxiong's speed makes the Xian Sha Great Demon grit his teeth and stare in astonishment. When Elder Tianxiong reaches in front of Xian Sha, he halts, bends his legs, and says, "This time, I won't stop until I crush your face." Elder Tianxiong stomps down with his Qi Lin legs, causing the ground to explode, leaving behind a tremendous shockwave. After a while, as the dust gradually clears, the stone slabs become visible. Elder Tianxiong glares down and sees that his Qi Lin legs have been blocked by the Xian Sha Great Demon below, who has summoned demon energy to create a shield for protection. Although the Xian Sha Great Demon has narrowly avoided a fatal blow, sweat continues to pour down uncontrollably. Not only has the body and strength become much stronger, but the speed has also increased several times compared to before. The Tianxiong offspring who witnessed this scene raised their fists and cheered enthusiastically. No wonder it's the body movement Qi Lin of the Marquis. Even the Xian Sha Great Demon and that evil Sect staff can be easily suppressed. After a moment of resistance, the Xian Sha Great Demon suddenly turned around. He kicked his own staff hard. After the kick, the staff returned to its original state, but it grew larger and larger, sending Elder Tianxiong flying. The long staff became so enormous that it could be clearly seen from this mountain. The Xian Sha Great Demon waved the long staff in front of Elder Tian Xiong, opened his mouth wide, broke into a triumphant smile, and shouted, "Hey, little thing, do you think you're the only one who can grow larger?" After saying that, he struck down with the staff towards Elder Tian Xiong, causing the ground to sink deep. The formidable pressure created a gust of wind, forcing the elite troops to struggle to hold on, or else they would be blown away. At the same time, the Xian Sha Great Demon could not withstand the tearing wind and raised his hand to brace himself. I thought old Tian Xiong had vanished, but no, he landed on a large stone. The Xian Sha Great Demon gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing this. Old Tian Xiong shot him a glare with a grim expression. Seeing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon immediately used all his strength to retreat, gritting his teeth and thinking, I can't confront him directly, I can only create distance and look for openings. Old Tian Xiong bowed his head, his eyes tightly shut, tensing his hand. Suddenly, a region of golden light flickered beneath his feet. The next second, he shot towards the Xian Sha Great Demon with lightning speed, leaving a trail of dazzling golden light. When he reached the Xian Sha Great Demon, old Tian Xiong suddenly halted and glared at him. Without a moment's hesitation, old Tian Xiong slapped the Xian Sha Great Demon with such force that it felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. Enduring a devastating blow, the Xian Sha Great Demon gritted his teeth and struggled to withstand it, thinking, damn it, this can't be true. But a slap like that was nothing serious. Old Tian Xiong continued to stomp down hard on the ground and leaped up, his fist already raised, moving smoothly. Every movement is a torment for the Xian Sha Great Demon with devastating blows. Damn it, the speed is unbelievable. After taking 749 blows, the Xian Sha Great Demon was sent crashing into the rock wall, splitting it in two. In pain, he opened his mouth wide and coughed up blood violently. This demon has not easily escaped from the godforsaken land, and now I have to die like this. Old Tian Xiong walked up to the Xian Sha Great Demon, looking at him with bright golden eyes. He raised both hands, gripping the two mountain walls behind him. It's over, this time, I've truly been hit like a snake. Old Tian Xiong applied no effort, tightly connecting the two mountain walls together, crushing the Xian Sha Great Demon within. After a moment, the shattered rocks slowly began to fall. Something caused old Tian Xiong to stare in astonishment. The Xian Sha Great Demon was not inside the crevice at all, and there was no sign of him. Where did he go? As soon as he finished speaking, the Xian Sha Great Demon shouted, no need to look anymore. He was sitting on top of old Tian Xiong, pointing at his own face. The Supreme One is still very much alive here. Hearing the voice, the old man Tian Xiong turned his head and glanced up. It seems that your divine Immortal Sect has some experts, huh? It turned out that he was looking towards Gucheng, who was firmly holding a treasured sword in his hand, standing confidently on the roof. Gucheng, with an emotionless expression, glared down below. He raised his shining, sharp sword and then forcefully sheathed it. Immediately, the spiritual weapon auras dissipated. The Xian Sha Great Demon descended from the sky in a cool pose, with the evil energy around him also dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yunfei hid behind a rock, glancing at Gucheng, thinking to himself, one Xian Sha Great Demon is not enough, and now another powerful expert has come. What kind of divine sect is this divine Immortal Sect? Why have I never heard of this sect during my training in Empire Yaori? Gucheng looked at the Xian Sha Great Demon and said in a stern voice, the sect master is very pleased with your performance, you can go rest over there for now. Alright, goodbye. However, before leaving, the Xian Sha Great Demon did not forget to point at old man Tian Xiong and introduce him, saying, this person claims to be the Marquis of Changlin and said he wants to take the sect master's life. Gucheng was furious after hearing this, looking ahead with sharp eyes and drawing out his gleaming sword. It's too beautiful to still be dreaming. Gucheng forcefully unsheathed his sword, and immediately, powerful sword chi surged forth towards the elite troops. Suddenly, a tremendous force lifted the elite troops into the air. Mu Yunfei was no exception, being suppressed by that force. With just a single draw of the sword, the elite soldiers were controlled and lifted high into the sky. Old Tian Xiong had to struggle against the violent pressure of that force. Unable to contain his impatience, Old Tian Xiong stomped hard on the ground, creating an explosion. He charged forward, swinging his fist towards Yi Gucheng with an angry expression, his eyes wide and teeth clenched. Immediately, Yi Gucheng raised his sword, channeling energy to create magnetic beams. The elite troops of Old Tian Xiong were drawn in by the magnetism, becoming firmly stuck to Yi Gucheng's sword. He floated in midair, firmly holding his sword aloft and using the skill, Immortal Flying from Heaven. The spiritual weapon radiated abundantly and fiercely. Before the old man Tian Xiong rushed in, Yi Gucheng quickly unleashed a combined attack of sword and body towards him. Faced with this brutal assault, Old Tian Xiong had no choice but to raise his hands to defend himself. Taking advantage of Tian Xiong's momentary daze from his move, Yi Gucheng swiftly jumped from the rooftop behind him. Sensing the incoming attack from behind by Yi Gucheng, Old Tian Xiong clasped his hands together. Then, he turned and swung his arms side to side, tearing apart the technique before charging straight at Yi Gucheng with a cold, sharp gaze. From a distance, at another angle, a pillar of dazzling golden light descended from the sky. Then, a powerful spiritual weapon enveloped Yi Gucheng's sword. Old Tian Xiong surged forward, throwing a lethal punch, but Yi Gucheng was incredibly agile, smoothly dodging in an instant. Yi Gucheng stared intently at the glowing light shining on his face without any emotion. Then, Yi Gucheng used spiritual energy to lift a large area of land into the air, leaving Old Tian Xiong wide-eyed in astonishment. Yi Gucheng enveloped himself in a source of spiritual energy. After that, he raised the sword high and controlled a large piece of land floating in midair. This caused the Old Tian Xiong and the Xian Sha Great Demon to fall freely. This was called the Earth Sword Technique. The Xian Sha Great Demon instantly jumped onto the large piece of land to protect the shabby house of the divine Immortal Sect, but accidentally discovered Mu Yunfei sliding down. He immediately encased Mu Yunfei in a surge of demon energy, thinking, this person is captured by the enemy, he must be one of us. Yi Gucheng descended from afar and struck down with his sword. The large piece of land floating in mid-air immediately fell right above Old Tian Xiong's head, startling him. Just like that, the large piece of land crashed down, creating a shocking explosion that shattered into many fragments, while also crushing Old Tian Xiong underneath. After a while, Old Tian Xiong stomped hard on the ground, his eyes half closed, his body trembling as he struggled to crawl out from the rubble with his weakened physique. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Gucheng appeared right in front of him, holding the sword pointed to the sky, with his body erupting with intense spiritual weapon energy, surrounded by zigzagging lightning. Yi Gucheng raised his sword in front of him, glaring down with an angry expression. A dazzling beam of light shone on Tian Xiong's face, causing him to widen his eyes and open his mouth in fear. Yi Gucheng unleashed a fierce strike towards Tian Xiong, making him vanish in the sword chi, filled with overwhelming power and fierce lightning. After Yi Gucheng's full-force attack, the aftermath was terrifying. However, Yi Gucheng was extremely brutal and continued to deliver another full-force blow, creating an explosion. Tian Xiong's body was now tormented by painful lightning bolts. The dreadful aftermath of Yi Gucheng's strike had caused everything around to shake violently, making the Xian Sha Great Demon and Mu Yunfei stagger as well. The Xian Sha Great Demon placed a hand on his hip and looked at Yi Gucheng, grinning with a confident smile. It's been a few days, Yi Elder has become stronger again. How is Yi Elder's strength at the Divine Immortal Sect? After hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon bared his teeth and replied with a sinister smile, Yi Elder's strength at the Divine Immortal Sect is considered the lowest. Mu Yunfei widened his eyes in shock upon hearing this, sweating profusely as he thought, 3 swords were able to severely injure the Marquis of Changlin in the early stage of the profound sovereign realm, yet his strength is the weakest. Luckily, the Marquis of Changlin brought me to the Divine Immortal Sect. Old Tian Xiong stood firm amidst the attack, clenching his fist and raising it high. With a heroic aura, he proudly shouted, Changlin Army, form the Qi Lin formation. The elite soldiers, hearing this, immediately followed orders, raising their hands to gather spiritual energy. Then, the elite soldiers sequentially touched each other's shoulders to merge their spiritual energy together. When the last person joined, the Qi Lin stomped its foot against the tree and leaped straight over the heads of the elite soldiers. After that, the last soldier among the elite transferred the gathered spiritual energy into the alluring rear of the Qi Lin. Once the Qi Lin absorbed the spiritual energy, the elite soldiers behind were drained and burned to ashes. In this way, the entire elite force of old Tian Xiong turned to smoke. The Qi Lin opened its mouth wide, gathering a fireball inside. Once a large mass of fire was formed in its mouth, the Qi Lin then spat that fire towards Yi Gucheng. The fire zone flew through, straight to where Elder Tian Xiong was, merging into his body. After absorbing the blazing flames of the Qi Lin, Elder Tian Xiong's entire body glowed a fiery red, glaring with his big round eyes ahead, and swung his fist forward. Then, Elder Tian Xiong raised his head, wide-eyed, and opened his mouth to let out a loud shout, causing the flames to burn even brighter, dispersing the lightning bolts. Next came a full-force punch, explosively countering Yi Gucheng's strike. After the attack, Yi Gucheng's powerful move gradually faded, leaving only the remnants of the lightning bolts. The Xian Sha Great Demon observed from a distance, gritting his teeth, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, secretly thinking, the Marquis of Changlin borrowed the fire of the Qi Lin and the Changlin army, which can clearly elevate cultivation and power in an instant, his strong body constantly erupting with powerful blazing flames. Thinking of this, the Xian Sha Great Demon pulled out his long staff from the stream of evil energy. He then swung the long staff back for momentum, his gaze fixed directly on the Qi Lin below. To prevent future troubles, I will first eliminate this fire Qi Lin. Elder Tian Xiong unleashed a full-force punch, with an overwhelming oppressive power that was incredibly terrifying. With the pressure of the punch, it transformed into a giant hand, aimed directly at Yi Gucheng. However, in the face of this full-force blow, Yi Gucheng remained remarkably calm and jumped high, forcefully embedding the sword in his hand into the fist. He and his sword thrust into the blazing fire before him. The hilt of Yi Gucheng's sword pierced through the area of flames. Unexpectedly, old Tian Xiong tightly grasped the hilt of Yi Gucheng's sword. When old Tian Xiong caught the hilt, he smugly mocked, "It's just a hilt, do you think it can harm me?" In front of him was the hilt, that was true, but old Tian Xiong could not defend himself. The sharp blade pierced him from behind, through his chest, blood spraying everywhere. Old Tian Xiong clutched the sword that had pierced through his chest and struggled to say, "You finally fell for my torment." Hearing this, Yi Gucheng quickly pulled his sword out, but then discovered that old Tian Xiong had firmly held on to his sword. Then, old Tian Xiong leaned on the sword and directed the blazing fire toward Yi Gucheng, causing him to stare in shock. In a moment of life and death, suddenly flowers made of frost appeared in the sky. Next, a stream of cold energy gathered to form a protective barrier around Yi Gucheng, something only Yao Yu could do. Seeing this scene, old Tian Xiong couldn't help but be astonished. Before he could recover, Shimen Chui Shui appeared. He was controlling cold energy to form a massive sword right in front of old Tian Xiong. Shimen Chui Shui glared at old Tian Xiong, his expression as cold as ice. Shimen Chui Shui raised his two fingertips, releasing the spiritual weapon from his body. The source of spiritual energy instantly transformed into a powerful sword qi in his hand. Then, Shimen Chui Shui sprang down hard onto the ice and soared upward. He advanced towards old Tian Xiong with lightning speed and launched a direct attack that left the old man wide-eyed in shock. With no other option, old Tian Xiong slammed his foot against the ice and mustered all his strength to run forward in order to pull the sword that had pierced through his chest out. After a moment of effort, old Tian Xiong managed to free himself from the sword, blood pouring out violently. But it just happened to evade a fatal strike from Shimen Chui Shui that was racing toward him. At this moment, Shimen Chui Shui's sword qi had shot straight above the head of Tian Xiong, causing him to be startled as he raised both hands to block the sword qi. While he was defending, the sword qi suddenly vanished, causing Tian Xiong's hands to clap together. He glanced back and saw Shimen Chui Shui preparing to launch another strike at him, and immediately released sharp Qi Lin scales. As expected, those sharp Qi Lin scales pierced Shimen Chui Shui's body, causing him to feel pain and glance down. In the next moment, flames suddenly erupted from Shimen Chue Shue's body, running along his entire form. Seeing this, Shimen Chue Shue pondered with a grim expression, "This fire clinging to me is not causing any injury." At this time, Tian Xiong across from him bared his teeth, wearing a sinister smile. Shimen Chue Shue couldn't help but feel suspicion and launched an attack toward Tian Xiong. However, after the strike was unleashed, it quickly dissipated in an instant, making Shimen Chue Shue suddenly realize, "This is bad, it's burning my profound qi." Catching a flaw in Shimen Chue Shue's defense, old Tian Xiong stomped hard on the ground and leaped up, speeding towards Shimen Chue Shue with lightning speed. His slap was ready to strike Shimen Chue Shue's face directly, but in that critical moment, Yao Yu cast a skill, using a massive block of ice to freeze Tian Xiong's legs in place. This stopped old Tian Xiong at the closest distance, preventing him from landing the strike on Shimen Chue Shue. Missing his attack, Tian Xiong became enraged and used his strength to break free from Yao Yu's ice. He then clenched his fists in front of his chest and charged at Yao Yu with a face twisted in extreme anger and cruelty. As he got closer, Tian Xiong clenched his fist tightly and swung it forward, landing a powerful punch right in Yao Yu's dantian, sending her flying. Bloodied scales fell from Tian Xiong's body as Yao Yu crashed to the ground, clutching her abdomen tightly, her teeth gritted as she glared at Tian Xiong. At that moment, Shimen Chue Shue was weakened, consumed by the flames, but upon witnessing Yao Yu's condition, he mustered the strength to shout, "Don't let his scales hit you. They will transform into flames and devour your profound qi immediately." As soon as the words were spoken, a scale fragment shot towards Yao Yu. Seeing this, Yao Yu immediately raised her hand to condense cold energy, creating a layer of ice. When the scale fragments simultaneously rushed towards her, thankfully Yao Yu had been shielded by a layer of frost. Shimen Chue Shue used all his remaining strength to draw his sword. With pitch-black eyes, he charged straight at old Tian Xiong with the speed of the wind, causing his long hair to flutter. The next moment was the collision between his sword and old Tian Xiong's scaled skin. After delivering this strike, Shimen Chue Shue collapsed and kept gasping for breath on old Tian Xiong's arm. He looked up and stared intently at Shimen Chue Shue, mocking, "Your profound qi is depleted, so weakened that you can't even pierce through my arm." With labored breaths, Shimen Chue Shue forced himself to say, "You definitely can't avoid this sword strike." Upon hearing his words, old Tian Xiong stared in shock. "What sword strike? Do you think you still have profound qi to wield a sword?" As soon as the sentence was finished, a sword designed from white bones was raised. "I said it is not mine, but that of Yen Elder." Yen Shisan had unexpectedly appeared from behind, wielding the sword with momentum. With a serious face mixed with a hint of anger, he stared intently at the old Tian Xiong, filled with indignation. Immediately, without any hesitation, Yen Shisan flicked his hand, unleashing a blazing fire. The flames seemed to engulf the lower half of old Tian Xiong's body, causing him to be caught off guard and startled, receiving a devastating blow. Old Tian Xiong's eyes widened in shock. Now, half of his lower body had turned into white bones, causing him immense pain as he screamed loudly. Not only had the lower half been completely crippled, but the remnants of the attack also brutally tore at the upper part of old Tian Xiong's body. He was in excruciating pain, his face drenched in sweat. When did a profound sovereign peak expert from the Yaori Empire appear? Why have I never heard of it? Straining to think, but unable to guess, old Tian Xiong glared fiercely at Yen Shisan, gritting his teeth, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who the hell are you?" Yen Shisan pointed the sword directly at the face of the old Tian Xiong, with a powerful spiritual weapon emanating from his entire body, boldly declaring, "Disciple of the divine Immortal Sect, Yen Shisan." At that moment, a foot stepped onto the rooftop, looking towards Yen Shisan and the old Tian Xiong. It turned out that Wang Feng, Li Qing, as well as Ling Fei Wu and Li He had returned. Li Qing, with a surprised expression, thought to himself, "I've only secluded for a short while, and already an elder as strong as this has awakened in the sect." Li He glared ahead with a regretful look, thinking, "I wonder when in this life I will reach the profound sovereign realm peak again." Meanwhile, Ling Fei Wu, behind the male protagonist and Li He, wore a dark and furious expression. With her eyes wide open, she thought, he is the Marquis of Changlin, the one responsible for the destruction of our Ling family. Sensing Ling Fei Wu's anger, Wang Feng turned to her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and said, "Don't rush, wait a moment and I'll let you take revenge yourself." The Xian Sha Great Demon sensed Wang Feng's aura, glanced back, and grinned smugly, "The sect master is out again." He did not hesitate at all and turned back to extend his long staff towards Lao Tianxiong's Qi Lin. "I must quickly kill this beast to prevent the sect master from thinking I am useless." At that moment, a hand filled with abundant spiritual energy was raised. Before the long staff could strike the Qi Lin's head like hitting a snakehead fish, a beam of golden light wrapped around it and pulled it away. In the blink of an eye, the Qi Lin had completely fallen into Lao Tianxiong's hands. He glanced at the Qi Lin and said in a stern voice, "Correspondent, today to avenge my son, I can only sacrifice you." Upon hearing this, the Qi Lin's eyes widened, and before it could react, Lao Tianxiong used his large hand to pierce through the Qi Lin's chest, causing it immense pain as it let out a desperate roar. Immediately after, a blazing fire erupted all over Lao Tianxiong's body. His body gradually recovered, from his hands and legs to his muscular frame. In an instant, Lao Tianxiong donned a new interface, sturdier and more brutal, with spiritual weapons erupting violently all over. Wang Feng, seeing this scene from afar, felt powerless and thought, "What the hell is this? Do you think you're Superman, transforming back and forth like that?" If I were the one drawing this story, readers would definitely say the author is prolonging the plot because the main character is too weak. Seeing the new appearance of the old man Tianxiong, Yan Shisan couldn't contain himself and immediately sent a sword strike towards him. However, Yan Shisan's sword chi was completely neutralized by the black flames relentlessly protecting old man Tianxiong. In a fit of rage, he turned around and shouted loudly, causing the flames of vengeance on his body to blaze even more fiercely. At this moment, my Qi Lin Dharma body had fully formed. No matter how powerful your sword is, don't even think about harming my dragon scales. Hearing this, Yan Shisan glared forward with a darkened face and retorted, "Not necessarily, darling." With that, he threw his arm back, forcefully drawing his sword while channeling an immense amount of spiritual energy into it, making it shine brightly. Yan Shisan scraped the tip of the sword against the ground, creating shockwaves. He then unleashed the swordsmanship, 15 Death Sword, launching a full-force attack towards old man Tianxiong. The powerful sword chi was unleashed with great force, radiating a zone of light and dark that illuminated the face of the old Tianxiong. At that moment, old Tianxiong was struck by the overwhelming pressure of the sword chi against his face, pushing him backward. The scales on his body began to stir and gradually fell off. It was not just a piece of scale, but all the scales on his lower body fell away, leaving a red mass of flesh beneath. Witnessing the entire scene before him, Mu Yunfei stood stunned for 5 seconds. Suddenly, the system appeared next to Wang Feng, displaying the notification, "Congratulations host, a supreme demon has been detected." Receiving the notification from the system, Wang Feng glanced over, eyes wide open in surprise. There is only one new face around. He is young but already has cultivation at the noble realm. It seems this supreme demon is him. After some thought, Wang Feng raised his hand to cast a spiritual weapon, then he forcefully launched the spiritual weapon toward Mu Yunfei to free him. After freeing him, the male lead stepped forward and warmly asked, "Who are you?" "I am Mu Yunfei from the Shenfeng Empire. Arriving at the Xingya mountain range for training, I never thought I would be mistaken by the Marquis of Changlin as a member of the divine Immortal Sect and thus be tied up here." Hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "With your talent, among the younger generation of the Shenfeng Empire, you could be considered the strongest. Does Emperor Shenfeng not value you?" Mu Yunfei lowered his head after hearing this, putting on a downcast expression. "I was just a useless person before, strolling around to ease my worries, and by coincidence, the opportunity came, which is why I have the cultivation I have today." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng looked at Mu Yunfei with sparkling eyes, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the typical main character? Someone like this should definitely be recruited into the divine Immortal Sect." After pondering, the male lead hugged Mu Yunfei's shoulders and spoke earnestly. Having such an opportunity proves that your luck is extraordinary. Would you like to join my Divine Immortal Sect? What did you say, Senior? Joining the Divine Immortal Sect will allow you to receive direct guidance one-on-one with a strong profound sovereign realm. With your talent, you might even become a profound sovereign realm. The words of this sect master are as solid as nails, rest assured. Do you really want to take me in? If I join the Divine Immortal Sect, troubles will constantly come my way. Divine Immortal Sect, do the seniors still want to recruit juniors? Wang Feng, with his eyes half closed, placed his hand on his chest and said, as long as you are with me, I am not afraid of how many troubles come, just leave it to me. While they were having a good conversation, Li Qing suddenly rushed in like a rocket, shouting loudly, Sect Master, there's trouble. Looking towards the fight between old Tian Xiong and Yan Shisan, at this moment, old Tian Xiong opened his mouth wide and emitted a blazing fire. The fire quickly grew larger and headed straight for Yan Shisan, shocking him. Yan Shisan glared at the blazing fire before him, clenching his teeth and sweating profusely. Wang Feng, with an annoyed expression, turned to look at Li Qing, only to see him with both hands stuck in his mouth. This stupid guy is consistently the same, asking for a beating, immediately ruining the atmosphere I worked hard to create to recruit disciples. After pondering, the male lead loudly called out, Li Qing, causing the chubby guy to turn around with a dazed look on his face, are you ready to step into the medium spirit realm? Li Qing spoke softly, fearing no one would hear, so he tightly squeezed his chubby face and tried his best to shout, Master, I am willing. Seeing Li Qing's enthusiasm, the male lead happily knelt down and patted him on the shoulder, I assure you that today you will definitely get what you desire, trust me. After saying this, Wang Feng glanced at Mu Yunfei and smiled slightly, in order to successfully take on a disciple, it seems I ultimately have to take action. After contemplating, Wang Feng waved his hand, transmitting a stream of spiritual weapon energy to Li Qing, leaving him bewildered. Old Tian Xiong, with an angry expression, turned and shouted loudly, you are the one who killed my child. Wang something Feng, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead emerged before old Tian Xiong, surrounded by an abundant source of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, old Tian Xiong charged forward, opening his mouth wide to spit a ball of burning saliva at Wang Feng. In response to old Tian Xiong's attack, Wang Feng unleashed the skill Blossom Light Sword Dao and Bright Jade skill, which were two skills of Shimen Chui Shui and Yao Yu. He used his icy arm to touch the sword Qi, merging the two sources of power to create a gigantic ice sword that swung forward. Right after successfully combining, Wang Feng swung his sword backward to gain momentum. Waiting until the gathered energy grew stronger, he quickly brought down an immortal flying from heaven strike, splitting the blazing fire before him in two. Missing a blow only intensified Elder Tian Xiong's rage. He turned around and launched an attack at Wang Feng's ice mass. With a powerful impact, the main character's ice quickly cracked into multiple shards, then gradually shattered and fell. Moments later, the main character landed from the sky. He gathered a whirlwind of cold energy right in front of him to protect his frail body. A second later, Elder Tian Xiong punched through the whirlwind of cold energy. Following that, Elder Tian Xiong delivered a swirling punch straight into the ground, causing an explosion. After striking, he glared and gritted his teeth, clenching his fist and shouted, can't withstand even one blow from me. Ling Fei Wu, observing from a distance, widened his eyes at the sight and muttered, if even the master can't defeat the Marquis of Changlin. So when will we be able to take revenge for the Ling family's blood grievances? Li He stood beside, arms crossed, eyes tightly shut and said, Master has never been defeated by the Marquis of Changlin. Senior sister, don't you realize what you are missing by your side? Upon hearing this, Ling Fei Wu suddenly awakened, looking around with a bewildered expression. Below, as the cold energy gradually dissipated, the hazy figure of old Tian Xiong began to appear. He stared intently at something behind the layer of cold energy. The male lead, with a calm expression, stood before him, waving his hand to fan away the cold energy in front of him. Having been hit by my Qilin flame fist, you surprisingly are not injured at all. This is really strange, the male lead said, looking at old Tian Xiong. Straightforwardly he replied, what hit Qilin Flame Fist was not me, so how could I be harmed? Look at the unconscious fat guy behind me, he is Li Qing, my disciple, and he is the one who was hit by your Qilin Flame Fist or whatever. Anyway, this master is generous, not calculating with you, and I must thank a low-level profound sovereign realm expert like you for training my disciple on behalf of this master. At this moment, from Li Qing's body suddenly appeared the phantom of a huge black spirit tortoise, accompanied by the system notification, Disciple Li Qing awakens black spirit tortoise minor veins, entering medium spirit realm. Although he had awakened the black spirit tortoise minor veins, Li Qing lay unconscious on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Old Tian Xiong waved his hand forward, sternly saying, if you like my body refining so much, then I will add a little more strength. After saying this, old Tian Xiong glared with wide eyes, clenching his fist, and forcefully brought it down on the head of the male lead while shouting, let me body refine you to journey to the west for scriptures. Wang Feng raised his hand, tightly pinching his nose against the white gas, glaring at old Tian Xiong, haven't you noticed that the sword chi you just turned into frost particles is being inhaled without a single bit left? Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Feng's words, old Tian Xiong looked down and saw that the streams of gas were continuously entering his mouth, but it was too late to realize now. Wang Feng quickly raised 2 fingers to form a seal, using spiritual energy to control the sword chi, then he activated the skill 15 Swords Fatal Strike, launching a series of sword chi toward old Tian Xiong. The swords of chi sliced into the flesh, breaking all the scales on the old man's body. Thousands of sword chi pierced through old Tian Xiong, stripping away all the scales from his body. This revealed red, sunken flesh that continuously bled and was in immense pain. Old Tian Xiong fell to his knees, gritting his teeth. A drop of bright red blood dripped from his mouth as he struggled to say in a gasping breath, if you kill me, you won't survive either. The Emperor will avenge me. Wang Feng turned around with an indifferent expression, smiling, I never said I would kill you. Upon hearing this, old Tian Xiong raised his head, staring ahead with narrowed eyes. Wang Feng clasped his hands behind his back, leaning to one side, glaring down at old Tian Xiong, Ling Fei Wu, I leave him to you. Ling Fei Wu's eyes widened in shock as she stared ahead in disbelief. A moment later, she jumped down from the rooftop. Then, Ling Fei Wu clenched her fists and took long strides toward old Tian Xiong. He glared at Fei Wu with gritted teeth and one eye, you are Ling Fei Wu. How are you still alive? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Fei Wu drew the legendary pickaxe. She clenched her jaw tightly, pointing the legendary stick at old Tian Xiong while insisting, if I die, how can I kill Lin Yunyi to avenge the Ling family? Upon hearing this, old Tian Xiong covered his face with his hands, trembling all over. So my son was killed by the remnants of the Ling family that you are. After saying that, old Tian Xiong bared his teeth and broke into a sinister smile. Then, he raised his hands to the sky and laughed uproariously, leaving Ling Fei Wu and the male protagonist wide-eyed in shock. Very good, that's very good. Wang Feng gave the old man a sidelong glance, pondering, has this old man gone mad? Knowing Ling Fei Wu killed his son, yet he still laughs like this. Old Tian Xiong opened his mouth wide and shouted directly at Ling Fei Wu, no matter how tragic my son's death is, your future will be 100,000 times worse. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly turned blood red, and a bolt of golden lightning struck down. If you kill me, maybe the divine Immortal Sect will have a chance to survive. But if you dare to take in Ling Fei Wu, the entire sect will definitely perish. Wang Feng, after hearing this, fell silent and pondered. Indeed, as we predicted, the annihilation of the Ling family sect had hidden reasons. However, looking at the demeanor of the Marquis of Changlin, it seemed impossible to get him to reveal the secrets of the Ling family's sect destruction. Right, the Xian Sha Great Demon is a well-known entity from the empire of Yaori 1,000 years ago. Moreover, he had once fought against the Yaori Emperor, perhaps he might know some hidden truths. Later, I could ask him a few questions. After hearing those words from the old Tian Xiong, Ling Fei Wu's expression changed, and she trembled as she turned to look at the male protagonist with a visibly sad gaze. Sect Master, can I really kill him for revenge? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng held Ling Fei Wu's hand. What have I told you before? Wang Feng closed his eyes and focused on the miraculous piece of wood in Ling Fei Wu's hand. Our divine immortal sect fears no one. If there is a blood feud, even if he is as powerful as the heavens, we must kill him without fail. Upon hearing this, Ling Fei Wu regained her courage and shouted loudly. Father, if you have any spirit in the underworld. After saying that, the girl immediately ran over and pierced through the body of old Tian Xiong with the magical stick in her hand, blood splattering everywhere. Father can rest in peace now. Although pierced, old Tian Xiong still opened his mouth wide to reveal a strange smile. Ling Fei Wu's eyes widened, a glimmer of fury appearing in her pupils. Immediately afterwards, she twisted forcefully at the wound on old Tian Xiong's chest so that he could feel excruciating pain. Under the intense force, the stick finally broke in half. Old Tian Xiong's gaze became blurred, and he tightly clenched his mouth. Then he fell freely, causing his hair to flutter in the wind, with blood continuously pouring from his chest. Ling Fei Wu stared intently at the stick in her hand, panting heavily. Meanwhile, the great demon Xian Sha approached, raised his hand and declared, Sect Master, if the Marquis of Changlin dies, Emperor Yao Ri will certainly not be willing to let it go. I hear only fears that he will be willing to let it go, Wang Feng said with his hands clasped behind his back, standing confidently and frankly. Otherwise, how could the divine immortal sect become famous so quickly? After saying that, the male protagonist rolled his eyes up to the sky, self-admiring in his heart, this showiness, giving himself a perfect score. Mu Yunfei presented the money pouch in his hands, kneeling on one knee before the male lead, sincerely pleading, Disciple Mu Yunfei wishes to join the divine immortal sect. Do you know the rules for accepting disciples of this sect, Master? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei pointed at Li He and smiled, exclaiming, the disciple has consulted with senior brother Li He. Hearing this, Wang Feng reached out to take the money pouch, thinking to himself, not bad, saves me the trouble of having to deceive him. As soon as he took the money pouch, a notification from the system appeared, stating, Congratulations host, you have accepted a top-tier demon. You have received a reward of 50,000 sect points and 1 random summoning opportunity. After receiving the notification from the system, Wang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, the sect points that Mu Yunfei brought are even more than Li He, the profound emperor reincarnated. Once everything was settled, Wang Feng returned as the representative of the divine immortal sect, sitting prominently in the chair, propping his chin with his hand. Xian Sha Great Demon, before you were sealed in the godforsaken land, had you ever heard of the Ling family in Ling Fei Wu? Upon hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon stared wide-eyed in shock. Sect Master, the Ling family you mentioned, is it the Ling family of Yaofeng City? Hearing the clear answer from Xian Sha Great Demon, Wang Feng widened his eyes in astonishment. Do you know? Xian Sha Great Demon raised a finger and replied loudly, the Ling family of Yaofeng City may not be considered as the leading noble family in the Empire Yao Ri, but it is an ancient family with a history of nearly 5,000 years. It is said that the Ling family has always not to develop because of a supreme treasure that they have inherited, and only the descendants of the Ling family with truly pure veins can activate that supreme treasure of the Ling family. Once that supreme treasure is activated, the Ling family will undergo a complete transformation and can easily become the leading family in the world. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist held his head, sweating profusely, and secretly rejoiced in his heart, what kind of fortune do I have? Every casually accepted disciple is someone of great fortune. Xian Sha Great Demon raised his hand again and said, of course, this is only a legend, but I think the mysterious destruction of the Ling family may be closely related to this legend. A treasure that stirs the heart, your analysis is very plausible. Finishing his words, Wang Feng stomped his foot and stood up. He clenched his fist and looked over, speaking loudly. If Ling Fei Wu has joined our divine immortal sect, then as sect master, I will of course support her. The people of the Marquis of Changlin are just the beginning, but as long as they are the ones who destroyed the Ling family, none shall escape. Upon hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon clasped his hands together and spoke with a wide mouth. Ling Fei Wu being able to enter the divine immortal sect is the greatest fortune of her life. Being able to hold on to this big thigh of the divine Immortal Sect is also the luck of this lifetime for me. Wang Feng raised his arm in front of the Xian Sha Great Demon, signaling, "Do not mention this to Fei Wu, let her focus on her cultivation. When she becomes capable, I will personally help her take revenge." "Understood, Sect Master," the Xian Sha Great Demon replied. "Call the elders and the disciples here, I have something to announce." Hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon swiftly teleported out of the Great Hall. Once alone, Wang Feng took the opportunity to open the system panel. "My friend, open the news, I haven't had time to check yet. Congratulations host for slaying the Marquis of Changlin and the Changlin army. This is the first time host has killed a strong profound sovereign realm and an entire legion. Especially, reward the host with 1 random summoning opportunity and 30,000 sect points." At that moment, because the host killed the Marquis of Changlin, the Yaori Emperor developed a grudge against the host, triggering a rival mission. The male protagonist, upon receiving the mission, opened his eyes wide in shock. "System, what is this rival mission about?" The rival mission begins, automatically considering the Yaori Empire as an enemy force. As long as the rival mission starts, the host or disciples of the Divine Immortal Sect who complete the rival mission can receive mission rewards. Now sending the first rival mission to the host, lead the disciples in the sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference organized by the Yaori Empire, achieve first place in the Demon Sealing Conference, and have the disciples in the sect rank at the top of the Demon Sealing list. Additionally, after achieving first place in the Demon Sealing Conference, provoke the Yaori Emperor. The mission reward is 5 random summoning opportunities and the opening of the mission hall in the sect. The accompanying mission is to try your best during the Demon Sealing Conference to bring in the exceptionally talented disciples from other sects into the Divine Immortal Sect, or kill those individuals to seize their luck. Every time one captures or kills a talented disciple, taking away their luck, they will receive a certain amount of sect points, with the specific situation depending on that person's talents. The system assigned a series of tasks that made Wang Feng a bit angry. This damn system really loves to provoke, truly challenging Emperor Yaori. If this were an ordinary person, they would likely be scared for their life, but the host really enjoys digging up dirt. After thinking it over, Wang Feng raised his hand curiously and asked, "System, how do we seize this luck?" When the host or sect disciples kill a talented disciple, the system will automatically seize the luck without the host needing to take action. That is quite convenient. With only a little over 10 days until the Demon Sealing Conference begins, it's a bit unrealistic for the disciples of the Divine Immortal Sect to aim for first place. But at the right time, this gathering I called for is precisely to enhance the cultivation of these disciples. Just as he finished speaking, the strong and the protagonist's disciples entered the main hall. They all stood in front of Wang Feng, cupped their hands, bowed, and saluted, "Greetings, Sect Master." The protagonist stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the crowd, and spoke boldly. 10 days later, the sect leader will lead the disciples in the sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. To improve the strength of the disciples in the sect, the 3 elders among you will each select 1 disciple from the 3 candidates, Li Qing, Li He, and Mu Yunfei. Hearing this, Li Qing and Mu Yunfei were extremely excited. The sect master truly did not deceive me, the one-on-one teaching in the profound realm is indeed like this. Your talented son is about to soar, my lady. Shimen Chui Shui wasted no time and pointed directly at Mu Yunfei. I choose him. Seeing Shimen Chui Shui's decisiveness, the male lead was very pleased. Good, 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 I agree. Next, Yao Yu stepped forward, placed a hand on Li Qing's head, glared down at the chubby boy, and straightforwardly said, I choose him. Li Qing, being pointed out by the beautiful girl, showed a face of fear and panic, sweating profusely. I heard that demon leader Xian Sha said Yao Yu elder is very strong and doesn't talk much. After receiving a punch from the Marquis of Changlin, I was nearly done for. Isn't this just a life and death situation? Wang Feng boldly approached Yan Shisan and pressed, now there are only 2 left. Yan elder, do you agree to accept Li He as your disciple? Yan Shisan, upon hearing this, tightly shut his eyes, showing a cold expression and shook his head to signal refusal. Li He, seeing this, crossed his arms with a stern face and thought, I am a strong profound emperor reincarnated, why do I need guidance from a strong profound sovereign? The male lead stood across from them, feeling helpless as he observed the two young men glaring at each other. Leading a powerful team is not easy, especially considering that these elders are all proud and arrogant. Li Hei, this strong profound emperor reincarnate, is also a sharp thorn. If I can't find someone to be his master this time, I fear he will look down on me. Given this situation, the sect master will summon another elder, using the opportunity for a random summoning. After using the summoning once, at this moment, sound waves began to spread from somewhere, catching Li Hei's attention. The sound waves then reached Li Qing, Ling Fei Wu, and Mu Yun Fei, who were also affected by these sound waves. What is this sound? Could it be that the sect master is under attack? The sound waves were emitted from a golden bell. A second later, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared behind Mu Yun Fei, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly blowing rings of sound waves, leaving him stunned. The sound was incredibly enchanting, causing Mu Yun Fei's cheeks to flush red. After she had captivated Mu Yun Fei to the point of making him forget everything, she placed her hand on his chest and glided away. She floated gracefully past Ling Fei Wu, making even a girl like her fall under her spell, and then she drifted in front of Li Qing, leaving the chubby guy so entranced that he couldn't open his eyes. The girl stood in the middle of the grand hall, spreading her arms wide, sending sound waves rippling in all directions. Then, she lifted her head, revealing a divine side profile, complete with a freshly done nose job that cost 100 grand. Wang Feng saw this beautiful girl and was utterly astonished, exclaiming, so this is who was summoned. The system screen displayed the character's attributes. Zhu Yuyan, Empress Zhu Yuyan is the sect master of the #1 demon sect in the novel, The Twin Dragons of the Yellow River. If she hadn't been deceived by the evil king Shi Ji Yuan, preventing her from mastering the 18th level of the heavenly demon great art, her strength would undoubtedly be unfathomable. Her current cultivation is at the mid-stage of the profound sovereign realm. With profound skill heavenly demon grand law, royal peak, and profound weapon Empress sword, royal peak. Zhu Yuyan stood before the disciples of the male protagonist, exuding a graceful demeanor and a slender figure that captivated the hearts of many. Li Hei glanced away, avoiding eye contact, with a blush on his cheeks. This voice can use sound to stir emotions and mesmerize the mind. Wang Feng focused intently on Zhu Yuyan, smiling as he thought, heavenly demon grand law, heavenly demon sound, no wonder these disciples appear to be in a divine soul frenzy. Although not as fearsome as Yan Shisan, she is extremely powerful. Yu Yan approached the male protagonist, placing her hands together over her chest and bowing her head slightly. Zhu Yuyan pays respect to the sect master. I would like to introduce to you, this is Zhu Yuyan, Zhu Elder. The four disciples of Wang Feng heard this and immediately clasped their hands in greeting. We pay respect to Zhu Elder. Upon hearing this, Yu Yan turned her head to look at the four disciples of the male protagonist. She then smiled brightly, clapping her hands together, sending waves of sound radiating outwards. The four disciples, affected by the sound waves, became lost in a daze, captivated by her charm. Yao Yu stood at the back, calming her mind amidst the chaotic world, tightly closing her eyes. She released a wave of cold energy, overwhelming the four disciples of the male lead, causing them to shiver. Even the chubby boy caught a chill. Wang Feng reached out to Yu Yan, then glanced at Li Hei and said, from now on, you will follow Zhu Elder. I understand, Master. Having given his instructions, Wang Feng, with a serious expression, raised a finger and firmly said, in 10 days, I, the sect master, will take you all to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. During these 10 days, Mu Yun Fei, Li Qing, and Li Hei, follow your master to cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, the four disciples shouted in unison, we will not let the sect master down. After a while, the disciples and the strong ones had left the grand hall. Wang Feng sat alone in the empty room, opening the system panel. Now I have a huge number of 100,000 sect points in hand, so of course, I need to redeem a reward. System, spend 10,000 sect points to redeem a reward. Congratulations host for drawing 1/10 of Yan Shisan's cultivation. Drawing the Profound Skill Empress Jade Stone Staff and the Profound Skill Empress Celestial Demon Technique, Wang Feng was extremely excited to see the rewards obtained. System, quickly channel the Celestial Demon Technique into the host's body. The male protagonist placed his hand on his chest and began to absorb the Profound Skill Celestial Demon Technique into his body. System, is the cultivation obtained enough to raise the host's cultivation to the Profound Venerable Realm? The strong Profound Venerable Realm has preliminarily entered the Law Realm. Unless the host summons a strong Profound Venerable Realm and acquires the cultivation of the Profound Venerable Realm, otherwise it is impossible to elevate one's cultivation to the Profound Venerable Realm. Hearing this, Wang Feng made a frustrated expression. That's true, if the Profound Venerable Realm was so easy to advance to, then within the three great empires there wouldn't be only one peak-strong Profound Sovereign Realm. Time passed quickly, and 10 days later, 4 disciples and 4 strong individuals gathered before the divine Immortal Sect. Not bad, after being taught by the elders, you have indeed made rapid progress, but you are still a little short of my expectations. Li Qing, with a bruised and reddened face, cried out loudly to report. Sect Master, if we continue to cultivate, we will be killed by Elder Yao Yu, sob sob sob. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng raised a finger with a confident expression and replied, that's not necessarily true. System, transfer the cultivation I have obtained before into the bodies of Li Qing, Ling Fei Wu, Li He, and Mu Yunfei. The male protagonist used a method of non-entity transfer to pass the cultivation he had accumulated into his 4 disciples. In an instant, Li Qing's cultivation rose to the early stage of the entry phase realm, Ling Fei Wu's cultivation reached the peak of the entry phase realm, Li Hei's cultivation increased to the early stage of the nobility realm, and finally, Mu Yunfei's cultivation advanced to the peak of the nobility realm. Thank you, Master, for the non-entity transfer of our cultivation. Mu Yunfei stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed with a surprised expression, not expecting the Sect Master to have such a technique. There's nothing surprising about it. Previously, the Sect Master had raised Elder Ye's cultivation from the peak of the nobility realm to the early stage of the Profound Sovereign Realm. The male protagonist glanced at the Xian Sha Great Demon and asked, where are the flying tools I told you to prepare before? The demon replied, I have prepared them long ago. After you saw, Sect Master, you definitely felt it was very thoughtful. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying prop came tumbling down from the sky. The flying prop turned out to be a spaceship made from a thatched house. I designed it in the style of the major hidden sect of our divine Immortal Sect. Surely it suits the humility of your Sect Master, and I even added a sign that says, Divine Immortal Sect. The male protagonist raised his head to look at the spaceship, his expression clearly one of helplessness. Indeed, no matter where we go, we can't escape this thatched house, can we? Oh well, let's just make do with it. We're already poor, so who can we cry to now? After some thought, the male protagonist looked at Yao Yu and Yen Shursan, then I'll trouble the 2 elders to guard the divine Immortal Sect. Understood. A moment later, the group of the male protagonist boarded the spaceship and started it, rising into the sky. Xian Sha, the great demon, took the lead, acting as the captain, standing in front and steering with great flair. Behind him were the male protagonist, along with the disciples and strong individuals, sitting in neat rows. Our divine Immortal Sect will not act unless necessary. Once we do, it will shake the world. Wang Feng glared ahead with a confident expression, showing off his personality. Let's set off. At the end of the sentence, his spaceship shot up into the sky, leaving behind a powerful trail of golden light. Dust and smoke rose up from below. Outside the godforsaken land, countless spaceships had stopped here. The scene shifts to Shenlin City, where a bustling market is below with people coming and going. The strong used the teleportation routes from outside the godforsaken land to enter Shenlin City and then descended from their spaceships. Upon landing, the strong headed towards the Qinyun Pavilion. Inside the building, the voices of the crowd buzzed. I heard that at this demon sealing conference, all the top big sects sent their outstanding disciples to participate. I wonder what their cultivation levels are. I am Yi Feng from the Feiyu sect, and I have cultivated the sky-soaring dragon to the 9th level. My strength is sufficient to be on par with the strong nobility realm. Indeed, he is the direct disciple of a major sect at the peak level, he is truly formidable, isn't that right? I heard that Li Tian Xian, the fairy of the Tian Xian sect, has the strength to contend with the nobility realm. This time we can witness one of the 5 great beauties of the Empire Yaori, which is indeed worth looking forward to. The Empire Tai Yufei feels a bit shaken by Li Tian Xian, so it would be better for you to not have any improper thoughts. On the second floor of Qingyun Pavilion, 2 girls in cloaks appeared. Master, please come in. The 2 girls stepped into the inner chamber. One of them took off her cloak, revealing a stunning beauty. The other girl sat down in a chair and then removed her hat. This girl was Li Tian Xian, a member of the Tian Xian sect. Indeed, she possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cause fish to sink and birds to fall. The girl next to her was her master. The female master picked up a teacup and brought it to her lips to savor. Xian heir, the prince of the empire, will also participate in this demon sealing convention, so when the time comes, you should stay close to the prince and not ignore him. Li Tian Xian gasped in shock. Is this your idea, master, or is it the sect master's? This is the consensus of the entire Tian Xian sect. Upon hearing this, Li Tian Xian turned her face away to avoid eye contact. How can the prestigious Tian Xian sect, the leading major sect of the Yaori Empire, need to send its female disciples to flatter the prince? How dare you speak to the master like that? You are a disciple of the Tian Xian sect, and having received its training, you should dedicate yourself to your sect. After speaking, the female master turned to look behind her, seemingly having noticed something. It turned out she was intently staring at the spaceship of the male protagonist's group. A sect that uses a straw hut for a flying device dares to call itself divine immortal. It's truly ridiculous. Wang Feng turned to look at Yu Yan and exclaimed, Zhu Elder, come down with me to investigate the situation. The other disciples and elders can stay on the ship. After saying this, Wang Feng and Yu Yan swiftly jumped down from the spaceship. Seeing this, Li Qing immediately rushed out, loudly calling, Master, remember to bring back some food for me. Moments later, the male protagonist and Yu Yan entered the Qingyun Pavilion, their aura immediately attracting the attention of the crowd inside. Wherever Yu Yan went, she exuded a fragrance that made the men captivated to the point of losing their divine souls. Is there really such a beautiful woman in the world? Indeed, seeing her makes my heart race uncontrollably. How dare you look directly at this exquisite beauty? Just a glance has left me feeling disoriented and unable to gaze any longer. A waiter approached as if in a daze, saying, Welcome to Qingyun Pavilion. May I ask if you esteemed guests need anything? This inn is a bit unusual, even just one waiter has reached the medium spirit realm in cultivation. We want to stay overnight, the waiter replied cheerfully, quoting the price, causing Wang Feng to spit out his drink. 1 room is 1,000 lower grade profound stones. How many rooms would the guest like? What? 1 room for 1,000 lower grade profound stones. Good heavens, is this a black inn? The total amount of profound stones I have is only a few hundred, and that's including what Mu Yunfei gave me as a gift. I'm supposed to be the master of the divine Immortal Sect, yet I can't even afford a single room. Wait, I should have plenty of money. System, where is the wealth of Lin Yunyi and the Marquis of Changlin after I killed them? The system displayed a notification, all assets have been collected into the host system space. The host can check at any time. Indeed, the male protagonist's wealth was as high as the peak of Everest, along with the finest high-grade swords. The male protagonist held his head high, smiling broadly at his enormous wealth. Ha ha ha, no matter where it is, killing and robbing is the fastest way to get rich. After thinking for a moment, Wang Feng looked at the waiter with a cheerful smile and said, He, I want. Before he could finish his sentence, a young man waved a fan and called out, Beauty. A chubby guy with a large double chin walked over to Yu Yan and said, Young master, we can rent a room for her. The crowd below began to gossip when they heard the chubby guy's voice. I couldn't have guessed it was Xiao Changfeng, the young palace master of Xifang Palace. It's over, with this guy showing up, that beauty is likely to find it hard to escape his grasp. That's right, this guy may spend all day seeking pleasure, but his cultivation hasn't regressed at all, he's already a master in the nobility realm, standing among the genius peak level. Seeing Xiao Chang Feng getting too close to Yu Yan, Wang Feng couldn't help but speak up, "Brother, are you willing to pay 7,000 low-grade profound stones for us?" Hearing this, the chubby guy shot a glare behind him, looking angry. "Who do you think you are? Besides the beauty, no one can make Xiao Chang Feng willing to help." Upon hearing this, the male lead opened his arms, shrugged, and threw a sarcastic remark. The sect master thought there was a big spender who could kill, but it turns out he is just a poor person. Daring to laugh at the young palace master of Xifang Palace, is this person tired of living? Feng, with a chubby face, turned around with a spiteful attitude, pointing his fan at the male protagonist's face, shouting, "As long as you step out of this Qingyun pavilion, I guarantee you will die without a complete corpse." Wang Feng, upon hearing this, squinted and shot a sarcastic glance. "So that means you don't dare to act in Qingyun pavilion, right?" The crowd watching the scene scratched their heads helplessly. Is this guy not just someone who crawled out from some corner? That's right, Qingyun Pavilion is located in 3 major empires, with deep and unfathomable forces. Who dares to act in Qingyun Pavilion? Feng waved his fan, covering his mouth in mockery of the male protagonist, a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, unaware of its own limitations. "Stop beating around the bush, do you dare or not?" After saying that, Wang Feng lunged forward and struck a palm to Feng's belly, causing him to fly away before he could react. "What is Qingyun Pavilion anyway? I dare to hit you, so what?" Taking the full blow, Feng's face smashed into the wall, shattering it. Then, he was thrown forward, hitting his face against the ground, breaking all his teeth. Damn it, Xiao Chang Feng is at the strong nobility realm. Even if it's a sneak attack, shouldn't he at least be able to react? How could he be hit like this? Compared to this, his audacity to act in Qingyun Pavilion is what surprises people. Xiao Chang Feng, eyes half closed, lifted his head to look up, his face swollen and bruised. "You dare to lay a hand on me in Qingyun Pavilion?" Before he could utter a few more trashy words, the male protagonist swung his large hand down, grabbing Xiao Chang Feng's head and pressing it down onto the steps, causing a thunderous explosion. "You think you can choose where to fight? Of course, if I want to hit, I'll hit. I'm not afraid of you." Wang Feng wasn't letting go, pressing harder on Feng's head, making it sink deep into the floor. At that moment, a flash of light sped by at breakneck speed, causing the onlookers to stare in shock. A black man with an angry face charged toward Xiao Chang Feng, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You piece of trash." Before being slapped in the face by the black man, Wang Feng quickly stepped back to avoid. The coarse black man glared with gritted teeth at Wang Feng, shouting loudly, "Dare to touch the young palace master of Xifang Palace, you're dead for sure." The crowd watching couldn't help but sweat profusely at the sight of the black man. The elder of Xifang Palace, Gucheng, he is a strong profound sovereign. This storm is definitely not something we want to get involved in. At this moment, Li Tian Xian and her master on the second floor also saw the scene. The female master silently glared down below, thinking to herself, this little guy really doesn't care about his life anymore. Not only did he act in Qingyun Pavilion, but he also went for the young palace master of Xifang Palace. With Elder Gucheng appearing, this guy is surely dead. Meanwhile, Li Tian Xian couldn't help but be astonished, her eyes wide open. This person dares to act in Qingyun Pavilion, he must have some backing. Down below, Wang Feng pointed directly at Gucheng's face provocatively, which infuriated him. "Oh really, then why don't you try to lay a hand on me?" Just as he finished speaking, a delicate white foot stepped down from the stairs. Those feet belonged to a beautiful girl. The girl with a serious and emotionless face pressed on, "Sir, you must know the rules of Qingyun Pavilion, right?" Upon seeing the girl, Gucheng quickly turned around, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully. Gucheng from Xifang Palace, greetings to Elder Zhu Qin. Whenever a new character appears, the crowd always has something to say. Who would have thought that even Elder Zhu Qin, the one in charge of Qingyun Pavilion, has been disturbed? Elder Zhu Qin is a master of the profound sovereign realm. The fate of this little guy is already clear. I didn't expect to see 2 stunning beauties today. This trip is worth it. Wang Feng extended his hand toward Zhu Qin and composed a poem, which surprised her a little. once charming a city, again charming a nation. After finishing the poem, the male protagonist placed his hand on his chest and winked at Gucheng. It is an honor to meet you today, I am pleased, and I apologize for any offense, I hope for your understanding. Several young men nearby couldn't help but laugh. Oh my God, is this little guy crazy? He doesn't even realize what situation he is in. Not kneeling down to beg for mercy is one thing, but daring to play tricks with Elder Gucheng is unacceptable. Now I just want to see how this little guy dies, Gucheng said with a disdainful grin. You really are seeking your own death. Gucheng closed his eyes, his expression calm as he remarked, your courage is quite impressive. Not that impressive, just a little bit. Gucheng could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widened as he growled, you have attacked in the Qingyun Pavilion, breaking our rules. What do you intend to do about this? With that, Gucheng activated his skill, condensing a spiritual weapon into a sphere. Upon seeing this, Gucheng grinned triumphantly, saying, the little guy's day of death has come. However, Wang Feng was not afraid at all. He placed a hand on his chest and calmly said, I have no intention of offending the Qingyun Pavilion, but if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. As he spoke, Wang Feng pointed behind him, exerting a bit of force into Xiao Changfeng's backside, causing him to awaken, raise his head, and shout, no matter where it is, anyone who dares to offend the sect master must die. Now that little guy isn't dead yet, the sect master is already showing great respect to Qingyun Pavilion and has been very lenient. Gucheng heard this and was extremely angry, immediately throwing himself at Wang Feng. You little brat, not only do you dare to speak arrogantly in Qingyun Pavilion, but you also want to kill the young palace master of Xifang Palace. At that moment, the silk cloth on Yu Yan's body flew towards him, gliding gracefully through the air, then wrapping around Gucheng's arm. The silk brushed against his face, releasing a fragrance that made Gucheng intoxicated to the point he couldn't open his eyes. He surprisingly supported the silk cloth lightly. Yu Yan interlaced her hands tightly, holding the silk cloth firmly, and cast a sharp glance. One less matter is better than one more. With that, she waved her hand, tautening the silk cloth in an impressive manner. The silk quickly tightened around Gucheng's arm, causing him to snap back to reality with widened eyes. Yu Yan stepped forward, effortlessly taking Gucheng's arm, and said to him, one more arm is not as good as one less arm. Having dealt with one insignificant fool, Yu Yan retreated to stand beside the male lead, facing Gucheng, who was still in shock. At this moment, Gucheng no longer had the attitude of staring wide-eyed at the male lead. Instead, she fearfully thought to herself, this person is too mysterious, and moreover, with him being strong by his side, I am not even an opponent. Once things get truly tense, the only ones who will suffer losses are us from Qingyun Pavilion. If it weren't for this young master dressed in silk, how could Qingyun Pavilion be in such a difficult situation? Right after that, an old man with white hair and a beard suddenly descended from the sky, reaching out to grab the silk cloth of Yu Yan and bringing it up to his nose to sniff. Afterward, he turned to look over with a sinister expression and exclaimed, this is the scent of strong, isn't it? As usual, there was chatter among the crowd when a notable figure appeared. Oh my, I didn't expect the deputy master of Qingyun Pavilion, Elder Gucheng has also been alerted. Young Master Xiao Changfeng probably didn't anticipate that his lustful behavior this time not only harmed his own elder but also brought such a significant figure into. That's right, Elder Gucheng is someone who even the royal empire has to regard with some respect. Gucheng tightly shut her eyes with a look of helplessness, exclaiming, Elder Gucheng. Old Gucheng walked up to Wang Feng and firmly planted his staff on the ground. The reason you took action this time must be significant. Our Qingyun Pavilion makes an exception for you once, but you have already punished Xiao Changfeng. Elder Gucheng also lost an arm because of this. This matter has gone far enough, let it go. Wang Feng looked seriously at old Gucheng, thinking to himself, I didn't expect that there would be a late peak profound sovereign realm existence in Qingyun Pavilion. Truly a powerful force, making the three great empires envious. After pondering, the male protagonist raised his hand warmly and said, of course, I must respect Elder Gucheng's face. Thank you, old Gucheng said as he took out a gold token and handed it to the male protagonist. This time, all your activities in Qingyun Pavilion are free, and you will become a distinguished guest of our Qingyun Pavilion. As long as you are in any pavilion of Qingyun Pavilion within the Empire, you will enjoy a twofold discount. The crowd, upon hearing this, gritted their teeth in envy. Is such a big matter really ending like this? This person broke the rules of the Qingyun Pavilion, but Elder Qin Sheng not only did not pursue the matter but also gifted him a precious platinum guest card. It was the platinum guest card of the Qingyun Pavilion, and very few people in the Yaori Empire could obtain it. Wang Feng pinched the guest card between his two fingers, then raised it in front of him, glancing sideways with a faint smile. If that's the case, then to refuse would be foolish. Thank you very much. Old Qin Sheng pointed towards the stairs and exclaimed, "Please, gentlemen, go upstairs to rest." The male protagonist brushed past Xiao Changfeng, closed his eyes, and made a sarcastic remark that startled him. "I hope you don't step outside the Qingyun Pavilion." Wang Feng raised two fingers, condensed a flow of spiritual energy, then released the source of spiritual energy downward. A powerful force of energy shot straight towards Gue Xiong's arm, spiraling directly into Gue Xiong's arm. Moments later, his arm exploded right in front of Gue Xiong, leaving him wide-eyed and aghast. With an angry face, he turned around and cursed, "What the hell, why are you so ruthless?" Yu Yan immediately turned around, releasing the silk that wrapped around Gue Xiong's neck. The pressure of the silk thread suppressed Gue Xiong, rendering him unable to speak. Elder Qin Sheng and Zhu Qin, witnessing the scene, could only look away. "It seems this ceiling has added a spider web." Elder Qin Sheng, "Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to clean it up shortly." Wang Feng turned to Yu Yan and pointed forward, giving orders. "You go call the others to come here." "Yes, Sect Master." After saying this, the male lead strode up the stairs and then extended his hand. "Elder Qin Sheng, please." All right, please." A moment later, Xiao Changfeng rushed over to help Gue Xiong to his feet. "Elder Gue Xiong, what shall we do now? You surely have the sound transmission order from the Palace Master, right?" "Yes, my father gave me a sound transmission talisman before he left." Gue Xiong glared, frowning as he looked ahead, his face dotted with sweat from the pain. "Immediately contact the Palace Master and tell him to bring the strong from Xifang Palace to kill that bastard in Shenlin City, otherwise, we will all be doomed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Changfeng threw the talisman order to a subordinate. "You take the sound transmission talisman and contact the Palace Master." After assigning a task to the subordinate, he turned to Gue Xiong, asking urgently, "What should we do next?" "Just wait." Xiao Changfeng lowered a finger, glared at him, and exclaimed, "So we're not participating in the Demon Sealing Conference anymore." Gue Xiong, hearing this, was extremely angry. He turned and gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, "If you want to die, then go ahead and participate." With that, he stormed off, clutching his bleeding arm, leaving Feng standing alone amidst the crowd. Xiao Changfeng turned to look at the second floor and sensed a thick aura of evil energy. He fearfully tightened his mouth, drenched in sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Changfeng ran out of the Qingyun Pavilion. The two young men who had witnessed the events up to this point sighed in relief and enjoyed their tea. Who would have thought that the young palace master of Xifang Palace, a major sect at the top of the Yaori Empire and a master of the nobility realm, would end up in such dire straits? Outside the Qingyun Pavilion, laughter echoed as Lao Qinsheng and Zhu Qin led the group around the bustling floor. The fifth floor of the Qingyun Pavilion is accessible only to the top experts of the various legitimate sections. Indeed, everyone on this floor emanated a heavy aura of malevolence. The sight of these powerful figures made the disciples of the male protagonist feel somewhat intimidated. The group of experts approached with gloomy expressions and no emotions, creating a chilly atmosphere. However, just a second later, they all broke into warm smiles and clasped their hands in greeting. "Greetings, Elder Qin Sheng, greetings, Daoist friend, greetings, Elder Zhu Qin." Elder Qin Sheng gestured toward Wang Feng, introducing him, "Everyone, this Daoist friend is Wang Feng, the sect master of the divine Immortal Sect. I respectfully greet all Daoist friends." The male protagonist secretly smiled at the respect shown by those before him. Indeed, threatening them did have its effect, Otherwise, the treatment I received would not be so grand. The group of experts then turned to the male protagonist, showering him with compliments. Wang's sect master is young yet already leads a sect, truly impressive. Indeed, he possesses remarkable demeanor. Among the younger generation, the achievements of Wang's sect master are truly admirable. I don't know where the Divine Immortal Sect is, but if we have time, we will definitely come to pay a visit. The male lead clasped his hands behind his back and raised one hand to respond loudly. The Divine Immortal Sect is located in a valley, outside the Xingyao mountain range. If you wish to visit, the sect master will welcome you at any time. Wang's sect master, as far as I know, there is no powerful sect like the Divine Immortal Sect outside the Xingyao mountain range. To be honest with you, our Divine Immortal Sect is an ancient hidden major sect that has only recently resumed its operations. The fifth generation sect master of the Divine Immortal Sect was the Tong Tian leader, who fought against the heavens using Tong Tian cultivation. As a result, he was struck down by the heavens and a curse was placed upon us, forcing the Divine Immortal Sect to hide and avoid the curse of the heavens. Fortunately, the ninth generation master, Qi Tian Great Saint, has emerged from the void and finally managed to break the curse of the heavens, allowing our Divine Immortal Sect to reappear. It is just that the Great Saint lost his life due to breaking the curse, passing the position of Sect Master of the Divine Immortal Sect to me. This is also my first time entering the world, and I hope you Daoist friends will guide me more. Old Qin Sheng and the group of strong fighters were astonished when they heard the four words, Major Sect Ancient, their mouths agape and sweat pouring down. Moments later, the entire atmosphere became silent, and the group of strong fighters stared at the male lead, not daring to make a sound. Seeing this, Wang Feng was very pleased, quietly laughing to himself, let me deceive you all in circles. However, it was not only the strong fighters who were astonished, even the disciples could hardly believe it, thinking, we know that the Divine Immortal Sect has a long-standing heritage, being a big sect hidden in the ancient world, but we never expected it to have such a terrifying legacy. With such a powerful sect as a backing, does Emperor Yaori still need to be afraid? Fighting against the heavens, and even losing slightly, what kind of existence is that? Could it be that the Divine Immortal Sect will always have some strong fighter awakening? Old Qin Sheng walked up to Wang Feng with his cane, chatting cheerfully, I never expected the Divine Immortal Sect to have such a background. Our Qinyan pavilion was indeed careless, I hope Sect Master Wang won't hold it against us. Elder, don't say that, it is I, the Sect Master, who should be the one to apologize. I hope the Elder won't blame me. Seeing how formidable the male lead sect was, a young man stepped forward to strike up a conversation. In this life, we have never encountered a true hidden major sect like the ancient one. If there is any disrespect later, I hope the Wang Sect Master will forgive us. Wang Feng, with eyes half closed, spread his arms confidently. It's all easy to talk about, and I welcome you all to exchange ideas at our Divine Immortal Sect. Our Divine Immortal Sect has been hidden for a long time, and we are somewhat out of touch with the current era. Zhu Qin stood behind the elder Qin Sheng, with a stoic expression. Elder, can you tell me how much of what Wang's Sect Master said is trustworthy? Elder Qin Sheng looked at the male lead and replied with a serious tone. We will know soon enough. What do you mean by that? The Xifang Palace is not a power to trifle with. If we can withstand them, then there's a 50% chance it's reliable, if we can't, then it's just a clown jumping around. Hearing this, Zhu Qin pondered with a serious expression. I also want to see if the Divine Immortal Sect is as fearsome as Wang Feng described. After a while, in a boudoir, the female master slammed her hand on the table with a shout. What the hell is the Divine Immortal Sect? I've never heard of it, and this nonsense about fighting the heavens is truly ridiculous. Little guy does not know the vastness of the sky and the depth of the earth. The elder wants to see how you will withstand the wrath of Xifang Palace, the ancient hidden major sect you mentioned. I will go visit the young master of Xifang Palace for a bit. You stay here and think quietly. Yes, master. Li Tian Xian turned her head and stared at the door, then bowed her head and touched her chest, exclaiming, Master, you can come out now. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of red light flew out from Tian Xian's chest. Within the red light, the hair and legs of a young girl gradually appeared. It was unexpected that Tian Xian's master was a petite and adorable little girl, incredibly cute. The lovely master took a piece of cake, glanced over, and stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, "That master of yours outside is indeed a big-chested person with a brain the size of a grape." Tian Xian approached, her eyes wide and innocent as she asked, "Master, do you think what that Wang Sect master said is true?" "It is very likely to be true. Why? Have you discovered something?" "I just probed that Wang Sect master up close, although he has a mysterious power shielding him." But at one moment, the master was still able to probe into his cultivation. Tian Xian, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in amazement and curiously asked, "What cultivation does that Wang Sect master have?" The cute master crossed her arms and turned to her with a serious expression, directly replying, "Profound Sovereign Realm Peak." Hearing this, Tian Xian looked up and murmured, "Profound Sovereign Realm Peak cultivation, truly extremely terrifying, but it does not match the identity of a sect master of a major hidden ancient sect." Upon hearing this, the cute master responded, then clasped her hands behind her back and continued, "What if the master says he is only 20 years old?" "What?" Earlier, the master not only probed into his cultivation but also his bone lineage. It is precisely because of this that the master could guess that what the Wang Sect master said is probably true. Upon hearing this, Tian Xian was extremely astonished, bringing her hands up to cover her mouth, achieving profound sovereign realm peak at just over 20, in the realm of the three great empires. "I've never seen such a genius." Soon, the day of the Demon Sealing Conference arrived, and a crowd gathered in the square of Shenlin City. Among them were representatives from the three empires and the master-disciple pair Li Tian Xian. Everyone huddled together, gazing at the empty chair in the square, yet no one was sitting in it. The male lead, feeling curious, turned to Elder Qin Sheng and asked, "Elder, who is presiding over this demon sealing conference?" Elder Qin Sheng glanced over with a serious expression and replied, "General Chen Lai, known as the war god of the empire, has reached the peak of the profound sovereign realm and commands the entire army of the empire." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was astonished, his eyes wide in surprise, secretly thinking, "Is Emperor Yao Ri really placing such importance on this demon sealing conference?" Just to preside over the conference, he sent a peak profound sovereign realm expert. Meanwhile, the great demon Xian Sha opened his mouth wide, laughing with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, thinking to himself, "Ha ha ha, Emperor Yao Ri is afraid that I will break the seal, he is truly scared." At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared above the crowd, startling them into exchanging glances. Then, the strong individuals raised their heads, alarmed by something that left them wide-eyed and gaping. In the sky, there was an enormous and bustling spaceship, with the front resembling the head of a dragon. Two people stood on top of the spaceship, one was Chen Lai, the general of the Yao Ri Empire, and the other was Yu Fei, the crown prince of the Yao Ri Empire. After the introduction, Yu Fei and Chen Lai descended from the spaceship together. Yu Fei sat down in a chair in the square and slammed his hand on the armrest. In his hand, he held a seal, glancing contemptuously down at the crowd below. Seeing Yu Fei's cold expression, the crowd immediately knelt in unison, causing the ground to tremble violently. "Bow to the crown prince, bow to the general." Yu Fei looked at the crowd beneath him with half an eye, "You do not need to be so formal." Wang Feng stared intently at Yu Fei, thinking to himself, "In recent days, the top geniuses I've seen have only reached the mid-stage of the nobility realm. I did not expect this prince of the empire to have reached the late stage of the nobility realm." Chen Lai walked forward, driving his sword sharply into the ground, looking at the crowd below with bright, glaring eyes. "In this demon sealing conference, there will be no restrictions. The winner will be the one who kills the most demon objects." Hearing this call to action, the crowd below began to murmur. With this rule, is the demon sealing competition going to turn into a bloodbath? That's right, as they compete for the top position on the demon sealing list, once the contestants meet, it's either you die or I live, and some will even deliberately kill the young geniuses. At that moment, two subordinates carried a wooden box and placed it in front of Chen Lai. He then held up a token and spoke in a serious tone, "This is the demon sealing command. You only need to carry the demon sealing command and kill a demon object, it will automatically absorb the aura of the demon object and convert it into accumulated points. The higher the cultivation of the demon object, the higher the accumulated points, and the person with the most accumulated points will be the winner of the demon sealing competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped forward and asked urgently, "What if the demon sealing command is stolen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lai glared angrily and gritted his teeth. "That would mean you are not worthy of possessing the demon sealing command." With that, Chen Lai used spiritual energy to lift the demon sealing commands from the wooden box into the air. To all the geniuses who are not afraid of the cruel rules, come to the platform to seize the demon sealing command. The group of young people glanced at each other hesitantly upon hearing this. Then, they all rushed forward, desperately grabbing for the demon sealing command. Wang Feng threw the golden VIP card to the Xian Sha Great Demon, saying, "Those young people who are not suitable for the demon sealing conference should stay at Qingyun Pavilion." Having said that, the main character and his 4 disciples rushed forward to seize the demon sealing command. Chen Lai widened his eyes as he looked down below and shouted loudly, "This general announces that the demon sealing conference begins." Upon hearing this, the geniuses began to transform into rays of light and flew away. Chen Lai pointed his sword forward, mistakenly indicating the direction, and then said, "Everyone follow me to the demon sealing of the godforsaken land." Zhu Qin and the old Qin Sheng looked towards the beams of light and exclaimed, "Elder, although Wang's sect master is very good at maintaining his appearance, he is not under 30 years old. Yet does he want to escort the disciples of the sect to the godforsaken land?" A moment later, the main character descended from the sky. The main character and his 4 disciples stood on a cliff, looking at the red hole below. He and the chubby Qing stared wide-eyed, gazing intently down below. Is this really the godforsaken land? At the same time, Yu Fei and Tian Xian had also arrived and landed in a large area. Tian Xian turned her face towards a certain direction when Yu Fei called out, "Tian Xian, you should follow the prince now." Hearing this, she glanced back, and replied bluntly, "No need." Yu Fei's subordinate had just landed and upon hearing this, pointed at Tian Xian's face, shouting, "Li Tian Xian, the prince has extended an invitation, yet you refuse." Yu Fei interrupted his subordinates and raised his hand to speak firmly. "This time the rules of the demon sealing conference are harsh. Tian Xian should not be capricious. Staying close to me ensures that nothing will happen." Tian Xian still did not bother to glance at Yu Fei, and bluntly said, "I don't need to." After that, she went straight to the male lead and exclaimed, "I already have teammates." At this moment, Wang Feng was not paying attention to everything around him, continuously waving his hand at his nose. "Oh my god, Xian Sha's place smells horribly bad." Ignored by Tian Xian, Yu Fei's face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he frowned, clearly showing his dejection. Returning to the earlier time, while Yu Fei was sitting confidently on the chair, being worshipped by the crowd below, he did not take his eyes off the seal on his hand. That scene caught Tian Xian's attention, making her feel a mix of doubt and fear. Back to the present, beams of light were flying toward the godforsaken land. At this moment, a pot of tea was being brewed. It turned out that the main character's group was taking a break on the cliff, enjoying tea and food while allowing the disciples to rest. Li Qing was lying on the cliff, pointing down at the godforsaken land and exclaimed, "Sect Master, let's also enter the godforsaken land. The demon sealing conference only lasts 3 days, and soon the demon objects will be killed off by those geniuses." Wang Feng heard this and shot a glare down below, baring his teeth in a confident smile. "What's the rush? If all the demon objects are killed, we can just rob those geniuses. Why waste our efforts going into the godforsaken land?" Upon hearing this, Li Qing realized and glanced over at Wang Feng. "That's right, we can rob those geniuses. Sect Master, you truly deserve to be the Sect Master. Indeed, you are cunning. Ah, no, you are resourceful." At that moment, Tian Xian walked up to the male lead, clasped her hands, and bowed in greeting. Li Tian Xian of Tian Xian's sect, pays respects to the Sect Master and the esteemed Daoist friends. Wang Feng picked up a teacup and handed it to Fei Wu to pour water, then glanced over to respond. "May I ask what brings Miss Li to seek our Sect Master?" Tian Xian opened her eyes wide, looking at the male lead with a serious and straightforward expression. Tian Xian wants to join the Divine Immortal Sect, and hopes that Wang's Sect Master will accept me. Upon hearing this, the male lead choked on the water in his mouth, while Fei Wu also accidentally spilled hot water on his hand. Wang Feng raised his swollen red hand and blew gently on it. Miss Li, why would you choose to join our Divine Immortal Sect instead of a prestigious sect like Tian Xian Sect? Although I boast that Divine Immortal Sect is a major hidden sect, Miss Li Tian Xian, you wouldn't fall for my one-sided words and truly wish to join Divine Immortal Sect, would you? Tian Xian's eyes gradually dimmed, revealing her sadness. Because what Tian Xian's sect covets about me is not my prodigious cultivation, but my appearance. They want to use me to climb up to Prince Yu Fei of the Yao Ri Empire. Wang Feng, upon hearing this, casually picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, although the Tian Xian sect is using you, your status as the Prince of the Empire is already enough to be worthy of you, right? Hearing this, Tian Xian did not hesitate to open up. The status of the prince is noble. If I could unite with him, then even if I am used by the sect, it wouldn't matter. However, Tian Xian did not anticipate that the prince was gilded on the outside but shabby and devastated on the inside. Wang Feng and his 4 disciples were all astonished after hearing this. Oh, is that so? How should we interpret that? Could it be that after eating sweet potatoes, there's now a watermelon? Tian Xian lowered his head and unconsciously muttered, once, I received an invitation to the palace, and without realizing it, I accidentally wandered into the prince's palace. The things that were incompatible with the status of the prince were, the jewels of the crown prince's palace all emanated an aura that made others feel uneasy. Among them, the most eerie was the prince's seat. Looking at its shape, it could be said to resemble a chair, but behind it was a clear image of women who were continuously crying out in despair. When I was inside the grand hall, it just so happened that the prince returned. I immediately hid behind the chair and heard this. Li Tian Xian, the beauty Li Tian Xian, the leader of the Tian Xian sect. The prince walked over, sat arrogantly on the chair, and raised the seal, gazing intently at it. When will you come to stand by my side, Tian Xian? At first, I thought it was just an ordinary chair. Only when the prince placed the seal on the chair did I realize that the chair was a living being. At that moment, I could only cover my mouth tightly and pretend I saw nothing happening before my eyes. After this incident, I learned that the prince had a jade stamp in his hand. With just one imprint, it could turn a living person into gemstone, and he used it to turn the beauties he liked the most into a chair. Wang Feng was so furious that he threw the teacup behind him, frowning in thought. Damn it, I thought the people in the market were skilled, but it turns out the ones in the palace are the real experts. When I eventually turn against the Yao Ri Empire, I will definitely use that perverted prince's name as a sacrificial knife. After thinking, Wang Feng looked at Tian Xian and asked, then why didn't you just leave the Tian Xian sect? My entire clan is within the Tian Xian sect. If I leave, my clan will surely be annihilated. So you want to take advantage of our Divine Immortal Sect to withstand this destiny of yours? That's right, no big sect in the Empire dares to oppose the great Emperor Yao Ri. Only you and the Divine Immortal Sect have given Tian Xian a glimmer of hope. The male protagonist pointed at Tian Xian and asked, what right do you have for our sect master to take you in? Or rather, what value do you possess that could make our sect master risk confronting the Yao Ri Empire to accept you? Hearing this, Tian Xian felt a bit disappointed and closed her eyes tightly. The Tian Xian sect only knew that I had outstanding prodigy cultivation, but they did not know that my cultivation was entirely supported by the pills I refined to help me advance. At this point, she placed her hand on her chest with a serious expression. In fact, I am an 8th grade Great Master in pill refinement. Mu Yunfei and Fei Wu were slightly astonished upon hearing this, leaving the male protagonist behind confused and unaware of what was happening. In just over 20 years, she has become an 8th grade Great Master in pill refinement. Is being an 8th grade Great Master in pill refinement really that impressive? With his vast experience, Mu Yunfei stepped up to clarify the doubt. It is said that a long time ago, due to reasons unknown, the inheritance of refined pill master, formation masters, and other supplementary cultivation paths has been completely lost. The remaining inheritances of supplementary cultivation paths are extremely scarce. Now, in the three great empires, the number of refined pill grandmasters who can reach the 8th rank or above is definitely no more than 5 fingers. Furthermore, this 16-year-old 8th rank refined pill master is something that has never been heard of before. Fei Wu's eyes widened in surprise and a hint of admiration. I didn't expect that the refined pill prodigy of Tian Xin would be so profound and unpredictable. At such a young age, they have already reached the 8th rank of refined pill master, and now they are seeking to join our sect. However, Wang Feng remained very calm, spreading his arms and saying, a refined pill master may be an extremely valuable existence for other big sects, but for the divine Immortal Sect, they are merely a presence that can be there or not. I have a system, and even without a refined pill master, I can still elevate the cultivation of the disciples in the sect. After thinking it over, the main character turned around and straightforwardly said, let's go. Seeing Wang Feng's indifference also made Li He ponder deeply. A once-in-a-lifetime talent like Li Tian Xin, even if I was a strong profound emperor realm in my previous life, I would hate not to welcome him with open arms. How could the sect master not accept him into the divine Immortal Sect? Li Qing, with a heart of compassion, approached Tian Xin to comfort him. Do your best to cultivate, strive to be as exceptional as we are. Tian Xin clasped his hands together and raised them in front, speaking loudly. I apologize for the disturbance. Tian Xin takes his leave. I hope that what I have said is kept confidential by the sect master and esteemed Daoist friends. I thank you. After saying this, Tian Xin turned and walked away. Just when he was at his most desperate, Wang Feng's voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? My sect master said to come to the Demon Sealing place to participate in the Demon Sealing conference. Wang Feng turned around, pointed at his own face, and smiled as he said, your request is granted by my sect master. From now on, Li Tian Xin and your family will be protected by my sect master. Anyone who dares to touch you will die, even the Empire Yao Ri will be destroyed, the father of the emperor need not be feared. Li Qing, standing beside him, heard this and shot a glance. What are you still doing in a daze? While the sect master hasn't changed his mind, quickly pay the joining fee. Hearing that, Tian Xin immediately took out her purse. Then, she walked in front of the male lead, raised the purse with both hands, bowed and said, Li Tian Xin will definitely serve the divine Immortal Sect diligently until the day I die. At that moment, in the godforsaken land, streams of evil energy were constantly spreading. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing special, but in reality, it was an incredibly deep abyss. Li Qing rushed downwards, his face scrunched up like a pile of cow dung, with 2 streams of snot standing up. Wang Feng looked up at Li Qing and exclaimed, you said that in the godforsaken land, the power of the outer circle is several times stronger than the outside world, and you can't even die. Do you want us to give you a ride? Li Qing plunged his head into the ground, his face covered in sweat. When I said give you a ride, I meant to carry you, not to send you down to the grave. While Li Qing was speaking, Fei Wu had already breathed onto her fist. Then, without any hesitation, she punched Li Qing in the head, causing his face to completely distort. Tian Xin stood behind, watching Fei Wu deliver a punch that sent Li Qing flying, feeling somewhat astonished. She stepped forward and raised a finger, curiously asking, Ling's senior sister, when everyone is helping to fight the grand senior brother like this, is it possible that it will injure his foundation? Upon hearing this, Fei Wu turned around and replied loudly, that grand senior brother. He has the body of a black spirit tortoise, the harder he is hit, the more beneficial it is. I didn't expect the grand senior brother to have such a special physique. No wonder he can become the grand senior brother. After walking for a while, Fei Wu suddenly stopped, looking up, something made her widen her eyes in astonishment. The area ahead is really strange. In front of Fei Wu were countless intertwined branches. What is that coral-looking thing? Li Qing smashed her bare face into the area of branches, squinting and exclaiming, I see clearly now, this is not coral, they are roots, this is a reverse growth forest. As soon as she finished speaking, a violent shock suddenly occurred from this place, shaking continuously, causing Qing Chubby to fall from the roots. The shaking was caused by the streaks of light rapidly moving towards the group of the male protagonist. At that moment, a hand appeared on a root, with the pitch-black claws of a monster. Next, a pristine white fur was revealed. This monster was a ferocious white King Kong, rushing wildly towards the male protagonist's group. With eyes emitting a beam of light, the white King Kong looked down, opening its mouth wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. No matter how terrified the disciples were, Wang Feng maintained an unusual calmness. It must be infected demon beasts, probably at the peak of the cultivation nobility realm. Who's going up here? After hearing this, Li Qing glanced away to avoid it, sweating profusely and thinking to himself, I heard that demon beasts in the godforsaken land are extremely fierce, and once they fight, they don't stop until death. If I go up, wouldn't I be serving as food for it? If it's too difficult, I'll just skip it. In contrast to Li Qing's timidity, Mu Yunfei boldly stepped forward, drew his sword, and said, let me take care of it. With a confident expression, Mu Yunfei looked at the gleaming sharp blade of his sword and smiled lightly. Wang Feng sensed the aura of Yunfei, so he gave him a thumbs up. Alright, that's pretty impressive. Just in time to see how much Mu Yunfei has grown under the guidance of Shimen Cui Shui these past few days. Li Tianxian, who was watching from behind, felt a bit confused seeing the confidence of the male lead and Mu Yunfei. That's the Tongyun demonic ape, a demon beast at the peak of the nobility realm. Why does it seem like in the eyes of the master and Mu's senior brother, it's just a common little beast that can be dealt with at will? The Tongyun demonic ape wrapped its tail tightly around a root, then spun around a few times for fun and shot straight towards Mu Yunfei. The Tongyun demonic ape tightened its fist, gathering a burst of powerful energy, then charged toward Mu Yunfei, with its fist aimed directly at his face. However, Mu Yunfei not only showed no fear but also smiled. He gently glided 2 fingers across the sword. Just in time. He then exerted force with the tips of his fingers, creating a rich spiritual weapon that enveloped the sword. The next moment, he pointed the sword straight ahead, using the Tianhong first sword technique to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, the Tongyun demonic ape took his strike head-on, and something made it wide-eyed in horror. The pressure of the power from the sword chi struck hard, causing the Tongyun demonic ape to be sent flying several dozen meters, leaving behind violent shockwaves. The impact was immense, breaking the roots into many short segments. At this moment, the Tongyun demonic ape's hand was continuously bleeding, causing it immense pain. It opened its mouth wide and screamed fiercely, but it didn't stop there. Mu Yunfei stomped down hard, leaping forward. As he approached, he unleashed a powerful sword chi, leaving the Tongyun demonic ape stunned and gritting its teeth in fear. Unable to withstand this shock, the Tongyun demonic ape clenched its 2 fists, channeling its strength. It then charged into battle fiercely with Mu Yunfei, leaving Tianxian, who was watching from afar, enlightened. She stared in shock at Mu Yunfei's duel, wondering, are all the disciples of the divine Immortal Sect this strong? After a bloody struggle with Mu Yunfei, the Tongyun demonic ape held onto a root. Then, it did a handstand on the root, glaring and gritting its teeth at Mu Yunfei with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Just wait a moment to catch my breath. Just a moment later, Tongyun demonic ape clamped its 2 feet together, gathering strength. Next, Tongyun demonic ape forcefully extended its legs towards Mu Yunfei with tremendous power. And so, the feet of Tongyun demonic ape collided directly with Mu Yunfei's sword chi. In the blink of an eye, Yunfei's sword shattered into many pieces, dissipating along with his sword chi. Looking back, only the hilt of the sword remained. Yunfei stared at it and calmly said in front of Tongyun demonic ape, is it just the hilt left? This time, I've taken a heavy loss. After that, Yunfei glanced at Tongyun demonic ape and smiled. Then, he kicked off the branch and shot forward. When he got close to Tongyun demonic ape, Yunfei tightly grasped the hilt of the sword in his hand, aiming directly at its belly. At this moment, a spiritual weapon gradually formed on the hilt of Yunfei's sword. He thrust it forcefully through the stomach of Tongyun demonic ape, causing it to be caught off guard, staring wide-eyed, mouth agape in shock. Tianxian, witnessing this scene, gasped in horror, shouting, Oh no, Mu's senior brother has forgotten that his sword is just the hilt now. The Tong Yun demonic ape was in excruciating pain, roaring loudly with its mouth wide open, accompanied by its tail trembling incessantly. Moments later, the Tong Yun demonic ape toppled over, carrying the hilt of Yun Fei's sword, unconscious and bleeding profusely. Having resolved the situation, Yun Fei flew back to the group of the male protagonist. Tian Xian raised her hand to cover her mouth, still in shock at the scene before her. What is happening here? Why did Mu's senior brother use a sword hilt without a blade and still manage to kill the Tong Yun demonic ape? After hearing this, Wang Feng turned to her, half closing his eyes and raising a finger to answer her question. Who said that hilt has no blade? It's just that you can't see it. Mu Yunfei flicked his two fingers, channeling spiritual energy. Instantly, a complete sword covered in red blood shot out from the body of the Tong Yun demonic ape. What are you looking at? The blade isn't gone, it's just in a hidden state. Wang Feng, witnessing this scene, felt extremely satisfied and thought to himself, not bad, it seems Mu Yunfei has initially grasped the Hua Yong sword Dao from Elder Shimen. At this moment, the body of the Tong Yun demonic ape revealed a stream of spiritual weapons golden light running along its entire form. Mu Yunfei, upon witnessing the spiritual weapon approaching him, was a bit taken aback. However, that stream of spiritual weapon was absorbed into the demon sealing command in his hand. Oh my, you scared me to death. Yunfei took the demon sealing command and stepped in front of the male protagonist to showcase his achievement of receiving 10,000 accumulated points, completely disregarding the body of the Tong Yun demonic ape. It had been propelled upward by some force. Tian Xian noticed its movement and exclaimed in shock, Mu's senior brother, be careful, the demonic ape is behind you. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei turned around and saw a stream of blood qi continuously rising from the demonic ape's body. The immense blood qi coalesced, transforming into the spirit form of an extremely ferocious shark, which opened its mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs, staring intently at Mu Yunfei. The shark lunged at Mu Yunfei, but unfortunately, it missed. This time, however, Yunfei was alert, gritting his teeth and glancing behind him. He raised his hand to chant the incantation to condense the sword qi. Then he turned around and slashed the sword qi at the shark's head, splitting it in two, and thought to himself, I expended too much energy to kill the demonic ape earlier, the remaining profound qi is only enough for me to use the Hua Yong sword Dao one last time. After the first strike, the head of the shark flew in the air. Its body loosened, wrapping around the demon sealing command from Mu Yunfei's hand. As he lost strength and fell down, Yunfei stared intently at the demon sealing command in front of him, panting like a dog. Giant shark transforming into blood, this is not like demon beasts, its purpose is the demon sealing command. While he was distracted, the head of the shark reconnected with its body. Then, the shark opened its jaws wide and lunged at Mu Yunfei. He was on the verge of death but still gritted his teeth and thought, it seems that my attacker is another genius. The jaws of the shark were close to Mu Yunfei. But he just sat there clutching his stomach. Just a second later, a tattered garment tore into pieces, accompanied by a splash of bright red blood. But it was not Mu Yunfei's blood, it was Tian Xian's. The girl, disregarding her life, rushed to hug Mu Yunfei and pulled him away from the shark's mouth, injuring herself in the process. A deep bite mark extended along Tian Xian's spine, causing her immense pain as she gritted her teeth and tightly closed her eyes. After landing a blow, the shark gleefully dove into the ground. At that moment, above the body of Tong Yun demonic ape, a talisman appeared with a fiery red aura. Even more surprisingly, in the next moment, 3 masked young men with unknown backgrounds emerged from beneath the ground. As one of them surfaced, he angrily stomped on the demonic ape, tearing the talisman from its body. Then, he stared intently at the blood qi in his palm and said, I really have good fortune, the battle has just begun, and my blood wave shark has already taken down 2 opponents from the nobility realm for me. Sitting nearby, Tian Xian heard this and gradually realized what was happening, thinking to herself, using a blood control talisman to manipulate the blood of living beings, and attacking us with that specialized talisman can only be the prodigy of the Shanghai sect, Feng Mo. In Tian Xian's mind, Feng Mo was the leader of those three young men. Feng Mo raised his hand to stroke his chin, staring ahead, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Fairy Li Tian Xian, senior sister of the Tian Xian sect, to be here. What bad luck to serve her up to my blood wave shark." Tian Xian tightly clutched the wound on her shoulder, her voice strained as she said, "Feng Mo, you are the pinnacle prodigy of the big sect Songhai sect in the Yaori Empire, and you still dare to shamelessly do such things while others are in danger." Feng Mo removed the mask from his face and replied, "What is called the victor takes all. As long as I can win, what does it matter to you what methods this young master uses? Right now, you and your companions are all injured. If you don't want to lose your lives, then obediently serve this young master." As soon as he finished speaking, the two men accompanying him also joined in jeering, "Ha ha ha, it's a blessing for Li Tian Xian to catch the attention of Feng's senior brother." That's right, Feng's senior brother is the pinnacle prodigy of our Songhai sect, it's not an insult to her status. I advise you to obediently serve the senior brother and avoid suffering physical pain. Ling Fei Wu and Qing Chubby heard these words and were extremely furious, rushing forward, but Wang Feng raised his arms to block them, leaving both of them wide-eyed and astonished, unable to move. Tian Xian's face darkened, remaining silent. After a long pause, she looked up and said, "If you want me to attend to junior brother Feng, at least you should heal my injuries first." Hearing this, Feng Mo glanced at the subordinate and ordered, "Get a healing pill for senior sister Li Tian Xian." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Xian refused, saying, "I don't need it." She stood up, took out a gourd, and exclaimed, "I have something better here." After saying that, she poured out a thunder pearl from the gourd, which grew larger and larger, surrounded by flashing lightning that illuminated Tian Xian's face. Then she used a lightning technique, directing the gourd towards the thunder pearl, launching a powerful bolt of lightning towards Feng Mo, making him break out in a cold sweat. In that moment, Feng Mo was completely overwhelmed by the powerful lightning of Tian Xian, causing his body to jerk. The two subordinates, seeing this, were frightened and sweated profusely. "Senior brother Feng, are you okay?" Feng Mo, with the bolt of lightning charging straight at him, boldly declared, "A tiny lightning strike, can it injure me, Feng Mo?" Hearing his words, the two subordinates immediately encouraged fiercely, "Impressive, truly a top prodigy of our Songhai sect." Under the blinding light, the image of Feng Mo raised both hands in front of him. A moment later, Feng Mo unleashed the mountain move sea palm into the chest of the subordinate beside him, causing lightning to surge through his body. The subordinate, shocked by the electric shock, shouted in despair, "Feng's senior brother, why?" Feng Mo removed his mask and revealed a strange smile, "You are just an ordinary disciple of Songhai sect, taking the lightning from my top prodigy self counts as a meaningful death." Thus, the subordinate absorbed the punishment, with his body being torn to pieces under the powerful lightning. Witnessing the scene before her, Tian Xian felt a bit disgusted. "I never expected that you could drag your own people to death just for self-preservation." Feng Mo crossed his arms, and a stream of blood qi began to emerge. "If it weren't for you not knowing what's good for you, he wouldn't have to die like this. It was you who forced this young master to use underhanded methods to break the flower." After saying that, Feng Mo performed the clear wave technique, using blood qi to create enormous sharks. After taking shape, the sharks began to merge their bodies together. A dozen sharks fused into a giant whale, opening its mouth wide as it charged towards Mu Yunfei and Tian Xian. In a critical moment, Qing Chubby charged straight ahead like a gust of wind. He was controlled by a beam of light, using his head to collide with the whale, causing his eyes to bulge out and blood to pour from his mouth. Out of nowhere, a blow landed that felt like it would knock his brains out, making Qing Chubby frustrated as he thought, "If you want to pick flowers, then go ahead, why pick on me? Damn sect master, ever since discovering that I possess the black spirit tortoise, you've treated me like a shield. You can move anywhere you need at any time. My brain already has few wrinkles, and now it's completely flat, that's just infuriating." With Li Qing's strong impact, the whale quickly exploded. Wang Feng approached Mu Yunfei and asked, "Do you remember the lesson from today?" "Disciple remembers, and will never forget." The male lead stared straight ahead with a determined expression. Today, the sect master originally intended to let the disciples train on their own, but unfortunately ran into that clown jumping around, which annoyed the sect master, so I no longer want to see him continue living. Feng Mo, hearing this, pointed directly at the male lead and shouted loudly, "Useless person, where did you come from to dare to bark in front of my prodigy?" Wang Feng ignored Feng Mo's words and glanced at Li He, exclaiming, "If I let you kill this clown, how many strikes would it take?" After hearing this, Li He smiled lightly with a hint of meaning. Li He confidently walked toward Feng Mo, with spiritual weapons swirling around his body. For this weakling, one strike is enough. Tian Xian poured a blue pill from a gourd, then she half closed her eyes and put it in her mouth. At the same time, a stream of red energy continued to seep out from her chest. Just now I almost ate dirt, and now the master just decided to show up. With the sect master of the divine immortal sect guarding, your lives will not be safe, the lovely master shot a glance. Plus my pill, even if you get injured, you will recover very quickly. I'm out here to see what's going on. Li He, your senior brother, how does he deal with the prodigy of the Songhai sect with just one sword? Feng Mo looked towards Li He and, seeing the sword in his hand along with the spiritual weapon radiating around him, sneered. Humph, I didn't expect this useless person to dare claim that he could deal with me with just one sword. He used a sharp gaze, his pupils shining as he looked at Li He, speaking loudly. Want to die? Then I will grant your wishes. After finishing his words, Feng Mo once again used the clear wave 5 techniques, gathering blood qi to form a dozen extremely fierce sharks, with deep mouths and jaws full of sharp teeth. After combining to form a gigantic whale, it lunged forward to bite down. But Li He quickly jumped aside to evade, causing the ground to explode. Then, he stomped his foot down hard, launching himself up in front of the whale's mouth. Li He tightly gripped the sword in his hand, sliding on his knees along the ground towards it. He glided under the enormous body of the whale, with a calm expression. Just a second later, he aimed straight at the target and halted quickly, leaving 2 shockwaves beneath his knees. Seeing the blood shark charge at him with its mouth wide open, Li He quickly let go and grabbed the sword. Then, with a determined expression, he swung the sword straight forward. The sword pierced into the middle of the blood shark's mouth, causing it pain and making it let out a fierce roar. Not stopping there, Li He placed his hand on the sword's hilt and, using force, thrust it deep into the blood shark's mouth. Li He exerted force from his legs to gain momentum, then pushed the sword with his hand while running quickly forward, causing the sword to penetrate even deeper into the blood shark's mouth. Subsequently, the sword pierced through a series of other blood sharks behind it. After this strike, the blood shark was about to vanish. The lovely master stood on the side, raising a hand to stroke his chin and observe. This little guy knows the clear wave 5 moves, a technique stronger than the previous one, intentionally using the clear wave 3rd and 4th moves to counter the strongest 5th move. When the 2 sharks collided, they created an earth-shattering explosion, with smoke and fire billowing up. This is known as skillfully harnessing power. Feng Mo was hit by an unexpected counterattack, clenching his teeth in frustration. A sword pierced through the thick cloud of dust. Li He's sword lunged directly at Feng Mo, startling him and causing him to fall backward in an attempt to evade it. Moments later, Feng Mo regained his composure and used both hands to strike back, pinching Li He's sword. He then bared his shark-like teeth and smirked, "I thought your sword strike was formidable, but in the end, you were still caught empty-handed by me." However, when his sword was caught, Li He remained calm and collected without any sign of panic. Tian Xian stared ahead in shock, exclaiming, "Feng Mo, you really did enchant your sword, clearly it belongs to your junior brother." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword chi gracefully swept across Feng Mo's neck and that of his disciple, blood gushing from the wound. Feng Mo opened his mouth wide, his eyes widening as he shouted the last 3 words, "Impossible," while still gripping the sword, but his head fell as usual. Seeing the 2 young men fall at his feet, Li He quickly retracted his sword and sheathed it. Witnessing this scene, the adorable master couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This sword strike is truly formidable." She smiled with satisfaction. This one is indeed the true prodigy of the divine Immortal Sect. Tian Xian's eyes widened as she stared at Li He, thinking to herself, just now, I thought that senior brother Li He's strike had failed. It's a pity that senior brother Li He went back on his word, cutting off the heads of the two and switching their positions. This must definitely involve more than just using a sword. The adorable master raised an arm and said loudly, Tian Xian, you are mistaken. He really only used one strike. How is that possible? The adorable master looked ahead and said seriously, your skills are not sufficient. The master can see very clearly. Just now, Li He really only used one strike. The speed of the attack was extremely fast, and he completely severed the heads and switched them. Hearing the master's words, Tian Xian was stunned as she followed the figure of Li He. After resolving the matter, the accumulation points were absorbed into the demon sealing command. Li He then threw the demon sealing command to the male lead. Sect Master, their accumulation points have all transferred to your demon sealing command. You did very well. The male lead glared at the demon sealing command in his hand, secretly smiling. Indeed, robbing is the fastest way to accumulate points. At the same time, outside the Grand Hall Square, a huge leaderboard appeared before the elders of the great empires. In the still atmosphere, a mosquito flew by, causing a disturbance. The mosquito buzzed in front of Xian Sha, the great demon, making him extremely annoyed. No matter how dangerous it was, he couldn't bring himself to kill these pesky mosquitoes. On the scoreboard, Yu Fei's accumulated points were at the top. The third place was Mu Yunfei, and the rest were unknown to the crowd. The young men below looked at the leaderboard and discussed excitedly. Yu Fei, the prince, truly deserves to be the leader of the younger generation of the empire. In a short time, he has accumulated 30,000 points. Such an achievement would rank second even in the previous generation's demon sealing tournament. Indeed, among the younger generation of the three great empires, Prince Yu Fei is absolutely at the top. Beside them, Lin, elder of the Fei Wu sect, also spoke a few words. First place in this demon sealing tournament surely belongs to Prince Yu Fei. What surprised me is that young Master Gu Langjai of the Songhai sect managed to rank second, with 20,000 accumulated points. Chen, elder of the Songhai sect, heard this and glanced over to respond. Lin, elder, Yu Tai, young master of the Fei Wu sect, is not to be underestimated. He has already pressured our young master of the Songhai sect. Hearing this, Lin, elder raised his hand to gesture and spoke in a gentle tone. You cannot compare to your Songhai sect, which has many talented disciples ranked in the top 20, while the Fei Wu sect only has 3. The Demon Sealing Conference is merely the beginning. The current results mean nothing. Lin, elder should not praise those disciples anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man beside Chen elder spoke up. Why is Feng Imo suddenly not here? Chen elder, hearing this, became furious, his eyes bulging, and turned to shout directly at the young man. What do you mean not here? Do you know how to speak? Sorry, elder. After scolding, he turned his face to the list, smiling brightly. Feng Mo's accumulated points must have increased, so his rank should have gone up as well. Why panic? Straining his eyes to scan the entire list and still not seeing Feng Mo's name, Chen elder's face darkened like a bottom of a pot as he yelled, Hey, something seems off. Chen elder immediately rushed in front of Chen Lai, clasping his hands to report. General Chen Lai, the name of our genius sect, Feng Mo, has suddenly disappeared from the map. Could it be that there is something wrong with the Demon Sealing Tablet? The Demon Sealing Tablet was personally crafted by His Majesty, it cannot be faulty. The only reason Feng Mo's name is missing is that he has been killed by someone else. After hearing this, Chen elder was stunned, frozen for 5 seconds. In his imagination, the image of Feng Mo's head severed from his body appeared. He gritted his teeth, his eyes turned completely black, remaining silent. A moment later, Chen elder raised his arm forward and shouted loudly, Who is it? Dare to touch our genius from Songhai sect? The young people turned around upon hearing this, whispering to each other. Who is so bold as to kill the top genius of Songhai sect during the Demon Sealing Grand Assembly? Seeing the situation escalating, the female master poured oil on the fire. Chen elder, the accumulated points of the master from Divine Immortal Sect, Wang Feng, are exactly the same as Feng Mo's. Perhaps it was him who killed, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? Feng Mo just disappeared. He immediately climbed up to the top 20. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen turned to look at the group of strong men of the male protagonist, glaring with wide eyes and shouting, "Wang Feng, you are so bold." Without any hesitation, Elder Chen crossed his arms, concentrated his energy, and gritted his teeth, stating, "If your sect master dares to kill my genius from the Shanghai sect, then I, this elder, will kill you all to avenge him." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chen's body unleashed a vast expanse of water, surging towards the group of strong men. The immense power of Elder Chen's water mesmerized even those who watched from a distance. The female master of the Xian sect, seeing this scene, made a smug expression, thinking to herself, "Elder Chen of the Shanghai sect is a mid-stage profound sovereign of the strong realm, this time divine Immortal Sect is definitely doomed." Elder Chen's water condensed and then transformed into a fierce dragon with sharp fangs, lunging toward the group of strong men. In front of the fierce dragon's mouth, Shimen Chui Shui boldly stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this." With that, Shimen Chui Shui raised both hands in front of his mouth and chanted a formula to concentrate his energy with an emotionless expression. After that, Shimen Chui Shui released the Tao Force energy into the mouth of the dragon. Just as it was about to devour him, the Tao Force energy pierced through the dragon's mouth and penetrated its body, then shot straight out. Seeing this scene, Elder Chen's eyes widened in shock. The female master of Xian, witnessing the event, also gasped in astonishment, internally screaming, "How is this possible?" Due to Elder Chen's astonishment, Shimen Chui Shui's Tao Force energy conveniently pierced through his throat. Subsequently, the energy passed through Elder Chen's brain and shot directly towards Chen Lai. Seeing this, General Chen Lai raised 2 fingers to block the attack. A moment later, something caused Chen Lai's eyes to widen in disbelief. On the tip of his fingers was a pitifully dead mosquito. Chen Lai glanced at Elder Chen, who was bleeding profusely beside him, and thought he just casually used a mosquito to kill a mid-level profound sovereign. After contemplating this, he ordered his subordinate, "Someone, quickly investigate the background of the divine Immortal Sect." "Understood, General." Having resolved the matter, Shimen Chui Shui lowered his hands and glared at Chen Elder with a frosty expression. The female master of Xian glanced at Shimen Chui Shui, remaining silent, but internally she was extremely frustrated, gritting her teeth in anger. Why is this person from the divine Immortal Sect more terrifying than the others? Zhu Qin wiped a bead of sweat from her cheek and turned to stare at Shimen Chui Shui. Then her eyes widened in shock, and she muttered, "First, they used bandages to break an arm of Gue Xiong Elder from Si Fong Palace, and then they killed Chen Elder of Shanghai Sect with a mosquito. What kind of sect is the divine Immortal Sect?" Hearing this, Elder Qin Xing responded, "I don't know either." He turned his head and glanced back, beads of sweat forming again. "But I know that the divine Immortal Sect is an entity that Qinyun Pavilion must establish a good relationship with." At the same time, in the godforsaken land, in the midst of the thriving forest, a dreamy purple spiritual herb appeared. This spiritual herb radiated an incredibly dazzling light, and the flower of the spiritual herb slowly bloomed, revealing its remarkably strange stigma with various large and small branches. At that moment, 2 groups of people appeared. One side consisted of great masters in cultivation, led by a rather handsome monk with skin as white as grapefruit. The other side was a group of thin young people, led by a man holding a feather fan. The 2 groups stood facing each other, intently gazing at the spiritual herb at their feet. While the 2 groups were competing in their stare-down, a figure of the male protagonist could be seen in the distance, partially hidden behind a branch. The male protagonist sat atop the branch, looking down intently with a knowing smile. Qing Chubby turned to look back, half closing his eyes and exclaimed, "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the sparrow stands behind." With such a cunning sect master, how could the divine Immortal Sect not prosper? Wang Feng raised his hand to stroke his chin with a blank expression, asking curiously, "What are they doing around the vegetable patch?" Could it be that the Taoist and the monk are fighting over vegetarian food? Hearing the sect master say that, "I'm starting to feel a bit hungry too," Xian, standing beside him, placed a hand on her chest and answered boldly, "This purple flower is called the Purple Spirit Profound Flower. if it's processed into the Purple Spirit Profound Pill, it can increase the success rate of reaching the strong Nobility Realm peak and breaking through to the Profound Sovereign Realm by up to 50%. The Genius Treasure of Nobility Peak, no wonder it can attract their contention. Mu Yunfei fell silent when he heard this and pondered. The junior sister is indeed a great master at refining 8th grade pills. Despite my serious injury, after taking her pill, I have recovered so quickly. After hearing those words, Wang Feng glanced over at Tian Xian and pressed, "Do you know them?" The group of cultivators are disciples of Fei Wu Sect, the leading major sect, with Yi Feng as its top genius. As for those monks, they are disciples of the major sect Wuxiang Sect, with Wu Nian as their leading genius. So Wuxiang Sect is a Buddhist sect of cultivating immortals. That's right, Sect Master. Wuxiang Sect is the only Buddhist sect in the 3 great empires. Although their strength has not reached the peak level of major sects, they should not be underestimated, especially their somewhat peculiar attack methods that make it hard for people to defend against. After listening, Wang Feng glanced down below and smiled to himself, thinking, if possible, I want to poach from Wuxiang Sect. After all, Buddhist disciples are rare. Below, Yi Feng raised one hand to his mouth and extended the other hand forward, speaking loudly. Wu Nian brother, this purple spirit profound flower, if Wu Nian brother is willing to part with something dear, then consider it a debt of gratitude from me to you. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word and I will come. Upon hearing this, Wu Nian made an expressionless face and replied frankly, Yi donor is valuing appearances too much, treasures are merely external possessions. This purple spirit profound flower should still be taken by this monk back to Wuxiang Sect for purification, to avoid tempting the minds of the world. After hearing this, Yi Feng insisted, if one can obtain a treasure, if Wu Nian brother does not let go, then we can only fight. With that, Yi Feng waved his staff. Immediately, from his cloak, a multitude of swirling white feathers was released. These feathers gathered together, transforming into the claws and slender body of a mythical beast. In the blink of an eye, a dragon formed from the feathers wrapped tightly around Yi Feng. This is his ultimate technique, Fei Wu Cloud Dragon. Yi Feng's disciples, standing behind him, felt a surge of pride and shouted loudly, Fei Wu Cloud Dragon is the strongest skill inheritance of our Fei Wu sect, with a total of 13 levels, and it can force Yi senior brother to unleash the 9th level of Fei Wu Cloud Dragon. This arrogant monk has had enough. That's right, since Yi senior brother cultivated the 9th level of Fei Wu Cloud Dragon, he has never used it. Finally, we can see Yi senior brother perform this divine pressure. However, Wu Nian remained surprisingly calm in the face of Yi Feng's Fei Wu Cloud Dragon, chanting the weak Wuxiang. Once the skill was activated, a spiral of golden light spiritual weapon circled around his body, condensing into a fierce and majestic golden dragon. This was Wu Nian's profound skill, the Grand Might Heavenly Dragon. After preparing, the two four-eyed young men looked at each other and said in unison, let's fight. With that, the Cloud Dragon and Golden Dragon charged at each other head-on to heat things up first before proceeding. The overwhelming pressure of their power caused the disciples to raise their hands in defense, unable to hide their astonishment. The Cloud Dragon and Golden Dragon moved at lightning speed, creating violent shockwaves upon collision. Mu Yunfei stood at the back observing and spoke up, Sect Master, who do you think will win between these two? Wang Feng stared intently ahead and answered directly without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng. The Cloud Dragon opened its mouth wide and charged forward, then it twisted its body in a circle and shot straight up. However, due to some influence, the Cloud Dragon was in pain and shed tears, letting out a frightened roar. It turned out that the Golden Dragon below had brutally clamped down on the Cloud Dragon's tail. The Golden Dragon held the Cloud Dragon's tail tightly in its mouth, causing it to struggle hopelessly. Yi Feng's junior brothers watched the scene, wide-eyed and sweating profusely. After a while, the Golden Dragon relented and opened its mouth, releasing the Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon, drenched in sweat from the pain, breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Nian stared intently ahead, continuously chanting spells. Under the influence of the incantations, the Golden Dragon quickly grew larger, opening its mouth wide to prepare to swallow the little Cloud Dragon in front of it. In the next moment, the golden dragon snapped up the cloud dragon and clamped its mouth shut tightly. Wu Nian's junior brother, witnessing the scene, whispered to each other, Wu Nian's senior brother truly lives up to the genius peak level of our Wuxiang sect. Indeed, this battle served to assess the prestige of the Wuxiang sect. After this battle, the fame of senior brother Wu Nian would echo throughout the Yaori Empire. At this moment, Yi Feng and his junior brothers seemed to be defeated, their faces as dark as soot. Yi Feng looked ahead with half-closed eyes, as if pondering something. A moment later, he raised the whisk high and shouted, Fei Wu Celestial Sword. A brilliant light burst forth from him. At the same time, countless rays of light were released from the body of the golden dragon, causing it to widen its eyes in astonishment. Moments later, feathers flew out from the body of the golden dragon, causing it immense pain as it twisted and thrashed about. The feathers immediately combined together, forming a grand cloud dragon that wrapped around Yi Feng completely. He felt immensely pleased as he watched the body of the golden dragon gradually tear apart. Then, he raised his hand to stroke his chin, furrowing his brow to adopt a proud expression and said, Thank you, senior brother Wu Nian, for parting with your beloved item. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng suddenly felt his power swallowed, and he widened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Cloud Dragon was also affected by something, causing it to let out a painful roar. It turned out that Golden Dragon had unexpectedly attacked from behind, delivering a blow that took down both Yi Feng and Cloud Dragon. Yi Feng was pushed by Golden Dragon, landing face first on the ground and breaking his teeth. The junior brothers, witnessing the scene, stared wide-eyed and shouted, How can this be? Yi senior brother has lost. Is Yi senior brother not even a match for him? The power of this monk is surprisingly strong. Golden Dragon returned, coiling his body around Wu Nian, with a blooming golden lotus shining above his head. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunfei turned to Wang Feng and said, Sect Master, it seems your judgment this time was wrong. Wang Feng, with a calm expression, replied frankly, What do you understand? Don't rush, the battle is not over yet. Wu Nian, sitting inside the golden dragon, looked towards Yi Feng and said, Does that mean Yi Donor has lost? We can take the purple spirit profound flower without a second thought. Who said I lost? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng's appearance changed in a bizarre way. This battle is not over yet. Seeing that scene, Wu Nian frowned and glared, loudly saying, Yi Feng, you are the top prodigy of Fei Wu sect, yet you. Now, Yi Feng's body began to change, becoming extremely sinister, with bony hands and sharp claws. His face had completely distorted, resembling nothing more than a fierce monster. With a body that had grown millions of times larger than before, he boldly walked towards Wu Nian, causing him to panic and shout, You actually dared to secretly refine demons. Wu Nian's junior brothers heard this and were also alarmed, sweating profusely, refining demons. Moreover, Yi Feng's junior brothers were terrified by his transformation, fearing, Is this really our genius? Fei Wu stared wide-eyed in confusion. What do you mean by demons? It is said that demons are otherworldly evil beings that are aggressive and invasive. Wherever they go, not a single blade of grass grows. In ancient times, demons infiltrated the entire Xianlan mainland, aiming to turn all practitioners of the Xianlan mainland into their slaves. The cultivators of mainland Xianlan, in order to protect the entire mainland, had an earth-shattering battle with the invading demons. In the final battle, mainland Xianlan emerged victorious, but it was also a tragic victory. The inheritances such as refined Pill Master gradually disappeared after that war. However, remnants of the hidden demons still linger on this mainland. The powerful factions on the mainland, seeing that these demons did not pose any threat to the mainland, chose not to send strong forces to purge them. Instead, they regarded it as a trial for the cultivators across the mainland. Upon hearing this, Fei Wu was taken aback, opening his eyes wide and pointing forward. Could it be that Yi Feng is also a remnant demon? Like him, he was not a true demon, rather, he was a cultivator on the mainland, practicing the skill inheritance left by the demons and gradually transforming into one. Just like the great demon Xian Sha 1,000 years ago, who slaughtered the Yaori Empire. However, he was able to control the skill inheritance of the demons at will, unaffected by the violent aura brought on by the skill inheritance. Upon hearing this, Fei Wu suddenly understood the issue and raised his hand to stroke his chin. So that's how it is, no wonder the Xian Sha Great Demon seems quite ordinary within the sect. To say it plainly, this demon here is not an ordinary demon. Why should I fear being controlled by skills? Tian Xian was startled and turned around after hearing Fei Wu's words. What? The Xian Sha Great Demon is also one of you. Wait, is it also part of our divine immortal sect? The group of Wang Feng turned to look at Tian Xian with an unusually calm expression. So she didn't know. Tian Xian stared in Wang Feng's direction, thinking that even the Xian Sha Great Demon submits to the divine immortal sect. It truly deserves to be called a big ancient hidden sect. Wu Nian and Yi Feng hovered in the air facing each other. Yi Feng, you, as a disciple of the Fei Wu sect, knowing full well the evil deeds in the world, have still joined them. This is a serious crime. Ha ha ha, what does it matter if it's a demon? He waved his feathered arms forward. As long as I can become stronger, even if I become a wicked spirit, I am willing. After finishing his words, he stretched out his arms. Gradually, they became enormous, enveloping the surrounding space, causing the disciples from both sides to be filled with fear. Then, Yi Feng folded his arms and glared ahead, shouting, "Die, all of you." In the face of Yi Feng's attack, Wu Nian immediately moved aside to evade. However, the powerful strike gradually targeted the disciples of the Fei Wu sect, who were his junior brothers. Soon, the disciples of both the Fei Wu and Wu Xiang sects met a tragic fate. On the sturdy and sharp feathers of Yi Feng, the disciples were pierced through by the feathers, enduring immense pain, their faces turning ashen, their eyes rolling back, screaming in despair. The next moment was the gruesome sight of the dismembered bodies of the disciples falling from the sky. Seeing this scene, Wu Nian was filled with rage, grinding his teeth and forcing out, "Yi Feng, you not only killed the members of my Wu Xiang sect, but you even spared your own people." At this point, Wu Nian looked at Yi Feng with a murderous glare and shouted, "You truly have gone insane." Yi Feng ignored Wu Nian's words and clasped his feathered arms together. "Only the dead can know the secret of my demon refinement. This time I want to see if, without your great honorable celestial dragon leading the way, it is still the great honorable celestial dragon." As he finished speaking, he crossed his arms and directly severed the golden dragon's head from its body without hesitation. When the golden dragon's head fell, it was also the moment Wu Nian's power was swallowed back, with his eyes half closed and his teeth clenched, bleeding from his mouth continuously. A dazzling area of golden light flashed, and the body of the golden dragon shattered into many pieces. At the same time, Wu Nian also fell from the sky. Yi Feng landed in front of Wu Nian and saw him covered in injuries, trembling and continuously coughing. Yi Feng stepped closer to Wu Nian, mumbling, "Since I started practicing this demon skill, I have always been secretly enduring, not letting it be exposed." As he spoke, Yi Feng's sharp, feathered hands were already pressed against Wu Nian's neck. "You have been able to expose my demon skill, which is enough to be self-satisfied." With just a flick of his hand, Yi Feng made everything around turn into a bloodbath. Wu Nian clasped his hands together and continuously chanted, "Evil cannot overcome justice, even if I do not see that day, it will not be long before someone will act in accordance with heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng interjected, "With this sect master here, who says you won't see that day?" Hearing the voice, Yi Feng turned his head and saw the male protagonist standing in a dazzling golden light, hovering in midair. He glanced over and asked with a hint of irritation, "Who are you?" The male protagonist took out something and flicked it towards Yi Feng. Immediately, a beam of golden light struck directly at his feathered coat, causing it to fall off completely. Moments later, the male protagonist's disciples also landed from the branches and approached. Wang Feng descended from the air and went towards Wu Nian, exclaiming, "The genius of Wu Xiang sect, this sect master can help you kill this possessed person, but in the future, you must follow this sect master." Hearing this, Wu Nian felt as if struck by lightning, staring in astonishment. What did you say?" Yi Feng used spiritual energy to control the fallen feathers, returning them to his arms. "Although I don't know where your crazy self came from, just because you made me laugh, I might let you live a little longer." Wu Nian glanced at the male lead with half an eye, wearing a displeased expression, you want me to betray the Wuxiang sect and go with you? At this point, Wu Nian tilted his head, furrowing his brows and pressing, based on what? Wang Feng spread his arms wide and walked toward Wu Nian, responding boldly, based on the fact that I can give you the opportunity to attain Buddhahood. Upon hearing this, Wu Nian became somewhat curious. What opportunity to attain Buddhahood? Do you know how to become a Buddha? In the three great empires, only my Wuxiang sect has the inheritance of the Buddhist path, and this person claims he will give me the opportunity to attain Buddhahood. Isn't he crazy? Wang Feng squinted and replied frankly, of course I know how. Fortunately, after accepting Li Tian Xin, I received the special reward of a Buddhist skill, which can help me show off a bit. After acquiring the Buddhist skill, the male lead clasped his hands together, and immediately behind him appeared the Dharma manifestation of a gigantic Buddha, radiating immense power. The Buddha is me, I am the Buddha. The golden light shining from the Dharma manifestation of the Buddha illuminated Wu Nian's face, causing him to widen his eyes. Is this the Dharma manifestation of a Buddha? As soon as he finished his sentence, the pressure and power from the Dharma manifestation Buddha overwhelmed Wu Nian, forcing him to unknowingly bow his head vigorously. Not only that, even Yi Feng could not withstand this pressure and fell to his knees, trembling all over. Who exactly is this person? The disciples of the male lead were no exception to the Dharma manifestation Buddha, kneeling down and bowing respectfully. Li He felt the tremendous power of the Dharma manifestation Buddha, sweating profusely. He secretly glared intently ahead, contemplating, is this the level of the sect master? Just relying on the Dharma manifestation, it makes people unable to help but kneel in worship. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from the Buddha's form. The golden light spread throughout the backward-growing forest. Those near the area of light were also subjected to the overwhelming pressure, forcing them to kneel in reverence. Prince Yu Fei was no exception. He too was pressed down to his knees, glaring angrily at the Dharma manifestation Buddha. Not wanting to bow his head, Yu Fei struggled to suppress himself, but the pressure was too strong, making blood rush to his brain, causing his forehead to flush red. The subordinate next to Yu Fei glanced over and exclaimed, Crown Prince, that Dharma manifestation was obviously deployed by someone powerful. We can only bow and pay our respects to avoid being killed by the blood chi's overwhelming force. This prince is above 1 and beneath 10,000. Kneeling before such a small Dharma manifestation is already a great humiliation. Must I really kowtow to it? Upon hearing this, the two subordinates felt helpless and dared not say a word. Then, one subordinate reached out and grabbed the throat of the youth beside him, startling the young man. He tightened his grip on the youth's neck, lifting him high. A golden light began to envelop the young man, causing him to roll his eyes back as blood tears slowly streamed down his face. Because he did not bow before the Dharma manifestation Buddha, blood surged to his head, making it swell. Blood gushed from both of his ears, and in the next moment, the young man's head exploded, spraying blood everywhere. After demonstrating for Yu Fei, the subordinate reminded him, Crown Prince, those under the eaves must bow their heads. Hearing this, Yu Fei found no choice but to lower his head, though he was trembling with anger. If this prince finds out who deployed the Dharma manifestation, I will definitely slice him to pieces with 1,000 blades. Returning to the forest, Yi Feng clenched his fist, struggling to suppress the overwhelming pressure of power that was bearing down on him. He roared in anger, I poured all my heart and soul into mastering demon skills, precisely so that I do not have to kneel and bow my head to others. After saying this, he dug his sharp claws deep into the ground, forcing himself to stand up. The Buddha is a foot high, the demon is a yard tall. With that, Yi Feng broke free from the pressure of the Dharma manifestation, soaring into the sky. He then spread his wings wide and charged towards the Dharma manifestation Buddha with a surging evil energy. Yi Feng raised his hand in front of him, speaking firmly, I must use Supreme Dharma manifestation to show the world. At this point, his current body suddenly exploded and gradually formed into a massive fluffy coat with a grotesque face and an 8-foot-long beak. What is called the evil cannot conquer the righteous is merely a joke. With that, Yi Feng shot straight towards the Dharma manifestation Buddha at lightning speed. Seeing this, Wang Feng calmly stomped his foot on the ground, while the foot of the Dharma Manifestation Buddha also came down. After that, Wang Feng raised his hand, condensing a source of golden qi. He moved with a gentle and graceful speed, simultaneously executing the first move of Buddha's palm. The hands of the Dharma Manifestation Buddha clapped together forcefully, creating a that shook heaven and earth. The Dharma Manifestation Buddha stood up, raising his massive hand to block Yifeng's attack. The two forces collided, creating a blinding area of light. At that moment, powerful lightning circles began to form around Yifeng's sharp beak. He whirled forcefully with the palm of the Dharma Manifestation Buddha, then tore apart the Dharma Manifestation's hand, flying straight through with his sharp beak wide open. After countering an attack, he smugly said, "I thought you were tough, but it turns out you're nothing." After saying that, he raised his sharp beak, staring at Wang Feng with a contemptuous attitude. However, a moment later, a small impact suddenly occurred on Yifeng's sharp beak, causing it to gradually break into small pieces. It broke from the sharp beak to a duck's bill, leaving Yifeng staring in shock. The next moment, the entire body of the Dharma body of the Black Crow was shattered by a beam of golden light. Only now did he suddenly realize, this palm strike is too strong. The hands of the Dharma body Buddha returned to their intact form and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. Under the oppressive force of that immense power, Yifeng trembled and exclaimed, "It's too strong." In the blink of an eye, Yifeng's body began to corrode and crumbled to the ground. Then it completely dissipated into thin air without having a chance to utter a final word. Wu Nian, witnessing the entire event, had a thought in his mind, if even Yifeng, who can refine demons, cannot withstand this palm strike, then I wouldn't be able to withstand even a finger of it, right? After resolving the obstacles, the Dharma Manifestation Buddha returned to a meditative position. Wang Feng clasped his hands behind his back, looked at his disciples, and ordered, "You all stand up." Tian Xin raised his head, his eyes half closed, with a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. The pressure of the Dharma Manifestation summoned by the sect master is too overwhelming, we simply cannot stand up. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng raised his hand to scratch his cheek and smiled sheepishly, this Buddha's palm is really too domineering. Only the pressure of the Dharma Manifestation Buddha made it impossible for people not to kneel in worship. After contemplating, Wang Feng waved his hand. The Dharma Manifestation Buddha behind him immediately began to dissipate. Once the Dharma Manifestation had faded, Tian Xin and Fei Wu were finally able to stand up. The male lead raised the demon sealing command and looked at Mu Yunfei, saying, "Yunfei, gather their demon sealing commands. Each of you should contribute your accumulated points into your demon sealing commands." Understood, Sect Master. At the edge of the forest, the prince's group had also escaped the suppression of the Dharma Manifestation and stood up. Yu Fei spoke to the female subordinate behind him, "You have contributed a lot, there will be a reward later." "Thank you, Crown Prince." After saying this, Yu Fei took out a jade stamp and exclaimed, "This time your reward is immortality." Without warning, he turned and pressed the seal against the female subordinate's forehead, causing her to stare in shock. But it was too late, the power from within the seal began to manifest, causing her body to gradually turn into stone. In the next moment, Yu Fei, with a dark expression full of evil energy, turned to the male subordinate beside him, frightening him into a cold sweat, "Crown Prince, spare me." As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate immediately performed an act of self-destruction, stabbing his own eyes deep with 2 thumbs. After destroying his eyes, he quickly shouted, "I carelessly blinded myself before, making it impossible for me to see anything." At the same time, outside the Demon Sealing Grand Square, the data and rankings of the contestants on the leaderboard began to change. Look, the Demon Sealing list has been refreshed. The rankings from 8th to 11th are Wu Nian, Li Qing, Ling Fei Wu, and Li He. The group of young people, seeing the list change, stared in shock and exclaimed, "Hey, why has the name of Yifeng from Fei Wu sect disappeared?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lin slammed his hand on the armrest, standing up abruptly, his fists clenched with exploding anger. "Who dares to kill the genius of my Fei Wu sect?" The subordinate standing beside him raised a finger and answered loudly, "The divine Immortal Sect just now forced their way up the leaderboard, it might be related to them." Hearing this, Elder Lin turned to look at the group of the male lead and shouted loudly 3 words, Divine Immortal Sect. Just saying that much, Yi Gucheng eagerly shouldered his sword and walked forward with a radiant spirit, saying, finally, it's my turn. Elder Lin stood upright, glancing at the corpse of Elder Chen, noticing the deep stab wound in Chen's throat along with the pool of blood beneath his head. Elder Lin felt a chill and began to sweat profusely, remaining silent and afraid to speak up, not wanting to bring disaster upon himself. Thus, Elder Lin quickly changed the subject. Right now, it cannot be determined that the Divine Immortal Sect is the culprit behind Yi Feng's death. However, the newcomers in the Divine Immortal Sect, their accumulation points. At this point, the young man confidently exclaimed, they are indeed the original accumulation points of Yi Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lin swiftly threw a feather directly into the young man's forehead, sending him back to his ancestors. After dealing with that young man, Elder Lin turned and walked away. You are trying to provoke Fei Wu to fight against the Divine Immortal Sect. This elder is not falling for it. Hearing this from him, the young men made sneering faces and laughed mockingly. If you're afraid of death, just admit it, no need to come up with so many excuses. Yi Gucheng glanced at Lin Elder mockingly, why is this person so cowardly? I haven't even stretched my muscles today. Returning to the forest, the scene shifted to the corpses of the disciples of Wuxiang sect. Wu Nian stood amidst those corpses, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes to chant a sutra for the deceased, Adida Fat, dear junior brothers, do not long for your past after reaching paradise. As he finished speaking, Wu Nian turned his head to glance at Wang Feng, Wang's sect master. Thank you for avenging my junior brothers, Wu Nian will definitely repay in the future. How have you thought about joining the Divine Immortal Sect? Wu Nian tightly shut his eyes, lowered his head shyly and replied, thank you, Wang's sect master, for your kindness, but I cannot betray Wuxiang sect. The male lead with a calm expression smiled gently, the sect master is asking you to follow the Divine Immortal Sect, not directly telling you to betray your sect, just to allow you to change schools, to go to a better place for cultivation. Enlightening the mind and seeing the nature, setting a solid foundation, after you become a Buddha, Wuxiang sect will only take pride in you. Hearing this, the image of him transforming into a mighty Buddha appeared in Wu Nian's mind. The disciples also benefited from this and constantly praised him. Thank you, senior brother, for guiding me. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother, you must definitely understand the true essence of Buddhism. At this moment, Wu Nian also attained enlightenment and opened his eyes wide. He immediately knelt down, holding out his purse to the male lead. Wu Nian is willing to join the Divine Immortal Sect. Seeing this, Wang Feng did not hesitate to reach out and take the purse. The moment he received it, the system notification appeared. Congratulations host for successfully recruiting the Buddhist disciple, Monk Wu Nian, reward of 30,000 sect points, and 1 special draw opportunity. If there is a reward, let's use it right away. Why wait? System, quickly use the special draw opportunity. In this special draw, the male lead has drawn the pill treasure assembly. Seeing this, he immediately had an idea in his mind. There is a fate between them. When recruiting Li Tian Xian, he drew a special reward of the skill Buddhist palm, suitable for Wu Nian. When recruiting Wu Nian, he drew a special reward of the pill recipe book, suitable for Li Tian Xian. The scene shifts to a dark and gloomy place somewhere unknown. Strange and eerie noises echo in this location. In the pitch-black night, a coffin appears. From inside the coffin comes a continuous calling of, husband, husband, husband. Inside the coffin lies the corpse of a woman with an unclear face, repeatedly calling for her husband but unaware of who to call. At the same time, on the side of the male lead, Qing Chubby is reeling from a slap that causes his cheek to ripple, with blood spurting from his nose. Wang Feng lowers his hand and then strikes the other cheek of Li Qing, causing blood to surge once more. Qing Chubby cradles his cheeks with tears streaming down as he laments, Sect Master, although I have the body of a black spirit tortoise, you can't just train me like this at the slightest whim. Hearing this, Wang Feng approaches, pointing at Qing Chubby's face and shouting, what did you just call me? What else could I call you, of course? Before Qing Chubby could finish his sentence, the words, husband, rang out, leaving the chubby boy frozen in shock. This misunderstanding makes Wang Feng gather strength in his fingertips, with a face dark as a pot bottom, declaring, "My divine immortal sect does not allow perverts." Tian Xian's eyes widened in shock, her face darkened as she shouted loudly, "Sect Master, it wasn't Senior Brother Li who just called, it was behind him, it was the corpse that called." Hearing this, Li Qing turned his head and saw parts of the bodies being controlled by some kind of demonic power, approaching the group of male leads. The corpses, with their eerie faces and pale, glaring eyes, shouted, "Husband, I finally waited for you to come find me." Not able to bear the sight of the corpses any longer, Wang Feng waved his hand, slicing the corpses into several more pieces. A moment later, a rough hand swung out, a corpse of a man rushed from behind and grabbed Wang Feng's face. "Husband, I have been waiting for you deep in the godforsaken land." Unable to endure it any longer, Wang Feng immediately summoned the Dharma Manifestation Buddha, driving away the evil entities clinging to him. He folded his arms and stood before the Dharma Manifestation Buddha, boldly saying, "What kind of things were cultivated in the place where the Xian Sha Great Demon used to reside? To borrow the mouth of a corpse to call me the sect master husband, this is truly too perverted." After saying this, he immediately opened the system interface and asked, "System, who exactly called me husband just now?" The system immediately displayed, "To inquire about this person's information, it requires 100 million sect points." Wang Feng widened his eyes in shock and gasped, "What is this? 100 million sect points? Even if you sold me, you wouldn't be able to gather this amount of sect points. To find out this person's information requires 100 million sect points, which proves that the opponent must have a very terrifying background, and currently, he is deep within the godforsaken land. After all, encountering danger could be compensated by help, it would be quicker to explore directly, and it wouldn't be in vain to make this trip. Who knows, the beautiful lady might just be waiting for me." After thinking it over, Wang Feng gestured towards his disciples, "The demon sealing conference will not end for another 2 days. During this time, you all practice on your own, and I will venture deep into the godforsaken land alone." Mu Yunfei was furious upon hearing this, glaring wide-eyed and shouted loudly, "Sect Master, no one has gone deep into the godforsaken land so far. That's because your sect master has not yet arrived in the godforsaken land." The male protagonist, with a confident expression, raised a finger and said, "This sect master only has one request for you all. That is to take the top 5 in the demon sealing list." The disciples were a bit shocked after hearing this, but then Wu Nian boldly spoke up, "Master, rest assured, we will not disappoint your expectations. We will take the top 5 in the storm ranking and display the might of our divine immortal sect." A little while later, in a certain area, blue grass rings appeared. The male lead stepped onto the grassy area, but as soon as he set foot on these blue rings, he felt an unusually heavy weight, causing him to breathe heavily like a dog. After taking a few steps, Wang Feng could no longer endure and collapsed. He supported himself on his knees, staring wide-eyed ahead while panting. The deeper we go into the godforsaken land, the heavier the gravity becomes, and the consumption of profound qi is increasing faster every day. Still reeling from this situation, a sudden shockwave occurred. Wang Feng was startled, his eyes wide open, staring ahead. What is happening? In front of the male lead at this moment was a group of extremely ferocious monsters, frantically running straight toward him. Why are there so many demon beasts? Finishing his words, Wang Feng, with a dark expression and no reaction, stared at the demon beasts in front of him. After that, he raised his hand and invoked the Dharma Manifestation Buddha. Once he summoned the Dharma Manifestation Buddha, Wang Feng immediately executed the skill Buddha's palm. The Buddha swung his hand and struck the demon beasts, making them invisible as they took the full force of the attack. At this moment, the demon beasts were left as nothing but white bones, constantly shattering into many pieces. But at that moment, the ground still did not escape the rotation. Wang Feng looked at his hand, which was continuously moving, and murmured, "Wipe out the demon beasts, yet the ground still quakes." Looking back, the male protagonist saw a very large python before him, sticking out its long tongue to look at him. "No wonder so many demon beasts were fleeing, it turns out you were chasing them here." The cobra saw Wang Feng standing in front of it and immediately condensed a surge of power in its chest. With a roar, the power gradually brightened and spread throughout its body. When the power was sufficient, it madly launched forward at an incredible speed towards Wang Feng. He remained still with his Dharma manifestation. Seeing the demon beasts approaching his body, Wang Feng waved his hand to activate the Dharma manifestation, slamming the demon beasts down to the ground as one would swat a mosquito. He then thought, these demon beasts are like a mixed fish, and what this group of demon beasts feared earlier was not this snake, but the being hiding inside its body. He was contemplating while gazing into the heart of the demon beast in front of him, which was continuously glowing and beating rapidly, radiating a powerful energy. The heart began to deform, emitting extremely bright rays of light. The Dharma manifestation was also penetrated by these rays and then disappeared. Wang Feng felt sweat forming due to this power. When the Dharma manifestation completely vanished, a strange creature appeared in front of him. It was encased in a golden bubble. After a moment, the golden bubble burst, revealing a bug that resembled a firefly but was not numerous. The head resembles a wasp, but the tail glows. Seeing the creepy bug, Wang Feng hurriedly called out to the system. System, what on earth is this? Ting, the information search requires 50,000 sect value. He felt disheartened by the price. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to press the search button. Immediately, the search commenced. Ting, the system informs that, according to legend, this is a type of monster that exists on the other side of the yellow spring in hell, known as the Netherworld Firefly. The Netherworld Firefly is a monster that is born with cultivation at the profound sovereign realm. Once it matures, it will be extremely terrifying. Even divine beasts from legends cannot withstand a single blow from it. After reading the information, Wang Feng's head started to ache. Waving his hand at the demon beasts in front of him, he said, don't think that just because you defeated the Buddha Dharma manifestation with one strike, I will be afraid of you. After a moment of reflection, he gritted his teeth in agony and made a decision, I can't fight it. Then he turned around and ran, leaving the Netherworld rascal behind in confusion. As he ran, he mumbled, I can't fight it, do I not know how to escape? The Netherworld rascal watched as he fled like the wind, utterly bewildered. Wang Feng was running while glancing back to see if it was chasing him, proudly saying, indeed, everything has its flaws, and speed is your fatal weakness. The gravity here is unreasonable, and I can only run. But his joy didn't last long when he heard something whizzing past his ear, something like a whoosh, and he looked dumbfounded. Yang saw that the Netherworld rascal was right in front of him. What the hell, how did it catch up to me so fast? Just as he was in shock, the Netherworld rascal flew quickly and crashed straight into Wang Feng's chest. He fell flat on his back, legs up in the air, and lay on the ground. He struggled to prop himself up on his hands and pulled out the system head to ask, how can I make this Netherworld rascal stop attacking me? Ting. According to the system's information, it needs a master. Needs a master. How can I make it recognize me as its master? Ting. According to the system's information, the host can feed it blood. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a flash of enlightenment shine through his heart and absorb into his mind. His face, which was full of despair, transformed into one of joy and determination. I have a plan now. He clasped his hands together and looked at the Netherworld rascal in front of him. If divine power cannot subdue you now, then I will upgrade to use Buddha's palm. Wang Feng summoned his Dharma manifestation and threw a powerful punch at the Netherworld rascal before him. I'll punch. I'll punch. But every punch he threw missed completely. The Netherworld rascal saw that Wang Feng was inexperienced, dodged his blows, and flew over, standing in front of him with a disrespectful expression and a mocking gesture. Seeing the cunning face of the Netherworld rascal, Wang Feng was extremely furious and punched wildly while shouting, a tiny firefly dares to look down on me. If that's the case, I will not hide anymore, I will show my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand in front of him to control the Dharma manifestation, releasing a pink female firefly with long legs, extremely alluring. The Netherworld rascal gazed at the attractive pink beauty before him, eyes full of desire, making chirping sounds with its beak. It circled around, created a heart shape, and then dashed towards the long-legged beauty in front of it. Seeing the Netherworld rascal so excited, Wang Feng muttered. Sacred beings take a century to produce a netherworld rascal, so this indicates that the number of netherworld rascals will be extremely rare. This means that this netherworld rascal will never have the chance to meet someone of the opposite sex in this lifetime. Seeing the netherworld rascal so arrogant earlier, now he is eagerly throwing away all his dignity to flirt with the tall hot girl in front of him. Wang Feng, witnessing this scene, is filled with existential doubt. This is what is called a hero being unable to overcome the beauty's barrier. The stronger the hero, the harder it is to pass the beauty's barrier. The netherworld rascal, seeing the tall girl in front of him fade away, felt as if his heart was shattered, his face full of panic mixed with a bit of despair. Immediately, he was trapped in a blood bubble. Wang Feng, seeing him captured, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Got you. Luckily, earlier I obtained the Heaven Demon great skill from Zhu Yu Yan. With it, I could use blood to transform into a puppet creature, captivating this netherworld rascal. Thinking of this, he raised his index finger to pull the netherworld back and laughed with satisfaction. Capturing this netherworld rascal is as easy as flipping my hand for my sect. After being fooled in love and seeing himself trapped by him, the netherworld rascal felt extremely uncomfortable, screaming and hissing. A beam of golden light was released from its body, traveling along Wang Feng's blood, gradually penetrating into his body. He saw the golden light reaching halfway up his arm, and his face filled with panic as he screamed, "Hey, hey, get out of me quickly." He clutched his chest in horror and yelled, "Damn netherworld rascal, that's my heart." The louder he shouted, the more his chest illuminated. He touched his chest and said, "This is not your bed." Hearing Wang Feng's agonized cries from outside, the netherworld rascal, with fiery eyes, emitted an intense light from its body, madly sucking Wang Feng's blood like a starved creature from 1,000 years. While devouring the blood essence, it was startled by how delicious Wang Feng's blood was. Wang Feng was in immense pain outside, as if something was coursing through every vein. His eyes also shone brightly. Furious, he tried to suppress the pain and summoned the system, asking, "Ting, report host, the netherworld rascal is sucking the host's blood." "Ting, congratulations host, the netherworld rascal is very fond of your blood." The netherworld rascal has acknowledged the host as its master. He looked at the bulletin board and, delighted, murmured, "Netherworld rascal, I command you to quickly fly out of my heart now." Hearing the call of its master, Netherworld let out a loud roar and gradually transformed into a stream of golden light. Following Wang Feng's arm, it weaved its way to the tip of his finger and shot out like an arrow. Seeing it emerge, he felt a silent joy in his heart. The netherworld rascal had an incredibly teasing face, a flaming head, and a body that glowed like a light bulb. Looking at the firefly in front of him, he broke out in a sweat and asked, "Is this the same thing? Why has its shape changed?" "This creature relies on its master's form," came the response. Seeing it float in front of him as if something was up, he asked, "Do you want me to follow you?" Netherworld looked at him and smiled, then turned and flew ahead to lead the way. After a while, it took him to a place with countless stone pillars and large cracks stretching across the ground, leading to a strange stone gate. He approached the stone gate, guided by Netherworld. "Why did you bring me here? Why does this place look so eerie and strange?" "Forget it, I'm here now, so let's take a look first." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to push the door open. Immediately, he saw a battlefield with two armies fiercely battling each other. A beautiful girl wearing a mask smiled slightly and called, "Husband," as she slowly walked toward Wang Feng. When the girl approached, he was startled back to reality and turned to ask Netherworld, "That voice keeps calling me husband, it seems to be hiding around here, right? It looks like you are the one sent by the opponent to guide me, aren't you?" Saying this, he became even more curious and wanted to open the door to see who it was. He raised his hand to the door, squatted down, but the door did not budge at all. Standing helplessly in front of the door, he turned to see Netherworld rascal looking at him with a contemptuous smile. He angrily shouted, "I haven't even made my move yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the Dharma manifestation of the Buddha. "Don't say I don't believe Buddha's palm can break this door." Immediately, a powerful strike from the Dharma manifestation hit the door directly. The dust cleared, and the door remained intact without a scratch or movement. Wang Feng's body was drenched in sweat as he pouted and blew hurriedly into his palms, saying, "Why won't this door open?" The netherworld rascal couldn't contain his laughter. Seeing this, he angrily shouted, "Are you just going to stand there laughing? If you have the guts, go ahead and try smashing the door." Hearing this, the netherworld gave Wang Feng a disdainful look, flexed his buttocks, and flapped his wings quickly, taking a leap straight at the stone door in front of him. The door opened, and Wang Feng fell flat on his back, which looked pitiful, but he didn't care. "What the heck is that?" he said, looking at the tiny netherworld creature on his fingertip, sweating and thinking, "Fortunately, I managed to tame this netherworld firefly, otherwise, if it hit me a few times, even the peak of the profound sovereign realm wouldn't be able to handle it." Ending that train of thought, he and the netherworld went deeper inside. As soon as he stepped in, he encountered strange pillars, upon which were written ancient and eerie characters. "It's truly terrifying. The gravity here is incomparable to that outside. What exactly is this Qing Tong Hall?" While pondering, he glanced towards the netherworld and saw a coffin. Wang Feng, curious, walked over to take a look and was utterly astonished. The girl he had touched the door to see earlier was now lying in the coffin before him. The closer he looked, the more beautiful her face appeared. Upon seeing such stunning beauty, he was extremely amazed. As he was in shock, he suddenly heard footsteps slowly approaching. Turning his head, he saw Prince Yufei enter, accompanied by a resonant voice, "Finally caught you." Yufei looked at Wang Feng with eyes filled with intense anger and hatred. Seeing him look at him as if he had swallowed something unpleasant, Wang Feng chuckled lightly and said, "Oh, it's the Crown Prince. What's wrong? What happened to your entourage? Can't see them anywhere." Upon hearing this, Yufei remembered the time he had knelt down with his head to the ground, feeling immense anger and humiliation as he said, "With their talent, they simply can't enter this place, but we are different." As soon as he finished speaking, the footsteps of two subordinates approached slowly. "Go to his back." He confidently held his evil dao in his hand with his subordinates behind him, looking very smug. Two subordinates threw him a disdainful glance, introducing themselves as if they were in a scene from the Power Rangers before fighting monsters. "I am Gulang Zhai, the young sect master of Shanghai Sect. I am Yu Tai, the young sect master of Fei Wu Sect." Seeing these two so arrogant, Wang Feng called on the system to open the demon sealing list. He searched for a while and then turned to say, "You two are in the top 3 of the demon sealing list and still dare to show off like this in front of this master." As soon as he finished speaking, he clasped his hands and summoned the Dharma manifestation Buddha behind him. "Isn't this forcing this master to take you all down in one go? To complete the goal of securing the top 3 positions in the demon sealing list of the divine Immortal Sect." After hearing Wang Feng's arrogant and provocative words, Yufei became even angrier, grinding his teeth, raising his hand to his face and growling. "You know our ranking. You still have the guts to talk big like this, and you've even dared to make this prince kneel and bow his head before." As he spoke, he instructed his two subordinates, Gulang Zhai and Yu Tai, to rush in and kill Wang Feng while reminding them, "The Buddhist techniques of this useless person are extremely powerful, you must achieve a quick victory." Seeing Yufei's two subordinates charging in, Wang Feng was highly excited and activated Buddha's palm in response. Yu Tai immediately raised his hand in front of him, riding the winds and leaping dragons. He threw out white feathers that transformed into a white dragon, wrapping around the arm of the Dharma manifestation and biting down hard. With the Dharma manifestation under attack, Wang Feng's arm was also filled with numerous scratches. A bit shaken, he sighed and said, "No wonder he is the young sect master of the Fei Wu sect. He is certainly more formidable than the ordinary fellow disciple Yao Feng." Seeing Wang Feng injured, Gulang Zhai charged forward as well, channeling his qi blood into his palm, launching sands and waves to strike hard at the chest of the Dharma manifestation. The Dharma manifestation leaned back, delivering a powerful palm strike in retaliation against Gulang Zhai's move. The two techniques clashed, resulting in a huge explosion, and the Dharma manifestation's arm burst into flames. Gu Langjai saw that his technique had shattered the arm of the Dharma manifestation, yet the face of the Dharma manifestation remained unusually calm. He was extremely terrified and muttered, "This move to shift mountains and fill seas, the spirit flame coming from the volcano at the bottom of the sea, once it erupts, no one can stop it." "Oh, no one can stop it, huh? That's a bit too boastful." Hearing this, Gu Langjai said triumphantly, "Now you don't even have a hand. Let me see how you use the divine hand of Buddha." Seeing him so confidently proud, Wang Feng raised his finger and said, "Who says I don't have a hand?" Immediately, the arm of Dharma manifestation grew back, with muscles even stronger than before. Gu Langjai saw the equal arm of all beings in front of him, his face filled with extreme fear. But before he could react, Buddha's palm was already in front of him. "Take this palm strike." His body was burned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Returning to the dragon on the right arm, it saw the equal arm of all beings and the compassionate gaze of Dharma manifestation before it, fear rendering it unable to close its mouth. Yu Fei, seeing his subordinate struck by an ultimate killing blow, looked extremely shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Yu Tai, quickly support this prince." On the other hand, the dragon created from feathers was nearly burned to half its body by the equalizing hand of all beings. Yu Tai heard the voice of Prince Yu Fei and hurriedly returned to order the white dragon to hold the two people inside its mouth. Seeing the white dragon running away, Wang Feng shouted, trying to escape, and he raised his hand to condense the flame on the palm of Dharma manifestation. The white dragon fled with its tail tucked, not daring to look back. Wang Feng raised his hand high, activating Dharma manifestation, and softly said, "Today, even if you are Sun Wukong, don't expect to escape from this master's 5 fingers mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed Buddha's palm accompanied by raging flames directly at the dragon. Seeing the critical situation, Yu Fei and Yu Tai quickly jumped out of the dragon's mouth, but the dragon was not as fortunate. It was struck by Buddha's palm and turned to ashes. Seeing the dragon was dead but the hand of Dharma manifestation was surrounded by something green. Noticing the unusual occurrence, Wang Feng was also astonished and exclaimed, "This isn't good." Immediately, the blazing hand of Dharma manifestation gradually transformed into green jade, and smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Prince Yu Fei appeared with a triumphant smile. He held his jade seal in his hand, looking arrogantly at the Dharma manifestation of Wang Feng, which was being partially transformed into jade. Wang Feng was astonished to see this. The entire Dharma manifestation Buddha was about to be turned into jade, which meant that, as he spoke, Wang Feng observed every movement and change of the Dharma manifestation along with Yu Fei. This meant that the Dharma manifestation Buddha would become his puppet. No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire Dharma manifestation had turned into green jade. Yu Fei controlled the Dharma manifestation and stood on its hand. Seeing this, Wang Feng was taken aback for a few seconds. Yu Fei, standing on the hand of the Dharma manifestation, began to speak arrogantly, "This prince's promise is worth 1,000 gold. After I cripple you, I will let you experience the feeling of being chopped into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded the Dharma manifestation Buddha to stomp down forcefully on Wang Feng. As he watched the foot of the Dharma manifestation Buddha about to crush him, he was utterly stunned. Regaining his composure, Wang Feng struck fiercely with his ice-augmented sword at the soul of the Dharma manifestation in front of him. After the slash, the foot remained intact, while the blade was shattered to pieces. He looked at the broken sword in his hand in astonishment. He reacted quickly, jumping back. Unfortunately for him, he jumped right next to a teammate of the enemy. Yu Tai, on the other hand, was startled to see Wang Feng jump out as well. But before he had time to react and run away, Wang Feng grabbed his collar and threw him straight into the Dharma manifestation Buddha made of jade in front of him. At that moment, Yu Tai only heard a muffled scream before the Dharma manifestation smashed him to pieces. Seeing the power of the Dharma manifestation in front of him, he exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens, the Jade Tathagata attacks with such strength." But he didn't have to wait long, as the Jade Tathagata, controlled by Yu Fei, threw a powerful punch down onto Wang Feng, causing him to spit blood and fly back a distance, landing hard on the ground. Above, Yu Fei gleefully shouted down, "It seems you have given me a wonderful toy. Wang Feng lay helplessly on the ground. But before long, Wang Feng's chest suddenly began to glow. He looked at his chest. Inside his heart, the netherworld rascal was emitting a surge of power, starting to spread throughout his veins and limbs. At that moment, Wang Feng also regained consciousness, looking at his body and the wounds that had completely disappeared. Is the firefly in the Nirvana realm that powerful? The wounds on his body healed in an instant. While mumbling, he suddenly thought of the firefly's strength when it broke through the door and thought to himself, a firefly from Nirvana? Shaking off his train of thought, he touched his chest, smiled lightly, and said, "That's right, now I have a firefly from Nirvana." As he spoke, he pointed at Yu Fei's face and the Jade Tathagata in front of him, boasting loudly, "I know how to destroy the Jade Tathagata now." Yu Fei, hearing Wang Feng's words, looked baffled and asked in confusion, "Were you stunned by a rock just now? Or do you think your hands are like a bow, believing you can shoot arrows just by using them?" "Humph, my hands may not be able to shoot arrows, but they can strike harder than thousands of arrows." At this point, he summoned the Nirvana firefly from his chest, transforming it into a beam of light that darted along his arm and shot out at an incredible speed. Yu Fei, seeing the rapidly approaching beam of light, looked extremely frightened and trembled slightly, yelling, "This is..." As soon as he finished speaking, the firefly flew straight into the chest of the Jade Tathagata. Piercing through the chest like a bullet from the legendary bear's M99, after Netherworld penetrated the chest of the Dharma manifestation of the Jade Buddha, Yu Fei immediately felt a sharp pain, his eyes turned completely white as he continuously spat out fresh blood, and he fell heavily backward to the ground. From his hand fell a jade seal. Wang Feng picked up the jade seal from the ground, looking at it with great delight. In contrast, Yu Fei glared at Wang Feng with intense anger, grinding his teeth. "This is the seal of Tian Xian, right? You've been relying on it to cause trouble for so long, you probably never expected it would one day turn against you." As he spoke, he forcefully pressed the seal against Yu Fei's chest. Yu Fei watched in horror as his own seal slowly pressed into his body. When the seal began to release energy, wherever that energy went, his body started to turn to jade. Seeing his body turning into jade, he was terrified to the extreme, and despite his desperate screams, Wang Feng pressed the seal harder against his chest until Yu Fei's body was almost completely transformed into jade. In his final moments, he still tried to threaten, yelling loudly, Your family dares to kill the crown prince? My father, the emperor of Yaori, will definitely not spare your family." In an instant, completely transforming into jade, Wang Feng took out the seal, and Yu Fei returned to normal, his body trembling but still trying to appear as the victor, laughing loudly, "Now do you know fear?" Wang Feng, with an indifferent expression, juggled the seal up and down and then said, "If I were afraid of the emperor, I wouldn't have killed your Qi Lin Marquis in the past." Upon hearing that Wang Feng had killed the Qi Lin Marquis, Yu Fei became terrified and bewildered, turning to shout, "You killed the Qi Lin Marquis? Then why have you spared me?" "Oh, who said I spared you? Don't you realize that you are still missing something?" Hearing this, he was petrified in horror, his jade-like feet shattered into pieces by Wang Feng's jade transformation. "Don't you enjoy the twisted pleasure of turning others into chairs? Wait until you are completely liberated from the state of petrification, and you will enjoy the perverse pleasure of your bones turning to dust." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Fei looked at his shattered lower body, his upper half suddenly falling to the ground. At that moment, he was in utter panic, collapsing face down like a dog that had just stepped in something foul. Wang Feng held the jade seal in his hand, looking at him with a completely satisfied expression. Yu Fei, in pain and despair, with a pale face, tried to raise his trembling hand towards Wang Feng, begging to die. "Please, kill me, I beg you, take my worthless life as well." But all he received in return was endless pain and the cold demeanor of Wang Feng turning his back. "Don't go, sob. Let yourself be born and perish." After saying this, he stepped up the stairs, touched the stone coffin in front of him, and together with the netherworld, pushed the coffin lid open. He looked at the beautiful girl inside the coffin, sweating, rubbing his chin in contemplation. "I wonder if she is still alive." While speaking, he raised 2 fingers to her nose to check for a breath. But what he received was disappointment. Wang Feng sighed with regret, a beauty among beauties, it's such a pity to die like this. Netherworld saw Wang Feng's short-sightedness and felt a headache, sighing as if this guy was beyond saving. Immediately, Netherworld flew quickly around and kicked straight into Wang Feng's short brain. He was puzzled for a few seconds before pressing his lips against the lips of the girl lying in the coffin. It was his first kiss, and he was kissing a dead person. His expression was somewhat speechless. After that kiss, the girl's arm suddenly lifted and pulled his head closer, kissing him deeply and passionately. When he opened his eyes, their gazes unexpectedly met. Although he felt very excited, Wang Feng felt shy as she looked at him like that. He wasn't satisfied yet but pretended to push her away. She, with her incredibly cute face, gazed at him intently and said, "You finally came, my husband." He hurriedly approached, stammering, "Do you know what the term husband means?" She blushed and stared at Wang Feng, saying, "Of course, a husband is a husband, and you can only have one for a lifetime." Hearing her insist that she was his husband, Wang Feng glanced and muttered to the system, "Tell me information related to her." The system responded, "Ting, you need to spend 100 million sect points. The sect points are still so consistently high, it seems the person who borrowed the corpse to call me husband before was her." Turning back, he looked at her as she admired him and asked, "But I don't even know your name." Hearing his question, she adorably raised her hands to her chin, gazing at Wang Feng and said, "My name is Yi Mu Qing." "What is your name, husband?" "My name is Wang Feng, Mu Qing." "Why are you here?" "I don't know." Wang Feng, hearing this, felt a headache with his newly found wife in front of him. He secretly wondered, clearly, I have never met her, but I have a feeling as if I have known her for a long time. The key point is that she does not have any profound chi fluctuations in her body, as if she were immortal. But to appear in this godforsaken land, to be in this glass coffin of Qing Tong Hall, could she really be immortal? Thinking of this, he looked at her beautiful face, smiled, and sighed, thinking to himself, "Never mind, I have a hacking system, and even if the sky falls, I can handle it. If she has awakened, then I will wait for the truth to unfold." As he was lost in thought, he saw her raising her hands in front of him, calling, "Husband, pull me out." He gently took Yi Mu Qing's hands, and seizing the moment, she said, "Wherever husband goes, I will go." "All right, from now on we." She immediately replied, "The husband enjoys, the wife follows." Returning to an hour earlier, outside, the disciples Li Qing, Li He, Mu Yunfei, Xiao Wu, and Li Tian Xin had teleported out of the godforsaken land. Yi Gucheng saw everyone had come out and hurriedly went to ask, "Where is the master?" Xiao Wu approached with clasped hands and said the master went deep into the godforsaken land, stating he would return before the competition ends. At the same time, at the Wuxiang sect, Wu Nian had just stepped out of the godforsaken land and went to clasp his hands, addressing the elder, saying he had decided to join the divine Immortal Sect. The elder, upon hearing this, was greatly astonished but maintained a calm demeanor, asking what the decision was. "Yes, if there is a Buddha in your heart, then everywhere is a Buddha." "Good, good." Seeing Wu Nian's determination, the elder did not try to stop him, and with hands clasped before his chest, he said, "Then you may go." Wu Nian hurriedly bowed his head, clasped his hands, and shouted loudly, thanking the elder for his support. Immediately, there was a sudden commotion around him. Looking up at the demon ceiling list. Ranking points, names. Rank 1, 50,000 points Yu Fei, Rank 2, 40,000 points Lang Ji, Rank 3, 35,000 points Yu Tai, Rank 4, 30,000 points Mu Yun Fei, Rank 5, 29,000 points Li He, Rank 6, 25,000 points Ling Fei Wu. Rank 7, 20,000 points Li Tian Xin, note that it's Li Tian Xin. Rank 8, 15,000 points Wu Nian. Rank 9, 10,000 points Li Zhuang. Rank 10, 9,000 points Yu Ran. Rank 11, 9,000 points. Rank 12, 7,500 points Fong Ming Ming. Rank 13, 6,000 points. Rank 14, Lucy 1,000,000 points. The remaining ranks down to 20 are too low to mention. The crowd looked at the demon ceiling list and saw that the names of the disciples from the divine Immortal Sect were all among the top of the rankings. The neighbor lady then said, What kind of background does this divine immortal sect have, that they have taken 4 spots in the top 10 of the demon ceiling rankings? The neighbor man, chewing on a toothpick, also said, the divine immortal sect has not only occupied 4 spots. The neighbor lady looked at Li Tian Xian in front of her and said, Wu Nian from the Wuxiang sect and Li Tian Xian from the Tian Xian sect have both joined the divine immortal sect now. How could the number 1 beauty of the Tian Xian sect betray the Tian Xian sect? Is the scheme of the divine immortal sect really that powerful? Ignoring the unpleasant whispers around her, she took a breath, closed her eyes as if the barking of dogs was just noise, and walked forward. Immediately behind her, a loud voice called out, Li Tian Xian, come here to me. The shout came from none other than Li Tian Xian's dreaded master from the early episodes. Hearing her angrily growling for her, she turned around, placed a hand on her chest, and firmly declared, I have joined the divine immortal sect, and I have no further ties to the Tian Xian sect. The old woman was infuriated to hear this, and she yelled furiously, daring to betray the Tian Xian sect, do you want to die? Hearing her incessant shouting gave Shimen Chui Shui a headache, and she coldly turned her face to her blank expression, saying, the mosquitoes here are too noisy. Seeing the terrifying aura of Shimen Chui Shui standing next to Li Tian Xian, the old woman instinctively shut her mouth, sweating and no longer daring to speak, only able to glare and grit her teeth like a snarling dog. Remembering the scene where Shimen Chui Shui casually waved a mosquito and with a single strike took down an elder of the Fei Wu sect gave her chills. She growled a few words and then turned her back and walked away. Chen Lai was eavesdropping when he suddenly looked back at the demon ceiling list and felt that something was wrong. 30,000 points Mu Yun Fei, 29,000 points Li He, 25,000 points Ling Fei Wu, 20,000 points Li Tian Xian, 15,000 points Wu Nian. Ling Fei Wu, that name sounds a bit familiar. Hearing this, a subordinate reported, General, Divine Immortal Sect, Ling Fei Wu, is the last remnant of the Ling family of Yaofeng City. Upon hearing this, Chen Lai couldn't help but be startled and thought to himself, the affairs of the Ling family, even major high-level sects are as fearful as if they were dealing with a venomous snake. Does the Divine Immortal Sect not know the danger? They dare to take in even the remnants of the Ling family. Thinking of this, his face was filled with evil energy as he raised his head to look at the thunderous sky above. A conclusive thought jumped into his mind. I've heard that the son of the Marquis of Changlin was killed while pursuing the remnants of the Ling family, and to this day, the Marquis of Changlin has not returned after seeking revenge for his son. Now this Ling family remnant has appeared at the Demon Ceiling Conference. What is this all about? While I was thinking, a subordinate clasped his hands and bowed to report. General, the prince still hasn't returned. Is there really any danger? The prince's name is still stable at the top of the list, which indicates that his life is not in danger. However, I heard that the master of the Divine Immortal Sect, Wang Feng, has not returned either. Hearing this, he narrowed his voice to stabilize the troops. You are overthinking it. Let's not talk about whether Wang Feng has that kind of strength. Even if he does, he wouldn't dare touch a hair on the prince. While Chen Lai was very confident in his subordinates, 3 beams of light appeared in the sky from behind. Immediately, the 3 beams landed magnificently before Chen Lai. The aura of these 3 beams caused the onlookers to step back in shock, astonished. As the dust gradually cleared, 3 shadowy figures appeared, 2 tall and 1 short. Chen Lai looked at the 3 shadows in front of him, puzzled. They all appeared here at this moment. As the dust settled completely, 3 old men gradually revealed themselves. The old man with a goatee and short hair, wearing a long fur coat, was named Xiao Chen, the palace master of Xifang Palace. The old man with long white hair and a slightly yellowed beard, with a cunning look on his face, was named Lin Tiancheng, the master of the Fei Wu sect. The old man, who stood 1.1 meters tall and wore a broad-brimmed hat, had a sly expression on his face and was named Tian Sang, the master of the Songhai sect. Seeing Chen Lai standing before him, the old man Xiao Chen clasped his hands together and respectfully said, General Chen, we have no intention of disrupting the Demon Ceiling Grand Assembly, it's just that the enmity against our sect must be avenged. I hope General Chen can forgive us. The Divine Immortal Sect has offended my son by cutting off one of the hands of Elder Gui Xiong of Xifang Palace. The Divine Immortal Sect killed the Genius Peak level member of Artsang High Sect, Feng Mo, and my Elder Chen, the old man Lin Tiancheng also shouted in anger. The Divine Immortal Sect killed the Genius Peak level Yi Feng of our Fei Wu Sect. The Divine Immortal Sect must die today. I hope the general will take charge of this. After hearing about the achievements of the Divine Immortal Sect, Chen Lai's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he thought, the Divine Immortal Sect has taken in the remnants of the Ling family. Today is the perfect time to use these 3 blades. Investigate the true strength of the Divine Immortal Sect. Returning, he approached the 3 old men and said, I have never intervened in his personal grudges. Elder Xiao Chen knew that Chen Lai would not intervene, and his face was extremely proud, rejoicing internally. It seems Chen General has tacitly agreed. At the same time, an unknown young man turned to the Divine Immortal Sect and whispered to the young man beside him, the Divine Immortal Sect is in big trouble. It's not just a big trouble, after today, the Divine Immortal Sect will be erased. However, instead of fear, the disciples and elders of the Divine Immortal Sect were extremely excited, while the onlookers speculated in various ways and discussed the looming threat of 3 powerful forces about to crush the Divine Immortal Sect. These people had to admit that the Divine Immortal Sect could attract so many strong profound sovereign realms around it, and even if it was destroyed, it was still very honorable. Zhu Qin was anxious on the side, clenching her fist and calling Elder Qin Sheng. He understood her meaning but still said, in this lifetime, they must go through it themselves. Then he decided to turn to the Divine Immortal Sect and clasped his hands, expressing helplessness. Qinyan Pavilion cannot help nor should it assist. The elders and everyone else remained calm as if nothing were amiss, only Mu Yunfei glanced at Elder Qin Sheng, offering a slight smile without saying a word. While Qin Sheng and Zhu Qin were talking, the group of the 3 old men approached aggressively, followed by their subordinates and various experts from the sect, strutting confidently towards the elders of the Divine Immortal Sect. Zhu Yuyan and Shimen Chui Shui watched the group approach, standing still but emanating a faint aura of evil energy. Shimen Chui Shui reached out, forming sword chi with his hand, and drew a line on the ground. Old Tian Sang instinctively flinched upon seeing the sword chi and looked down at the line marked below. Shimen Chui Shui pointed at the group in front of him and coldly stated, anyone who comes here will die. Old Xiao Chen, still unaware of the danger, stroked his bushy beard upon hearing these words, cast a contemptuous glance, pretended not to hear, and said, what is he talking about? Anyone who comes here will die. Old Lin Tiancheng remained silent, showing a look of disdain. Old Tian Sang raised his hand to adjust his hat, laughing as if it's harvest season. The subordinates behind smirked and sneered, saying, a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, unaware of its own strength. Humph. Facing the 3 major sects, we still dare to be so arrogant, truly ignorant of life and death. I also don't know where this sect came from, yet they can stir up trouble at the Demon Sealing Conference. When did our Yaori Empire lose such standards? Seeing the foolish ones in front mocking his sect, Li Qin trembled with rage. Damn it, daring to insult my Divine Immortal Sect, they are truly seeking death. Seeing senior brother Li Qing so angry he was shaking, the Xian Sha Great Demon laughed triumphantly and said, as long as they step over here, the 3 elders will teach them how to write death without knowing. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 old geezers on the other side also strode over the line on the ground with great authority. Upon seeing the 3 old men cross the line, Shimen Chui Shui emitted a murderous intent like a white mist. He raised his hand and asked the people in front of him, which one do you choose? Yi Gucheng and Zhu Yuyan stood silently beside, observing. The group of subordinates over there looked confused and asked, what does this mean? What should we choose? Yi Gucheng saw how foolish they were, raised his sword, and pointed it directly at Lin Tiancheng's face, saying, then choose them. The members of the Fei Wu sect behind realized the situation and yelled, damn it, is this a choice of opponents or a choice of lovers? The guy behind started to panic, shaking his head rapidly, and hurriedly said, no, they look more like they're picking vegetables at the market. Seeing that Yi Gucheng had made his choice, Zhu Yan quickly stepped forward, lightly waved a piece of green silk, and smiled, "Hee hee, the little lady has a fate with the palace master of 4 directions, choose them." Xiao Chen, noticing her calmness and joy, suddenly showed a slightly fearful expression. At this moment, Zhu Yan, under the gaze of everyone, looked incredibly beautiful, but in front of the members of the palace master of 4 directions, she seemed to sense the breath of death. Shimen Shui had always been a quiet person, coldly casting a deathly glance, "So what you don't want? I will handle it." The group of subordinates standing behind Tian Sang suddenly felt a bit scared, bowing their heads, not daring to look directly into Shimen Shui's eyes. Old Tian Sang, in a posturing stance, became extremely angry upon hearing these words, his hands trembling, he growled, gritting his teeth, "I want to see how you plan to handle me." Shimen Shui raised his hand, caught a few mosquitoes, and concentrated sword chi into them in the palm of his hand, suddenly gripping tightly. The old man behind, seeing Tian Sang still lounging and underestimating the enemy like that, was greatly alarmed and shouted, "Everyone must be careful of those mosquitoes later." Hearing this, Tian Sang showed disdain, turned around and said, "Tang Elder, since when did you become so useless, that a few mosquitoes can scare you like this?" Suddenly, Tang Elder panicked, drenched in sweat, shouted, but before, he used 1 mosquito to kill Chen Elder. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Sang saw Shimen Shui preparing to attack. He was extremely panicked. He can kill a mid-stage elder profound sovereign realm with just a mosquito. At that moment, Shimen Shui waved his hand and threw the mosquitoes he had in his hand towards the group of Songhai sect. The group was in a state of panic. How can this be? He regained his composure and looked at the mosquitoes carrying sword chi. Elder Tang hurriedly reached out to slap the mosquito flat. Seeing the mosquito trapped between his 2 hands, he excitedly laughed, "He, I've stopped it." But when he opened his hands, the mosquito had pierced through his body in absolute terror. At the same time, from behind, another mosquito was blocked by a young man with a mushroom-like green hair using profound chi, who, with the overconfidence of someone inexperienced, said, "Injecting sword chi into the mosquito turns it into sword chi. But in reality, it can be considered miraculous. However, even so, it cannot harm me at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked in horror at the 2 fingers holding the mosquito that had a big hole in it. The mosquito also exploded, and the shards of sword chi that escaped from it pierced his body like a hedgehog. In an instant, all the disciples of Songhai sect unleashed their ultimate killing moves. Elder Tian Sang stood motionless before the corpses of the sect's disciples, grinding his teeth. On the other side, the master of Li Tian Xian, who had witnessed this power earlier, suddenly lost control of her legs and trembled as she collapsed to the ground. She looked at Shimen Shui and thought to herself, "Luckily he didn't attack me earlier." Chen Lai observed the battle for a while and then looked at Shimen Shui in front of him, internally thinking, "It seems I still underestimated his strength." Shimen Shui stepped forward, a deadly aura beginning to emanate from him, his face cold and his eyes lifeless as he said, "The noisy mosquito is no more, you can watch closely how I deal with you." Elder Tian Sang remained silent, but his face was now filled with an anger that made him look terrible. He glanced at the corpses of his sex experts that lay on the ground, defeated by Shimen Shui's sword chi. He tightly grasped the fishing rod, exerting himself to shout loudly, "Today, I, Tian Sang, will make the divine Immortal Sect pay for a life with a life." At that moment, his hook seemed to have caught onto something. Old man Xiao Chen from Sifang Palace below looked very pleased and said, "Today, Tian Sang Master finally has to reveal all the secrets he has locked away." Old Lin Tiancheng, master of the Fei Wu sect, heard this and clasped his hands behind his back, saying, "It seems that this time it's not our turn to take action." Meanwhile, old Tian Sang pulled out a school of deceptive fish from the void. He smiled disdainfully, holding a whale in his hand. Guo Xiong, seeing this scene, also broke into a cold sweat inside at the old man's technique. The chubby man in the purple robe beside him also sweated, covering his face and mumbling, "Huh? Is that all?" At this moment, old Tian Sang raised his hand forward, gently releasing the small fish in his grasp and activated the Kuan Peng's 9 transformations. Immediately, the deception grew larger, and a vortex of water spread around its body. Shimen Chui Shui stood still without moving. Li Qing saw this and scoffed, pointing at the fish in front of him. Kuan-peng, the legendary giant fish that is said to be thousands of miles long, and this small fish of yours is really deserving of being called Kuan-peng? It's just ridiculous. At this point, Li Qing turned to Mu Yunfei and pointed at the fish, shouting, Mu Junior brother, have your master unsheath his sword and kill this small fish. It is truly humiliating. Hearing Li Qing so excited, Mu Yunfei drew his sword and called out, Master, let me handle this fish. Alright, let's see the results of your training. Mu Yunfei drew his sword and charged straight at the fish's head, swinging down with great force. Immediately, he realized something was wrong and instinctively broke into a sweat, thinking, this seems too weak to break with one strike. Ending this train of thought, he looked ahead in shock. The fish that had been chopped in half just moments ago had condensed into a new fish that was much larger than its original size. He quickly jumped back. Wu Nian saw this and clasped his hands in front, calling out, Senior brother, I'm here to help you. Wu Nian gathered a stream of golden light around his body and struck a shockwave directly into the fish, creating a large hole in it. But immediately, it condensed into a new body, this time much larger than before. Wu Nian and Mu Yunfei looked at its recovering power and enormous size, breaking out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Li Qing watched the fish grow larger each day, his face filled with frustration. Li He was lost in thought. Li Tian Xian remained silent, standing still. Xiao Wu looked at the fish in front of him, astonished, and said, how can this fish keep getting bigger no matter how much we hit it? Hearing Xiao Wu's question, Li Tian Xian replied, it seems to grow larger by absorbing the energy of enemies when attacked. At this moment, Li He also spoke up to explain further, this is what is called a cornered dog will leap over the wall. The energy this fish absorbs will eventually reach a critical point, at which it will surely self-destruct and vanish. Li Qing was furious upon hearing this and shouted, so what are we waiting for? Everyone, attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing rushed forward to lead the attack on the fish in front of them. Li Qing transformed into a source of light, piercing through the body of the fish while everyone continued to assault it. Old Tian Sang scoffed contemptuously and launched the Kuan-peng's dance, channeling a stream of profound qi into the hook, causing the fish to thrash its tail violently, slapping Li Qing in the face and making him grimace as it sprayed saliva. Seizing the opportunity, the old man smirked with disdain and maneuvered the fishing rod to make the fish swallow Li Qing whole. In a moment of life and death, the Xian Sha great demon jumped up with his staff and struck the fish on the head, flinging Li Qing out. After delivering the blow to the fish's head, the Xian Sha great demon stood boldly like a hero who had just saved the world, laughing heartily. But immediately, the wounds on the fish began to regenerate, transforming into a new fish with a mouth as large as a giant spaceship. Xian Sha and Shimen Chui Shui stood still, completely unfazed. Li Qing fell headfirst to the ground, mouth wide open, eyes blank, in a state of clinical death. Yi Gucheng saw the fish released by Master Songhai's sect and felt it was somewhat eerie, so he asked, do you need me to step in? Shimen Chui Shui closed his eyes for a moment and coldly replied, dealing with him requires just one strike. As he spoke, Shimen Chui Shui drew his sword, an aura of cold evil energy emanating from it as he gazed at the chilling blade. Holding the sword in his hand, Shimen Chui Shui, with his lifeless eyes, swung the sword straight at Kuan-peng. The strike released a terrifying sword chi that even Elder Tian Sang had to retreat a few steps in shock. After the strike, Kuan-peng was cut into many pieces, but it immediately began to absorb the damage, regenerating its body, preparing to take on a new form larger than before. Elder Tian Sang bowed his head and quietly sneered, foolish. At the same time, after absorbing the damage, Kuan-peng transformed into a gigantic fish, its body covered in sharp spines, with a head resembling a kaiju monster and sharp teeth. Each eye has 3 pupils, the fins sharp like blades, the tail like the anchor of a heavy ship. People saw its enormous shape and size blocking the sky, incredibly frightened. Seeing the fish that had covered the entire sky, their faces turned pale with cold sweat. Qin Sheng sat calmly in his chair and said, "Once this sword is thrown, victory and defeat are determined." Zhu Qin looked up in fear and said, "The blow from Elder Shimen has tremendous power, but at the same time, it gives that Kunpeng even more strength, making it harder to defeat." "No." Qin Sheng gently explained, "What I mean is that victory and defeat are already determined, and the winner will be Elder Shimen of the Divine Immortal Sect." Suddenly, she understood something, a chilling feeling of horror washed over her, and she exclaimed, "Huh? How could this be? Have you forgotten where this is?" At that moment, the fish had completely regenerated its body and was standing behind old Tian Sang. He was shielded by the fish's power and laughed confidently, shouting, "Who would have thought, your cultivation is high but you are so foolish." However, it actively unleashed its sword to raise Kunpeng into a gigantic creature. Hearing the old man bragging loudly, Shimen Chui Shui didn't care at all, closing his eyes and snorting as if to say, his words were annoying and showed he lacked real-life experience. Old Tian Sang, seeing Shimen Chui Shui unafraid and indifferent, felt a chill run down his spine. Shimen Chui Shui cast a disdainful glance at him and said, "I not only want your Kunpeng to have a feast, but I also want the godforsaken land to be fully fed." At that moment, everyone turned their heads to see Kunpeng in great pain, hovering above the entrance to the godforsaken land. Old Tian Sang, seeing the Kunpeng he was so confident about being sucked into the abyss, looked terrified and stammered, why is this happening?" Zhu Qin was startled and shouted, "Qin Sheng Elder, what is going on?" Qin Sheng explained, "The gravity of the godforsaken land is greater than the surrounding gravity, and when the body of Kunpeng is large enough to cover this godforsaken area, the gravity will pull him down into the godforsaken land, making it very hard to escape." As the words ended, Kunpeng was almost more than half drawn into the godforsaken land. Old Tian Sang, witnessing this scene, was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and pointed at Shimen Chui Shui, shouting, "You said that you only need to strike once to deal with me, is that true?" "Of course it's true." Old Tian Sang, hearing this, laughed triumphantly and said, "Then you must not strike a second time." The great demon Xian Sha, after hearing this, smiled bitterly and said, "Shimen Elder is really sincere, why keep promises with people like this?" Mu Yunfei and Xiao Wu, after hearing this, were also at a loss for words. Li Qin clasped his hands behind his neck and sighed, feeling helpless. Feeling uncomfortable, Mu Yunfei stepped forward to defend the master keeping his word with such people proves one thing, the master has integrity, and on the premise of keeping promises, eliminate such individuals. As soon as the words were finished, Shimen Chui Shui unsheathed the sword a few centimeters, lightly flicked the sword, and then sheathed it again. A violent sword chi sliced directly towards old Tian Sang. He was taken aback and dazed. Until the sword chi pierced through his body, in utter horror, his mouth and eyes remained wide open. When he reacted, he could only scream, so it turns out that drawing the sword can also kill people. As soon as the words left his mouth, the straw hat and his body were also severed in two, falling to the ground. Shimen Chui Shui finished sheathing the sword, and Kunpeng began to fade into nothingness. Everyone at this moment looked in horror at the ground where the geological break rose at the entrance to the godforsaken land, along with the fish gradually disappearing. Old Lin Tiancheng looked at Tian Sang's bisected body in front of him, a feeling of terror washed over him. He thought to himself, this person dealt with Kunpeng with one sword strike and then resolved the Tian Sang master after sheathing the sword. Thinking of this, he looked at Shimen Chui Shui in front of him, cold sweat began to pour out like a waterfall. Do I have the ability to defeat him? At this moment, he shifted his gaze to Yi Gucheng. Or the elder beside him. Old Xiao Chen from Sifang Palace glanced at the kid behind, feeling both angry and scared, thinking, it's all because of this damn kid with blind eyes, provoking someone he shouldn't. If this time, I don't return from the great disaster, I must teach that kid a lesson in this life. The old man turned to look at his dutiful son, wanting to crush him immediately. Xiao Changfeng saw his old father like that, his face filled with fear, unable to even cry out, and not daring to speak. Thinking of this, the old man turned to throw this mess to Chen Lai, saying, "Chen General, the Demon Sealing Conference is about to end. Isn't it inappropriate to conduct a competition on the stage right now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lai was speechless, sighing, not knowing what to say. The crowd behind, who were eagerly watching, saw old Xiao Chen terrified and retreating like this, suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "I wonder who said earlier that today would bring down the divine Immortal Sect, and this is the result. They are the top sect, and they have gone out of their way to entertain everyone. How can you all take that seriously?" That's right, just treat what he said as a fart." Old Xiao Chen heard this and felt it was too true, he couldn't refute it and was frustrated, gritting his teeth in anger. Old Xiao Chen looked at Yi Gucheng in front of him. His eyes were filled with terror, cold sweat pouring out continuously as he silently thought, "It seems this battle is unavoidable." With that thought, he glanced at Zhu Yuyan sitting in the chair, assessing the strength of the opponent. "Now I can only place my hopes on the other elders of the divine Immortal Sect, without the strength of that Shimen elder." Seeing that Zhu Yuyan and Yi Gucheng had not yet made a move, Shimen Chui Shui asked, "Do I need to take action?" Zhu Yuyan heard this and let out a cold laugh, then stood up and stepped forward, saying, "I just finished playing with your elder, it would be too rude not to find your master to play with now." Seeing her approach, Elder Xiao Chen and the people from Xifang Palace were filled with fear, instinctively stepping back a few paces. At the same time, Yi Gucheng was itching to move, wanting to stretch his limbs but lacking the opportunity. With an uncomfortable expression and eyes full of evil energy, he pointed his sword at Elder Lin Tiancheng's face. "It took me a lot of effort to catch a worthy opponent, how could I possibly bow out?" Elder Lin Tiancheng saw the elders of the divine Immortal Sect scrambling to choose their opponents as if they were picking vegetables at the market. As the momentum of Yi Gucheng increased, the old man broke out in a cold sweat and growled as he stepped back a few paces. Noticing the extremely calm expression on Yi Gucheng's face, he thought to himself, "I cannot follow in the footsteps of old Tian Sang. I must use the strong members of the sect to wear him down first in order to have a chance of winning." Breaking off his thoughts, he summoned the experts of the sect to one place to form a formation, shouting, "Feiyu Cloud Dragon Level 12, Human Center to summon the dragon." Immediately, a dragon claw made of white dragon feathers appeared above Lin Tiancheng, and this dragon claw slowly moved towards the sect experts, beginning to penetrate their bodies. After a while, all the experts forming the formation gradually transformed into white dragons, their fierce eyes roaring as they moved to attack Yi Gucheng together. Seeing the dragons approaching, Yi Gucheng stood still, gathering spiritual energy, and his sword began to shine. Yi Gucheng slowly drew his sword, and a stream of sword chi flowed out from the swordsman. When the sword was completely drawn from its sheath, Yi Gucheng's body also shone brilliantly, his eyes filled with deadly intent. As soon as the white dragon appeared, Yi Gucheng exerted force on his right hand and struck the head of the forefront dragon. His sword slash carried an extremely powerful sword intent. Seeing that terrifying slash, the dragons in front were incredibly fearful, sweating and shaking, shouting, "It's over." But then, nothing happened to them, and they were left in deep confusion. They approached Yi Gucheng, laughing loudly, mockingly saying, "I don't know how powerful your sword is, and after being struck by it, I'm not injured at all." At this moment, Yi Gucheng shot a disdainful glance and snorted lightly. The once arrogant dragon in front suddenly died without knowing why. Old Lin Tiancheng sensed the danger and shouted in panic, "Everyone, absolutely do not get hit by the sword, otherwise, your bodies will fall." As soon as his words ended, the dragons in front had been struck by Yi Gucheng, each receiving a sword slash. He raised his hand, and before he could finish his words, the fellow disciples were struck, all falling to the ground. Seeing that Yi Gucheng had finished dealing with it, he landed in front. He was filled with great fear. Yi Gucheng approached, pointing his sword at the old man's face, saying, "It's just you left." The old man was startled but then regained his calm, laughing proudly, "Ha, with them exhausting you, my sect might not lose." Immediately, the old man unleashed his power, his eyes shining, his hair standing on end, a stream of red spiritual energy swirling around him. His body began to transform, growing sharp scales, gradually morphing into a gigantic black dragon that soared into the sky. He leaped, crazily opening his mouth to dive down, attacking to swallow Yi Gucheng whole. The bite created a shockwave that shook the entire hall. Xiao Wu saw Yi Gucheng being snatched by the dragon, her face filled with panic, anxiously calling, "Master," and running to Shimen Chui Shui, asking, "Elder Shimen Chui Shui, please save my master." But what she received in return was indifference and the firm response, "I will not save him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Shimen Chui Shui continued, "Because he does not need my help." At the same moment, within the battle, the dust cleared. Yi Gucheng stood tall, a fierce aura emanating from his mouth like a black dragon. In contrast, the black dragon trembled in fear. Upon closer inspection, Yi Gucheng had stabbed his sword into its tongue, with a face as cold as ice and hair billowing in the wind. Old Lin Tiancheng, at this moment, had a look of great terror on his face, mumbling, "What kind of technique is this?" Yi Gucheng glanced up at him and shouted irritably, "Immortal flying from heaven, Phi Long Tai Thien." Immediately, old Lin Tiancheng was cut away by the sword intent, crying out in pain, tears streaming down his face in sheer horror. He thought to himself, if I had known that the divine Immortal Sect was this terrifying, with every elder being such a threat, I wouldn't have thought they only killed a genius of the Fei Wu Sect. Even if they wiped out all the geniuses of the Fei Wu Sect, I should have pretended as if nothing happened. It's just too bad that I awakened too late. Breaking his train of thought, his consciousness began to fade. His body slowly free fell to the ground in a most ungraceful manner, accompanied by the pain of regret and despair. Seeing that the master of the Fei Wu Sect had died at the hands of Yi Gucheng, Zhu Qin broke out in a cold sweat and said to Qin Sheng, "Ye elder of the divine Immortal Sect and that Shimen elder are equally fearsome." Qin Sheng lowered his head and glanced at the old man Xiao Chen behind him, saying that if they dared to touch the divine Immortal Sect, it would be like seeking their own deaths. On the other side, seeing his father like this, Xiao Changfeng was drenched in sweat and trembled as he called out to his father. Luckily for him, his father's opponent was not the elder of the divine Immortal Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the mouth by his old man. After the slap, Xiao Changfeng cried loudly, his nose bleeding, yelling at his father, with his face swollen, and now it was swollen again from being hit. Hearing Xiao Changfeng say that, the old man became even angrier. Is the boy's face really that important? The Xifang Palace is about to be destroyed because of him. While speaking, he observed the elders of the divine Immortal Sect in front of him. In the past, it was only us who forced opposing forces against the Xifang Palace to the point of complete sect destruction. Unexpectedly, now we are being pressured by the mysterious divine Immortal Sect to this dire situation. And how could one know if that woman is stronger than these elders or not? At this point, the fire of anger in his heart flared up again. Concentrating profound chi into 2 fingers, he looked at his filial son in front of him and said, "If the Xifang Palace is destroyed today, I will kill you first to raise the flag." Xiao Changfeng was extremely panicked when he saw his father radiating evil energy in front of him. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on the drama between the father and son, Lao Shaoqian seized the opportunity to turn and attack Zhu Yuyan behind him. Zhu Yuyan remained calm, standing still until his punch was right in front of her. Zhu Yuyan jumped to the side, dodging his attack, and threw out a piece of green silk to pull Lao Shaoqian's arm down to the ground. He glared, placing 2 fingers on his forehead to form a seal, and shouted, "For directions fist." Immediately, Lao Shaoqian's body was enhanced with speed, strength, and thunder wrapping around him, creating illusions around him, all attacking Zhu Yuyan at once. Seeing this, she retracted the green silk and shifted to a defensive stance. Lao Shaoqian seized the opportunity to turn the tables, continuously punching her body with speed and strength. After a while, Zhu Yuyan was seriously injured and spitting fresh blood, sliding backward a considerable distance. At this moment, Zhu Yuyan still held onto the piece of blue silk tightly binding the arm of old Shaoqian, her body covered in wounds. She wiped the corner of her mouth and said, "No wonder it's called the 4 directions fist." He saw her standing still in one place, her body severely injured. Seizing the opportunity, he controlled his clones to attack from all sides, with Zhu Yuyan as the center, simultaneously punching straight into her waist. As soon as the punch collided with her body, her form suddenly shone brightly, sending him and the three clones flying away. Old Xiao Chen looked at Zhu Yuyan's bizarre form in front of him, extremely terrified, trembling as he shouted, What is this? In front of him was the lower half of Zhu Yuyan slowly approaching, his mouth agape, his whole body trembling. Before he could regain his composure, Zhu Yuyan took a run up and kicked him, causing him to fly away in confusion. She then directed her lower half to move and pin the neck of old Xiao Chen's three clones, pulling them behind her back. The faces of the clones were extremely grotesque, filled with pain and a hint of humiliation, crying out in despair. Zhu Yuyan's upper body still held tightly onto the piece of silk in her hand, a sinister smile on her face as she said to him, "To be able to make me perform Heavenly Demon Dissolution in the Heavenly Demon Great Technique, you can consider that even in death, you die gloriously." Upon saying this, she stopped joking and began to activate Heavenly Demon Dissolution. Immediately, the green silk wrapped around the remaining clones, tightening around the arms of old Xiao Chen. He was in pain, gritting his teeth and shouting, "The people of Xifang Palace, kill that demoness." Seeing that he was playing dirty, Zhu Yuyan clapped her hands to create a certain disturbance and said, "People wholeheartedly play with you, and you must make it lively, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she condensed her profound qi and released a charm that enveloped the people of Xifang Palace. Those hit by this charm had blank expressions, watching the group dance along with the green silk, gazing at Zhu Yuyan in rapture. Zhu Yuyan held the piece of green silk in her hand, a sinister smile on her face, blowing a stream of charm around her, driving the experts of Xifang Palace into madness. Taking the piece of green silk, I happily and excitedly tied my arms together. After tying, everyone simultaneously raised their hands to the sky. On the other side, Xiao Changfeng cried as he tied his arms, trembling as he said, "Father, I don't want to end up like Elder Gui Xiong who lost his arm, please save me." As soon as the words ended, all the experts of Xifang Palace had their arms cut off by Zhu Yuyan and fell to the ground. She laughed in satisfaction and turned to say, "Xifang Palace now has only one arm left, it should just be renamed Yanghua Palace from now on." After Zhu Yuyan's statement ended, Gui Xiong saw everyone's arms fall in front of him, his face filled with panic as a wave of fear washed over him, thinking, "Thank goodness my right arm was already severed earlier, otherwise." Before he could finish his thought, on the other side, old Xiao Chen painfully hugged his arm and shouted, "The principle of Xifang Palace is an eye for an eye." His eyes were filled with veins and hatred as he screamed, "Even if I cannot kill you, I must chop off your hand." With that, he gathered all his remaining strength and lunged to attack Zhu Yuyan. When the old man's technique arrived in front of him, Zhu Yuyan waved her hand to control the pieces of silk, lifting the severed arms lying on the ground into the air. She said, "If you desire your rotting arms so much, I will return them to you." Old Xiao Chen saw dozens of arms flying towards him, his face filled with terror. A chilling fear surged through him as he screamed in horror, "How can there be such a bizarre technique?" Hearing this, Zhu Yuyan smiled gently while casting her technique and replied, "This is a move from the Heavenly Demon Great Technique." As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted, "Heavenly Demon Integration, merge for me." Immediately, old Xiao Chen's body was tightly bound by the dozens of arms. Seeing his body in such a grotesque state, he screamed in terror, frantically running to the other elders for help. "Quick, come help me." The elders, looking at his strange body, fell to the ground in panic, not daring to approach, continuously shouting, Don't come here, master." Old Xiao Chen crushed each fellow disciple as he moved. Until he reached his son, Xiao Changfeng saw his terrifying old father approaching and horrified shouted, "Dad, don't come here, I can't help you." But whatever was meant to happen would happen. The old man, in pain, shed tears, crying wordlessly, losing control, choking as he watched the hands that were choking his son right before him. Along with his helplessness and anger, he shouted, "I can't control myself." No sooner had he spoken than he twisted his son's neck, departing forever. Zhu Yuyan, observing from the side, laughed and said, "I thought you were just joking about sacrificing your son, I didn't expect you to actually do it." Truly a father who loves his son immensely. Hearing this made the old man even angrier, filled with rage, He used the last of his strength, trembling, raised his hand in front of him, forming a seal, and said, "I didn't expect my Xifang Palace to be a top sect of the Yao Ri Empire, ultimately for one person." At this point, he could no longer endure this pain, using 2 fingers to stab his forehead, and he said his last 3 words. And self-destructed, collapsing to the ground, leaving this world in the utmost pain and despair of his life. The hands clinging to him fell away as a result. Everyone saw the palace master of Xifang Palace commit suicide in agony, lying on the ground. The onlookers gasped and murmured in shock. The Xifang Palace, which has been so domineering, has perished like this. The divine Immortal Sect is truly terrifying. With just one person, they wiped out an entire top major sect. At this point, everyone noticed the beautiful Zhu Yuyan in front of them, and sweat began to pour down. This girl's skill is extremely strange. Could she be from the Magic Clan? Even if she is from the Magic Clan, what does it matter? If we rush in, won't we also die? After a heated discussion, the crowd simultaneously turned towards Chen Lai and shouted loudly, "Grand General, she is definitely a member of the Magic Clan. Please, General, eliminate the Magic Clan." At the same time, Li Qing, with a sly expression, pointed a thumb down to the ground and said, "Hey, this so-called Grand General is at most at the peak of the profound sovereign realm, while our elder is from the divine Immortal Sect. Everyone belongs to the peak realm of profound sovereign, yet they still want to eliminate demons." Yi Gucheng, seeing Li Qing overly excited, shot a glare and said, "His external cultivation might seem like that, but his true cultivation is something even I cannot discern. Before the master returns, it's best we do not conflict with him." Li Qing's face turned pale upon hearing this, and sweat poured down like rain. She quickly pulled back her mischievous hand and exclaimed in shock, "Huh? What? This person is that powerful? My goodness, why didn't you say it earlier? I almost had a heart attack." At the same time, Chen Lai, hearing the discussions labeling her as part of the Magic Clan, slammed the sword sheath onto the ground and hissed, "This girl." Upon hearing this, Li Qing narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to her face, wanting to tease but afraid to speak. Li He beside her was also watching to see what he would say next. Chen Lai continued, "She only has a strange skill, she is not a member of the Magic Clan." Li He, who was taut like a string, sighed in relief after hearing this, while Li Qing felt as if she had just unloaded all her worries in the bathroom. Lightened by a few dozen kilograms, it seemed. At the same time, the demon ceiling list suddenly lit up, and the rankings within it began to change. Those around, seeing the rankings on the demon ceiling list, were extremely astonished. Chen Lai was startled, noticing something unusual, and shouted, "Flame Army, surround the divine Immortal Sect." Immediately, the guards pointed their weapons at the group of the Xian Sha Great Demon. Li Qing, confused, didn't understand what was happening. Why are they suddenly pointing their weapons at me? The Xian Sha Great Demon, annoyed, turned to Chen Lai and asked, "Didn't you just say that our Zhu Elder is not a member of the Magic Clan?" Chen Lai pointed at the demon ceiling list and said, "Just now, the name of Prince Yu Fei suddenly disappeared from the demon ceiling list, indicating that the prince has been killed." The rankings on the demon ceiling list. First, 30,000 points Mu Yunfei. Second, 29,000 Li He. Third, 25,000 Ling Fei Wu. Fourth, 20,000 Li Tian Xian. Fifth, 15,000 Wu Nian. Sixth, 10,000 Li Qing. At that moment, Chen Lai's face was extremely angry as he thought of the image of Wang Feng inside the ancient hall, saying, "The only one capable of killing the crown prince is the master of the divine Immortal Sect, Wang Feng, who still has not returned to this day." As soon as Chen Lai finished speaking, the subordinates began to rush forward to attack the disciples of the divine Immortal Sect. Li Qing's group was surrounded by soldiers on all sides, trapped in the middle. Wu Nian, furious, clasped his hands to gather profound qi and struck a powerful palm strike at the soldier in front of him. Xiao Wu also drew his sword to fight and broke through the encirclement. The Xian Sha Great Demon, angry, transformed his long staff into a giant one and shouted, "A bunch of damned lackeys, take a hit from me." Where the Xian Sha Great Demon's long staff swept, the soldiers were sent flying away. Zhu Qin saw the flame army lying scattered on the ground and said to old Qin Sheng, the flame army is too weak, they really can't withstand a single blow. Qin Sheng stood silently for a while, then lowered his head and sighed, saying, "Do you know why the flame army is called the Immortal Legion?" Zhu Qin was taken aback, looking at him with many questions in her mind. On the other side, the flame army, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly ignited and stood up, screaming wildly like madmen. Flames erupted fiercely from their chests. Zhu Qin broke out in a cold sweat and said in confusion, "Is it possible that the reason the flame army is called the Immortal Legion is because they can transform their wounds into weapons that deal damage? It seems that they not only suffer no harm but can also acquire the attack skills of their enemies without any effort." At the same time, Li Qing and the others, witnessing this scene, also broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely puzzled. Li Qing, angrily looking at the flame army member in front of him, said, "I have a vague feeling." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame army soldier wielding a flaming sword rushed forward to attack. Li Qing clasped his hands to block the flaming sword, laughing triumphantly, "He, how could your grandpa?" But before he could finish his sentence, an intense pain surged through him, ouch. Li Qing was startled and turned to look behind him, only to see a flame army soldier with a flaming sword thrust straight into his backside. He shouted in anger, "Damn it, those shameless people dare to sneak attack the back entrance of our Li family." At the same time, Wen Yan was surrounded and attacked by a group of flame army, heavily injured and coughing up blood. Xiao Wu beside him was not in any better condition, ambushed by two flame army members and heavily wounded, screaming in pain. On another side, the Xian Sha Great Demon was besieged and coughed up blood, flying out far. Li He, Mu Yunfei, and Li Tian Xian were also at a disadvantage, struggling under the relentless attacks. Zhu Qin, witnessing this, could only sigh, feeling helpless to assist. Old Qin Sheng remarked, "This time, it seems that the divine Immortal Sect has little chance of survival." After a while of being besieged, Xiao Wu, Li Tian Xian, and Li He were exhausted, sitting on the ground, panting heavily, surrounded by the flame army from all sides. Zhu Qin turned to old Qin Sheng and said, "But the divine Immortal Sect still has 3 elders at the peak of the profound sovereign realm who have yet to join the fight. They could very well secure victory 3 against 1. Meanwhile, Chen Lai remained calm, standing still amidst the encirclement of the elders. Yi Gucheng, Shimen Chui Shui, Zhu Yuyan. At this moment, old Qin Sheng shook his head and let out, "Ha ha." Zhu Qin saw him like this and broke into a cold sweat. Looking at the situation before him, he said, "On the surface, it seems like they have surrounded Grand General Chen Lai and have the advantage, but in reality, they are being controlled by Chen Lai. Just a slight mistake and they will be doomed forever." Upon saying this, he looked over at the disciples of the Divine Immortal Sect and continued, "So, the disciples of the Divine Immortal Sect must save themselves this time." Returning to the battle, Mu Yunfei brandished his sword and shouted, "Everyone must fight to the death and hold on until our master returns." But in reality, the one holding on right now was the resilient King Li Qing. Li Qing stood in front of everyone, his black spirit tortoise spiritual roots creating a shell that blocked all the attacks from the flame army. Although Li Qing was in front, blocking the damage, Mu Yunfei's group behind was also struggling immensely. At the same time, Yi Gucheng drew his sword from its sheath, coldly sweeping it through Chen Lai's subordinates, unleashing the technique Immortal Flying from Heaven. Immediately, the flame army was pushed back, their faces filled with immense pain. Yi Gucheng looked at Li Qing and said, "Just bear with it for a moment." Seeing this, Chen Lai raised his hand to his forehead, bowed his head, and grumbled, "Interesting, very interesting, I'm coming too." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly ignited. The image of Yi Gucheng swinging his sword appeared clearly in his eyes, capturing every movement in detail. Chen Lai slightly raised his sword, condensing profound qi into his body, and slammed his sword down onto the ground, creating a massive pressure that spread outwards, shouting, "Immortal Flying from Heaven." Yi Gucheng watched as he used his ultimate technique, startled and stepping back a few paces. The ground shook, generating tremendous pressure. Taking this opportunity, the flame army's morale surged back, attacking with their fiery swords against the followers of the Xian Sha Great Demon below. Mu Yunfei and Li Qing were pinned down to the ground under immense pressure, struggling immensely. Xiao Wu was panting heavily, her body full of wounds, sitting on the ground with a massive fireball falling toward her. Li Qing saw Xiao Wu in danger and tried to raise her hand to perform a gesture, activating Transferring Flowers Receiving Jade to swap Xiao Wu out of the fireball's attack range. Xiao Wu was still in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Li Qing replaced Xiao Wu, using the Black Spirit Tortoise physique to create a turtle shell that absorbed the damage from the fireball, struggling to the point of spitting out blood. After blocking all the damage, Li Qing was exhausted and lay face down on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Wu regained her senses and turned in shock to call out, "Senior brother, are you okay?" Hearing Xiao Wu's call, Li Qing, covered in wounds, pointed to her blood-spewing mouth like a fountain and said, "I have the body of the Black Spirit Tortoise, enduring this little attack is not a big deal." Although he said that, in her heart, she silently thought it was fortunate to have learned this technique from the master, as it allowed her to adjust positions with Transferring Flowers Receiving Jade, otherwise, he could not have saved junior sister Xiao Wu. Xian Sha, the great demon, shouted in anger, "What the hell is this? If that's the case, why should we endure it? Transferring Flowers Receiving Jade can only be performed in a moment, it cannot be continuously used twice. Besides, do you want me to be killed?" At the same time, Gucheng charged forward and chopped straight at Chen Lai's head, saying, "How do you know my unique skill?" Chen Lai dodged the attack while activating the ability to copy Gucheng's techniques, saying, "All the unique skills in the world, as long as I perform Illuminating Light of Clarity once, will no longer be considered unique skills." With a villain buffed like this by the author, it's no wonder the elders can't keep up. At this moment, Shimen Chui Shui drew his sword from its sheath, glanced at him, and thought, there is such a miraculous skill, just by looking, one can replicate someone else's unique skill. It seems this battle must be resolved quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shimen Chui Shui concentrated sword chi into his sword and attacked from behind. Chen Lai sensed the danger and dodged by jumping forward. Seeing that he had dodged his attack, Shimen Chui Shui was also very surprised. Chen Lai began to use the Illuminating Light of Clarity, learning the Transferring Flowers Receiving Jade technique from Li Qing earlier. Shimen Chui Shui broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, not good, he wants to transfer Yao Yu's technique that he taught to Li Qing, Transferring Flowers Receiving Jade. Just as he thought this, Chen Lai had already teleported Gucheng in front of his sword tip. Shimen Chui Shui was startled and unable to withdraw his attack, stabbing Gucheng in the back. He looked down at the sword chi taking shape in his hand and said, "Now it's my turn to use my unique lethal technique." Upon hearing this, Shimen Chui Shui's face changed. Before he could regain his composure, Chen Lai copied the sword chi and attacked from behind Shimen Chui Shui. But at that moment, Zhu Yuyan appeared, binding his two arms, preventing Chen Lai from launching a sneak attack on Shimen Chui Shui. She stepped on his back, controlling and pulling his arms back, shouting, "Draw your sword now." Shimen Chui Shui withdrew his sword from Gucheng's body, turned around, and aimed to stab the sword straight into Chen Lai's chest. Chen Lai remained unfazed. Calm expression, a smug smile. Until the moment the tip of the sword grazed his chest, he began to use Transferring Flowers Receiving Jade. Seeing him suddenly disappear, Zhu Yuyan was extremely startled. Before she could react, Chen Lai had already teleported behind her, holding her and stepping forward to block the tip of Shimen Chui Shui's sword. Seeing the tip of Shimen Chui Shui's sword at her throat, Zhu Yuyan felt both anger and helplessness. It seemed that Zhu Yuyan was struck by Shimen Chui Shui's sword, but no, Chen Lai took the full force of Shimen Chui Shui's attack. At that moment, Zhu Yuyan used Heavenly Demon Dissolution, splitting her body into two parts to dodge the strike from Shimen Chui Shui. Chen Lai was hit by the sword but was uninjured. He knelt down, holding the sword while maintaining the momentum of the blade towards his chest, sitting down in a daze thinking about something. Zhu Yuyan left her lower half kneeling on the ground, while her upper half floated in the air, temporarily out of danger. Seeing that Chen Lai was unharmed in his strange behavior, Shimen Chui Shui was also very surprised, wondering what scheme he was preparing, thinking, my sword. How could it fail to break through his armor? While pondering, he saw Chen Lai using one hand to control the sword and the other to grasp the piece of green silk on Zhu Yuyan, pulling it back, saying, this sword, what a pity that I can't enjoy it any longer. Then I might as well offer it as a gift to this beautiful lady. Zhu Yuyan realized his intention and exclaimed in panic, "You want to use it against me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Lai pulled Zhu Yuyan down and used the Heavenly Demon Integration technique on her, bringing it to her chest to block the sword. Shimen Chui Shui saw his sword had pierced Zhu Yuyan's abdomen and shouted, "Hang in there, I'm about to pull my sword out." Immediately, Chen Lai released a stream of red profound qi that flowed into Zhu Yuyan, gradually spreading to Shimen Chui Shui's sword. With one hand holding Zhu Yuyan's head and the other using a technique to separate Shimen Chui Shui's arm from his body, the two were terrified to see Chen Lai acting so cunningly. Shimen Chui Shui looked at his severed arm, his face still in shock, thinking, did I fall victim to his heavenly demon integration? Before he could regain his composure, Chen Lai grabbed the sword still in its sheath and attacked his chest, sending Shimen Chui Shui flying backward. Instantly, Yi Gucheng rushed over to support Shimen Chui Shui. He planted his sword in the ground to steady himself but still slid a considerable distance. Zhu Yuyan, struck by the sword, stumbled, bleeding, and fell down. Chen Lai let Zhu Yuyan lie on the ground, resting against the sword, looking at Shimen Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng, who were panting heavily in front of him. With an angry gaze, exuding evil energy, he said, "If you are injured so severely, then I permit both of you to go up there." Yi Gucheng, feeling uncomfortable at his loudness, gritted his teeth and said to Shimen Chui Shui, "Any technique we use next will be copied by him. So let's use our final move to determine the outcome." Hearing this, Shimen Chui Shui lowered his head in thought, then suddenly raised his hand, condensing sword intent. Thousands of swords converged around Shimen Chui Shui, initiating the flower of green sword Dao. Hundreds of swords seemed to create a flowing current, soaring straight into the sky. Amid the dark clouds, a gigantic sword gradually appeared, piercing through the clouds and attacking downwards. Chen Lai was taken aback by the giant sword and its oppressive power. Those around felt the crushing pressure of the sword, their faces filled with dread. Chen Lai, with a face like a bulldog, looked up at the sword, somewhat astonished, gasped, then gripped the sword hilt tightly, saying, "Then let me show you my strongest sword move." Yi Gucheng seized the opportunity, drew his sword, and executed Immortal Flying from Heaven. He charged forward to attack Chen Lai. At that moment, Chen Lai was under the oppressive force of the sword, struggling to hold it against him, kneeling on the ground, both hands gripping the sword hilt. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, condensing profound qi around his body, pouring all his strength to draw the sword out, shouting loudly, "Get ready to rush in." Suddenly startled, he saw Zhu Yuyan using a blue silk to hold her body down, firmly pinning him to the ground. Zhu Yuyan looked at him, panting heavily, saying, "You won't be able to draw your sword." At the same time, Shimen Chui Shui lightly waved his finger, manipulating the sword to attack Chen Lai. His eyes began to shine again. The sword intent, accompanied by lightning, pierced straight towards Chen Lai. A powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the entire sky. After using this technique, Shimen Chui Shui seemed to have no strength left, his body trembling from exhaustion. Yi Gucheng was seriously injured, spitting blood, his whole body weak. Zhu Yuyan lay tired on the ground. Chen Lai was struck by the sword, suffering severe injuries to part of his body, in great pain. He looked at the bloodied tip of the sword embedded in the ground. Turning to look at the elder of the divine Immortal Sect, who was exhausted before him, he exclaimed, "What a remarkable divine Immortal Sect." Indeed, having such an expert as an elder cannot be underestimated. He spoke while retrieving the sword embedded in his shoulder. A large gash had been cut into his shoulder, but his eyes sparkled as he looked up at Zhu Yuyan. "If I were not your opponent, it is likely that you would be the ones laughing until the last moment." At the same time, the Flame Army stopped their attack and gathered together in one place. Chen Lai's body suddenly burst into flames. He turned and said to the Flame Army, "You train soldiers for 1,000 days, to use them in 1 hour. If you must die under this sword, then this life will not be in vain." The Flame Army, their bodies aflame and eyes vacant, stood still, waiting to be sacrificed. Immediately, they looked up, shouting in unison, "Take the sword for the general." Even in death, there is glory. As soon as the words ended, their life force and flames were absorbed by Chen Lai. The wound on Chen Lai's shoulder began to heal rapidly, visibly regenerating before the eye. The flame army was drained of its vitality, turning to ashes. Chen Lai coldly looked at the wound on his arm, which was being healed by the flames. He then raised his hand to touch the sword of Shimen Chui Shui, feeling the flow of power. Gathering profound qi into his hand, he struck and shattered the sword before him. The fragments of sword intent flew back to attack Shimen Chui Shui, Zhu Yuyan, and Yi Gucheng. The three were in pain, trying to withstand the damage, but having exhausted their strength, they were struck by the fragments of sword intent, inflicting serious injuries. As the dust settled, Qin Sheng saw the three elders of the divine Immortal Sect kneeling on the ground. He thought to himself, I originally thought the three elders of the divine Immortal Sect were strong enough, but unexpectedly, 3 against 1 could not defeat Grand General Chen Lai. At this moment, the master of Li Tian Xin saw the three wounded elders in front of her and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The divine Immortal Sect this time will be hard to escape extinction unless a deity comes to save them. Seeing her so pleased, Qin Sheng turned to say, You are a bit too early to celebrate. Although she didn't know if the fairies could come to save the divine Immortal Sect, she was happy, but suddenly startled and fell silent after hearing it. Qin Sheng glanced to the side and said, But he definitely can. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Mu Yunfei, and Li Qing were also startled and turned their heads to look in the direction Qin Sheng pointed. Zhu Yuyan and Shimen Chui Shui were also surprised and looked up. Chen Lai was astonished to see the person arriving. Above them was Wang Feng holding his wife, flying toward everyone. His body was enveloped in a golden profound qi, and his face was extremely proud. Seeing the elders seriously injured in front of him, Wang Feng quickly called out, System, heal them for me. Ting. Using healing on Yi Gucheng, Shimen Chui Shui, Zhu Yuyan. Immediately, the wounds of the three elders healed rapidly to the point that it was visible to the naked eye. The three regained their composure and turned to bow. We pay our respects, Master. Li Qing and Xiao Wu joyfully ran to Wang Feng, saying, Master, you have finally returned. Li Qing noticed something was off, pointed at the girl beside him, and asked in confusion, Who is this? The stepmother blushed, looking forward to being introduced. But the young man ignored the matter, unwilling to make the introduction, sweating coldly, pretending to cough a few times and then evasively saying, It would take too long to explain, let's meet Grand General Chen first. Wang Feng walked up to Chen Lai and asked, Did you injure someone from our divine Immortal Sect? Chen Lai stood still for a moment and then glared back, asking, Did you kill the Crown Prince? Oh, didn't you just declare that this demon sealing conference has no restrictions on anything? Even if I killed the Crown Prince, it doesn't violate any rules. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the elders of the other sects naturally felt a headache, sweating coldly, whispering to each other, Damn it, is the master of the divine Immortal Sect stupid? Grand General Chen Lai said there are no restrictions, so does he really consider it as having no limits? Killing the Crown Prince of the Yao Ri Empire is no different from declaring war on the Yao Ri Empire. Isn't that seeking death? Oh dear, we should probably keep our distance and just watch the drama unfold, to avoid getting the blood of the divine Immortal Sect on ourselves. Unlike the fear of those sects, Chen Lai was incredibly angry after hearing this, gritting his teeth and growling. At first, I just wanted to watch a good play. But you, being unreasonable, forced me into this play. Then, I will stay and perform this entire play with you. Wang Feng was annoyed, clasped his hands, gathered his Dharma manifestation, and said, If you dare harm someone from the divine Immortal Sect, then you must die. As soon as the words ended, Wang Feng activated Buddha's palm and struck directly at him. At the same time, Chen Lai's eyes lit up as he unleashed his ultimate copying technique, illuminating light of clarity. A gigantic Dharma manifestation leaped forward, shouting loudly, copied Buddha's palm. It blocked Wang Feng's lethal attack. The two techniques collided, creating a powerful shockwave that cracked the surrounding ground. Those nearby were also knocked away by the aftershock. Wang Feng, seeing him mimic his technique, broke out in a cold sweat and turned to ask his wife, How could he replicate my Buddha's palm? She replied, explaining, After entering the profound venerable realm, one can start to faintly understand the rules of heaven and earth. The technique illuminating light of clarity that he just used is a type of rule that can learn any skill or ultimate move. Oh, so he has stepped into the profound venerable realm already, one could say that. Right now, he has only taken one step into the profound venerable realm. At most, he is only half a step into the profound venerable realm. Upon hearing his wife say that he is not truly at the profound venerable realm, Wang Feng was overjoyed and said, if he is not really at the profound venerable realm, then there's nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Chenlai raised his hands high, formed a seal, condensed his killer move, and activated his Dharma manifestation Buddha copy to attack Wang Feng below. Seeing the palm technique approaching, Wang Feng smiled lightly, then condensed his profound chi and directed his Dharma manifestation Buddha to block Chenlai's attack. On another side of the battle, everyone saw that the danger was temporarily controlled and began to channel their energy to heal senior brother Li Qing. Wu Nian was channeling his energy while saying, "Senior brother, now we will heal your wounds together so that you can recover quickly." Li Qing felt extremely warm-hearted after hearing that. Hu, you are all so good to me. Is this the deep affection of fellow disciples? Senior brother is truly moved. Just as he was feeling touched, Li He interrupted the moment, feeling awkward, and said, "Master, with your high-level cultivation in the profound sovereign realm, you might not have a chance to defeat Chenlai. If the Buddha's palm move of the master gets broken, you will have to use the transferring flowers receiving jade skill to endure that palm strike, looking for an opportunity for the master to counterattack." Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately lost his emotions, breaking out in a cold sweat, and shouted, "What? Although I have the body of the black spirit tortoise, a strong physique, but if I do that, isn't it like asking me to lay down my life?" Seeing Li Qing so worried, Shimen Chui Shui replied, "There's no need for that. Our master's strength is deeper and more unpredictable than you can imagine." While Shimen Chui Shui spoke, he was observing the two Dharma manifestations confronting each other in front. At that moment, in the midst of the battle, two hands collided, creating a tremendous shockwave. During the attack, the hand of the main Dharma manifestation emitted a stream of profound chi, weaving through. Suddenly, a strange mark appeared on the hand of the copy Dharma manifestation. The fracture made a cracking sound. Noticing something unusual, Chenlai was startled. Before he could retract his hand, he saw that his Dharma manifestation was gradually cracking. The hand of the Dharma manifestation exploded into fragments. He was surprised and said in confusion, "Even though Buddha's palm is your technique, my cultivation realm is higher than yours. How can you shatter my Buddha's hand?" Wang Feng replied with a faint smile, "Although you can imitate my Buddha's palm, there are things you cannot learn." At this moment, something radiant emerged from the shattered Dharma manifestation, forcing Chenlai to mobilize his fragmented Dharma manifestation to block the light, stepping back. The glowing creature was none other than the Firefly Netherworld, nourished by the blood chi within Wang Feng. At this moment, Wang Feng raised his index finger, and the Netherworld immediately landed on his finger, sitting cross-legged and very obediently. He looked at the cooperating Netherworld perched on his finger, feeling immensely pleased. Chenlai said, "I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hide something so interesting." Speaking of the little toy, he said as he took something out. Inside appeared a bizarre bird head, surrounded by a cloud of white smoke. At this moment, he held the sword in one hand and the strange creature wrapped around the long saber, gloomily saying, "I have one too." Wang Feng, seeing the bizarre thing in Chenlai's hand, anxiously said to his wife, "Mu Qing, you should stay away for a while." Hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Qing smiled at him, feeling a bit comforted. At that moment, the red object in Chenlai's hand wildly flowed out in a tangled manner, then suddenly twisted, wrapping itself into a gigantic saber. Wang Feng stood still, observing Chenlai's every move to respond accordingly. Immediately, Chenlai grabbed the saber's hilt, gained momentum, and swung it down hard towards Wang Feng in front of him. This strike carried immense power. Seeing the attack approaching, Wang Feng clasped his hands to concentrate Dharma manifestation to hold on to Chenlai's saber. "Got you." Seeing Wang Feng so pleased, Chen Lai said, "You are too early to be happy." As soon as the words ended, the long saber suddenly ignited fiercely, incinerating the Dharma manifestation Buddha of Wang Feng. Wang Feng was extremely shocked to see the Dharma manifestation being so easily destroyed by the flames. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Lai poured his strength into the long saber, striking straight down onto Wang Feng's shoulder. He was struck by the long saber and stumbled back. He looked at his wound and the flames consuming him. In pain he said, "Why has my Buddha's palm disappeared?" Chen Lai coldly held the eerie long saber in his hand and said, "Lion fire-infused dragon harmonizes with the rules of heaven and earth, which can cause your profound qi to automatically dissipate as soon as it condenses. Without profound qi to support it, any ultimate technique is nothing more than a stream of water without a source." Wang Feng, burned by the flames, collapsed on the ground, silent and saying nothing. Mu Qing, seeing this, anxiously called out, "My husband." Wang Feng, suppressing his pain, asked, "How much longer until the match officially ends?" Hearing this, Chen Lai gritted his teeth in anger and growled, "You're on the brink of death, and yet you still have the mood to worry about this?" Although irritated, Chen Lai still replied, "When the last incense stick burns out, the competition will officially end." Wang Feng looked at the incense stick on the other side, thinking to himself, "Based on the size and length of this incense stick, it will probably take about 15 more minutes to burn out. I have to try to last until the incense stick burns out, wait for the system to settle the rewards, and then I will have a chance to turn defeat into victory." Thinking of this, he looked at the system's mission: lead the sect disciples to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference organized by the Yaori Empire and achieve first place in the Demon Sealing Conference. Taking advantage of the victory, Chen Lai stepped forward and said, "The incense is about to burn out, and your life will surely be shorter than this incense stick." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Lai swung his long saber to finish off Wang Feng. The other side was tortured by the strange flames, and seeing the long saber descending, Wang Feng wanted to run but was powerless, unable to move. At the moment the blade of Chen Lai was about to strike Wang Feng's head, it seemed that there would be no escape. Li Qin used transferring flowers receiving jade to appear, using the body of the black spirit tortoise to block Chen Lai's blade. Seeing Li Qin take this blow, Wang Feng panicked and was extremely worried. After taking the killer move head-on, Li Qin was in excruciating pain, screamed, and then fell to the ground. Wang Feng looked at Li Qin in front of him with a pained expression and said, "Li Qin, who told you to take this blow for me?" Despite being severely injured, Li Qin coughed up blood and said cheerfully, "Who told me to have the body of a black spirit tortoise? If I don't step up to take it, who else can?" Seeing his senior brother Li Qin lying injured on the ground, Mu Yunfei anxiously shouted, "Master! Grand senior brother!" Xiao Wu was blank with worry upon seeing the two of them so badly hurt. Chen Lai, with the blazing saber in hand, arrogantly said, "I want to see if you can withstand the second blow." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Lai swung his saber down at Wang Feng once more. Seeing Chen Lai's blade coming towards him, Wang Feng held Li Qin tightly with one arm and used the netherworld to block the saber strike in front of him. However, when the netherworld collided with the saber's energy, it was instantly shattered, looking like a mosquito hitting a steel plate, and was thrown back. Host has been hit by lion fire-infused dragon. Unexpectedly, even the netherworld firefly has been implicated. At the moment of life and death, a familiar figure glided in, shocking Wang Feng and Li Qin immensely. Xiao Wu stood in front, blocking Chen Lai's attack. However, due to the vast difference in power, she was struck directly by the blade's energy. Wang Feng saw Xiao Wu sacrifice herself to take the blow, collapsing to the ground, his gaze filled with panic. Everyone saw Xiao Wu heavily injured on the ground and rushed over, calling out, "Senior sister." Li Tianxian hurriedly took out a pill, but it was too late. As the healing pill reached her mouth, Xiao Wu suddenly spat out a large amount of fresh blood. Li Tianxian, heartbroken and with tears in her eyes, bowed her head trembling in helplessness, calling out, "Master. Senior sister is too seriously injured, my pill has basically no effect." Wang Feng looked at Xiao Wu gravely wounded before him, filled with anger and pain, gritting his teeth and shouting, "System, quickly heal Ling Fei Wu." But the system returned a cold response. The host's sect value has been entirely used up, unable to exchange for healing. Hearing this, Wang Feng trembled in panic, screaming, "The demon sealing conference will end in less than a stick of incense. We are about to receive sect points. I want to advance a little sect points in advance." "Ting, I'm sorry, the rules are the rules, and we cannot meet the host's request." At the same time, Li Qing tried to crawl to Xiao Wu, heartbroken, saying, "The junior sister must still be saved." Seeing everyone so distressed, Mu Qing stepped forward and said, "No need to torment yourselves fruitlessly, she is about to be fine." Hearing her say that, Wang Feng and Li Qing shifted from worry and heartache to astonishment. Suddenly, a golden netherworld flower appeared before Xiao Wu's chest, then shone brilliantly, the light spreading all over her body and lifting her up. Li He and Wu Nian were extremely shocked by this scene, looking in the same direction, confused, and shouted, "What is this?" The Xian Sha great demon seemed to realize something, breaking out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Could it be that this is the extraordinary treasure of the Ling family?" At this moment, Mu Qing lifted Xiao Wu's body high up, along with the glowing golden netherworld flower slowly moving forward. Wang Feng saw this and asked his wife, "What is going on?" Seeing Wang Feng's puzzled expression, she explained, "This disciple of yours possesses a treasure called the Yellow Spring Netherworld Flower. Once her life is in a critical condition, with 1 foot already on the path to the Yellow Spring, the Yellow Spring Netherworld Flower will awaken. After that, whenever she is injured, it will absorb the surrounding profound chi of heaven and earth to heal the host. The more seriously she is injured, the more profound chi flows in. Once the host recovers, her cultivation will also increase significantly each time." After hearing this, everyone calmed down. "Then let's get closer to Ling Fei Wu so she can absorb our profound chi faster to heal, and we will wait below for Xiao Wu to recover from her injuries." Above, the netherworld flower had healed Xiao Wu's wounds and was gradually returning to her body. Chen Lai looked at Xiao Wu in front of him and said, "Indeed, my guess was not wrong. The Yellow Spring Netherworld Flower of the Ling family is with Ling Fei Wu. Wang Master, how about we make a deal? Just hand over the Yellow Spring Netherworld Flower, and I will spare the divine Immortal Sect." This young man has been buffed by the author to be overwhelmingly powerful, and now he boasts louder and louder. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng looked at him with disdain and said, "The Yellow Spring Netherworld Flower is growing on her. How can I give it to you? Just kill her, and you can take it." Chen Lai is getting more and more provoking, isn't he? If it were me, I would want to sign Chen Lai's head. At that moment, the netherworld flower had completely returned to Xiao Wu's body and was slowly falling down. Everyone hurriedly ran to catch her. Wang Feng and senior brother Li Qing joyfully approached and said, "Sister's injuries are healing, that's great, sister has been saved." While everyone was rejoicing, Chen Lai angrily slammed his long saber onto the ground, releasing an overwhelming pressure and shouted loudly, "Wang Master." Immediately, Wang Feng was pushed down by a shockwave, looking extremely distressed. At that moment, he looked at Xiao Wu in front of him and coldly said, "To trade one life for so many lives of the divine Immortal Sect, isn't it worth it?" Hearing this, everyone was furious and looked towards Chen Lai. Hearing him boast so loudly, Wang Feng was extremely angry as well but realized it wasn't the time to counterattack, so he could only grit his teeth and suppress his rage. Seeing Wang Feng like this, Xiao Wu tried to stand up and ran over to Wang Feng, saying, "My life belongs to the sect, and the sect will take revenge for me." Upon hearing this from Xiao Wu, everyone was astonished but also helpless, their eyes revealing sorrow as they watched her run to Wang Feng. Xiao Wu, full of wounds, stood before Wang Feng, showing her determination, and said, "Ling Fei Wu willingly dedicates the netherworld flower Yellow Spring." Upon hearing this, Chen Lai smugly mocked, saying, "The divine Immortal Sect educates very well, the disciples all understand the situation, everything can be easily resolved now." In this awkward situation, everyone around fell silent. Wang Feng raised his hand. Gently rubbing Xiao Wu's head, he smiled and said to her, "If our divine Immortal Sect relies on sacrificing the lives of its disciples to survive, then how can we still have the dignity to call ourselves the divine Immortal Sect?" After hearing this, Xiao Wu felt the warmth of her master, rubbed her head, and with tears in her eyes, smiled softly and said, "Yes, master." Yi Mu-ching, behind them, saw her husband being so chivalrous and felt happy, saying, "You're truly worthy of being my husband." Hearing her praise him like that, he turned his head and smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, "After all, I am the one who hacks the system. If I cannot protect my own people, won't that be a disgrace for someone who crossed over?" Ending this train of thought, Wang Feng pointed directly at Chen Lai's face and shouted, "I will definitely destroy your lion fire-infused dragon." Upon hearing this, Chen Lai's face twisted like a dog that had just eaten something unpleasant, and he said, "Unless your cultivation surpasses the semi-profound venerable realm, you won't be able to escape from my lion fire-infused dragon. And you, don't even think about stepping into the profound venerable realm in this lifetime." Hearing Chen Lai boast so loudly, Wang Feng became furious, gathered profound qi in his palm, and declared, "Then you better watch closely." Despite the flames burning and corroding his body, Wang Feng compressed all his strength and summoned the Dharma Manifestation Buddha. Wu Nian and Mu Yunfei were extremely worried, shouting, "The Buddha's form is continuously being burned and invaded. It seems the master still cannot restrain the lion fire-infused dragon." Suppressing the pain, Wang Feng still tried to control the Dharma manifestation to attack. Chen Lai saw Wang Feng's move and immediately realized, is he concentrating the limited profound qi into his palm for the final strike? Seeing the Dharma manifestation's hand right in front of him, he used his long saber to block it, disdainfully saying, "How boring." As Wang Feng's attack made contact with Chen Lai's long saber, a massive shockwave was released around them. Shimen Chui Shui and Zhu Yuyen observed the battle from the side, commenting, "The semi-divine profound realm and the peak profound sovereign realm, though only half a realm apart, are worlds apart." At that moment, within the battle, Chen Lai effortlessly used his long saber to completely negate the damage of the Dharma manifestation. When the Dharma manifestation completely dissipated, it was also the moment when Wang Feng was utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Chen Lai's eyes were filled with evil energy as he tightly gripped the long saber in his hand, looking at Wang Feng and saying, "You have failed." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, quickly rushed away, and confidently said, "No, I have succeeded." Upon hearing this, Chen Lai was astonished and puzzled, not knowing what Wang Feng was up to next. Seeing his curiosity, Wang Feng said, "The target that Buddha's palm intended to deal with was not you, but it." The gust of energy unleashed by Buddha's palm caused the incense to burn rapidly. Now that the incense had burned out, it meant that the Demon Sealing Conference had concluded. Immediately, the Demon Sealing list appeared, with all the top positions belonging to the Divine Immortal Sect. At this moment, Chen Lai, holding the long saber, stood in front of Wang Feng and contemptuously said, "So what if the competition has ended? What does it have to do with you destroying the lion fire-infused dragon?" Humph. The relationship between these two matters is significant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leading the sect's disciples to win first place in the Demon Sealing Conference, receiving 5 summoning opportunities as a reward for 100,000 sect points. The system uses 100,000 sect points to exchange for 100 lottery chances. The lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1/10 of Yi Gucheng's cultivation. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1/10 of Shimen Chui Shui's cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1/10 of Yao Yu's cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1/30th of the cultivation. The system's voice continued to ring out incessantly. After a while of drawing lots, Wang Feng excitedly called out, "System, transfer all cultivation to this host." Immediately, he was filled with hundreds of powerful streams of energy from everywhere flowing into his body. The fire dragon talisman on Wang Feng also disappeared, and the injuries on his body were completely healed. In contrast, the little fire dragon talisman of Chen Lai suddenly cried out, seemingly in great pain. He was shocked, looking at the fire dragon talisman before him growling, "How can you break my fire dragon talisman?" Hearing this, Wang Feng stepped forward, his voice loud and harsh, "Just now, I was a bit careless and inadvertently advanced to the profound venerable realm. Ting. Congratulations, you have advanced your cultivation to the profound venerable realm." After advancing his cultivation, Wang Feng stood before Chen Lai, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if an immortal had descended to gaze at an ant before him. Chen Lai, filled with doubts about life, saw Wang Feng's momentum and cultivation suddenly soar. His face turned grim, and he gritted his teeth, growling, "Clearly, just a moment ago, you were at the peak of the profound sovereign realm, yet you couldn't even touch the shadow of a semi-profound venerable. How is it possible for you to advance to profound venerable in the blink of an eye?" Li Tian Xian's master, who had been so proud before, now trembled with fear, darting to hide behind the observation chair, shaking and sweating profusely, murmuring, "The master of the divine Immortal Sect, stronger than Grand General Chen Lai. Then isn't it true that no one can destroy the divine Immortal Sect?" Still in shock, she felt a firm grip on her hand. Wang Feng looked down at her and pretended to say, "Oh, are you an elder of the Tian Xian sect? If you want to destroy our divine Immortal Sect, why rely on others?" Upon hearing this, her face turned pale with fear, her hands and feet trembling, and she lowered her head to speak. "Master Wang, I was just joking a moment ago. Even if I have this ability, I still cannot destroy the divine Immortal Sect." Saying this, she looked up and saw Wang Feng's hand on her forehead. Her face was extremely startled. Seeing her so frightened, he said, "If you don't try, how will you know it can't be done?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng shot a surge of spiritual energy into her forehead, causing her to fall back. Immediately, a golden seal appeared, and profound qi surged into her body. At this moment, Wang Feng stepped back and told her, "As long as you absorb enough profound qi, you can level up to the profound venerable realm or even higher. When that time comes, it won't be impossible to destroy our divine Immortal Sect." After hearing Wang Feng's words, she hurriedly stood up, trying to swallow all the profound qi that was pouring into her body. Feeling a surge of power increasing, she thought to herself, "The profound qi within me is rapidly developing. I can really level up to the profound venerable realm. Let's have Chen Lai cooperate with me to destroy the divine Immortal Sect." Seeing her smug and about to laugh out loud, Wang Feng mocked, "Absorbing so greedily, it seems that you really want to eliminate us. It's just a pity that your body seems unable to withstand such a large amount of profound qi." As soon as he finished speaking, her body suddenly swelled up, floating high like a balloon about to burst. Seeing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Ha ha ha." At that moment, she realized something was wrong and said, "Wang Master, what's happening to me? I am absorbing profound qi, but I can't release it." "Humph, I only accelerated your absorption of profound qi, not your release of it. So the more you want to kill us and absorb, the faster you'll swell. Humph, not knowing your limits, seeking your own demise." At this point, her body could no longer withstand it, exploding into pieces. After dealing with her, Wang Feng turned away, exuding an overwhelming aura. Li Tian Xian, with a horrified gaze, witnessing Wang Feng's power, exclaimed, "A being that I once admired, and yet so round and white. Wait, I mean, was so easily able to die like that?" On the other side, Zhu Qin was also horrified, sweating coldly, exclaiming, "Wang Master only used a simple absorption method and yet killed a strong star." At this moment, Qin Sheng fell into deep thought, bowing his head and saying, "Is the profound venerable realm that terrifying?" Meanwhile, Chen Lai grasped his sword hilt tightly and said, "This general, even without using breath, is fine, so your move doesn't affect this general." As he spoke, he slashed a sword qi attacking Wang Feng. Wang Feng remained calm and still, until the sword qi reached him. He stepped firmly on the ground, quickly grabbed a piece of rotten wood, casually kicked it away, saying, "One move didn't work," then switched to another one. The piece of rotten wood collided with Chen Lai's sword qi, and immediately the technique was neutralized. Chen Lai was taken aback, stepping back, his face looking as if a dog had stepped in poop, his eyes filled with evil energy, grinding his teeth and growling, "Is this the strength of the venerable realm? Just one tree can push back a half-profound venerable realm?" Wang Feng threw a disdainful glance and laughed, saying, "You overestimate your own strength. Do you believe that any of my disciples in the sect could defeat you?" Chen Lai and the other disciples were psychologically shaken by Wang Feng's words. Chen Lai was furious, thinking, "If you say that this general is not as good as your master, I can believe that, but saying this general is not as good as your sect's disciples is absolutely impossible. Then Mu Yunfei, you go, huh? What? I have to fight against a half-profound venerable realm? Before he could gather his thoughts, Wang Feng pushed Mu Yunfei forward, saying, don't worry, with this master here, he won't be able to hurt you. Seeing such contempt from him, Chen Lai was enraged and shouted, then I have to see how just a nobility realm can defeat a half-profound venerable realm. As he spoke, he slashed a wave of sword chi toward Mu Yunfei. The latter broke into a sweat and instinctively drew his sword to block Chen Lai's killer move. When the two swords clashed, Mu Yunfei's sword shattered, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Soaked in sweat, Mu Yunfei looked at the old man in front of him. Chen Lai's face was dark, bowed down, and he could only say, this general can't even defeat someone in the nobility realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, a long wound appeared on Chen Lai's chest, gushing blood, and he fell backward. Seeing that one of his strikes had heavily injured Chen Lai, Mu Yunfei quickly regained his confidence. A piece of Chen Lai's armor fell off along with fresh blood splattering on the ground. He was dazed, his hands and feet trembling, staring at his burning sword, then turning towards Wang Feng and Mu Yunfei, angrily shouting, what kind of magical power did you use on this general just now? Wang Feng raised his hand, gathering a small bolt of lightning with a mocking expression. After entering the early stage of the profound venerable realm, he could enhance or reduce law. When you attack an object, that object will also generate a corresponding reactive force. Now, I have enhanced your reactive force, making it so that even attacking a piece of tofu would heavily wound you. As Wang Feng spoke, he pointed at Chen Lai and shouted, so today you are definitely going to die. Chen Lai struggled to fend off the sword and painfully stood up. At that moment, he lowered his head and shouted, no, before looking up at everyone and saying, today, the ones who are definitely going to die are all the people present here. Wang Feng coldly replied to him, where do you get the confidence to speak so wildly? Do you know who the lineage of the refined demon Yi Feng originates from? After hearing this, Wang Feng seemed to understand who he was referring to, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he asked, could it be? Chen Lai's face turned dangerous, and he growled, exactly. It comes from this general. Wu Nian, upon hearing this, looked extremely frightened, thinking of someone, and muttered, what? Chen Lai pointed towards the crack and recounted, in the past, the reason this general sought to defend the godforsaken land was because it sealed the Xian Sha great demon. Even if during my refined demon process, there happened to be demon energy leaking out, I could still blame it on the Xian Sha great demon. Upon hearing this, the Xian Sha great demon was furious and could not contain himself. This? So I'm still bearing the blame for you. Poor Mr. Xian Sha unexpectedly got a huge pot placed on his head by Chen Lai without him knowing. After hearing these words, Wang Feng looked at him with an annoyed expression and asked, but you have refined the demon, so why is there no trace of demon energy on you? At this moment, Chen Lai pointed at the demon sealing command behind him and said, every time I finish seclusion, I seal all the demon energy in my body into the demon sealing command. Originally, the demon sealing command is used to seal demon energy, so until now no one has been able to detect it. As he said this, the demon sealing commands from the chest and from the people participating in the demon sealing conference began to glow and rise up. Mu Yunfei was very astonished to see this scene. Li He remained calm, waiting to see what he would do next. On the other side, Chen Lai absorbed all the demon sealing commands towards himself, saying, after many years of hard training, the demon energy sealed in the demon sealing command is now enough to help me level up to the profound venerable realm. However, I have always hesitated. Because once I rely on the demon energy to advance to the profound venerable realm, I will become an enemy of the cultivating immortals world. Therefore, the general could never make up his mind. But now you have chosen to help the general. As soon as the words ended, the demon sealing commands surrounding him like armor exploded into a powerful surge of demon energy that shot straight up into the sky. It was so large that those staying nearby for thousands of miles could see it. Wang Feng, seeing this column of demon energy, broke out in a cold sweat, questioning life, and said, who is the real main character here? This one is even stronger than the previous ones. The column of shining demon energy accompanied by lightning was incredibly powerful, illuminating an entire fortress. At the same time, a demonic sword suddenly appeared. Chen Lai transformed into a gigantic monster, with a mouth just like Venom from Marvel, but with two bull-like horns. He looked at Wang Feng in front of him and swung down his gigantic sword in rage. Wang Feng stood still. Chen Lai revealed his strange face, with a very self-satisfied smile. This strike generated an enormous pressure, causing everyone at the Demon Ceiling Conference to panic. Sweating profusely, they said in astonishment, "So Grand General Chen Lai is actually a refined demon." Qin Sheng, with a disappointed look at Chen Lai, said, "At this point, Chen Lai has succumbed to the demon. To avoid being besieged by the strong from mainland Xianlan, he will definitely kill to silence. Shenlin City is destined to become a hell on earth." Zhu Qin, looking at the monster in front of her, anxiously called out, "Elder Qin Sheng, what should we do?" Qin Sheng immediately jumped up, grabbing Zhu Qin's hand and pulling her away, saying, "Run. Run right now." Seeing those participating in the Demon Ceiling Conference starting to leave, Chen Lai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No one will survive in Shenlin City today. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed a powerful stream of demon energy, causing those who were leaving to be ensnared by the demon energy, crying out in pain and getting pulled back. The sounds of desperate screams echoed throughout the sky. Wherever his sword went, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Mu Yunfei puzzledly asked, "Master, why are the strong flying back and actively charging into Chen Lai's sword?" "Because Chen Lai has reversed some laws." Mu Yunfei was horrified after hearing this and shouted, What is it? Reverse law? Does that mean Chen Lai's cultivation is? Indeed, it is the late profound venerable realm. Hearing that Chen Lai's cultivation is late profound venerable, Mu Yunfei anxiously called out, "Master, what should we do now?" Wang Feng silently looked at Chen Lai in front of him and decisively said, "Attack first and figure it out later." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng gathered a strand of law into his fingertip, using the finger technique to send it into Chen Lai. The strand of law from Wang Feng formed a force enveloping his body. Chen Lai felt uncomfortable, turned his head, and before he could attack Wang Feng, he was pressed heavily down to the ground by gravity. The ground trembled as rocks and soil shattered and flew about. Wu Nian and Li Tianxian broke into a cold sweat, shaken, and stepped back. Li Qin was not so fortunate. He was thrown by the debris, tumbling backward and landing far away. Where Chen Lai stood, the ground was crushed into a gigantic pit, accompanied by a discomforting rumble. "Because you used the power of law to increase my weight and make me sink, I will return the favor using your method." As he spoke, he raised his hand to cast a spell, and his body immediately emitted a surge of powerful energy. An earthquake was subsequently released. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky onto Chen Lai, so large that it could be seen for thousands of miles. The earthquake then spread outwards from the city. Li He seemed to know what was about to happen, breaking into a cold sweat, and said, "It's over." Li Qin, looking puzzled, asked, "Junior brother, weren't you always calm? The sky isn't falling, why are you panicking?" Hearing this, Li He's expression grew serious as he exclaimed, "Grand senior brother, but the sky really is falling." At this moment, Li Qin looked up at the sky and was horrified to see that the sky was indeed collapsing, and a massive piece was falling straight towards him. Li Qin tried to reassure himself, saying, "It's just a few layers of clouds, so light, even if they fall, they won't crush anyone." At the same time, these clouds appeared harmless, but wherever they touched, only ruins remained. The people in the city were utterly terrified by this scene. On the other hand, Li He was pressed firmly to the ground by gravity, calmly observing the scene before him. Li Qin, having just reassured himself, was horrified and fell into despair upon seeing the power of those clouds. At the same time, the great demon Xian Sha took out a heavy club to prop up the sky, preventing it from collapsing. Yi Gucheng, Zhu Yuyan, and Shimen Chui Shui were also doing their utmost to stop those clouds from falling. At that moment, Wang Feng also summoned his Dharma manifestation to support those clouds. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Li Qing were overjoyed. Indeed, the Master and the Elders are the most reliable. Even if the sky collapses, they can hold it up. While they were excited, Xiao Wu suddenly felt startled. He saw Chen Lai in front of him suddenly roar, and the strength and gravity exerted by Wang Feng on him seemed to show signs of weakening. Chen Lai's body suddenly grew a long tail, and he began to evolve once again. He touched the ground with his hand, roared, and transformed into the demonic ape form. He broke free from the control, gained momentum, leaped upwards, looked down at the Dharma manifestation Buddha, clasped his hands, and delivered a powerful punch downward. The powerful impact caused the Dharma manifestation Buddha to tremble and crack. The pressure from this blow left Zhu Yuyan, Shimen Chui Shui, and Yi Gucheng severely injured and spitting blood. At this moment, the Dharma manifestation shattered completely. Everyone was swallowed and flung far away. Where Chen Lai struck down, the ground caved in, forming a large pit. The earthquake spread out in all directions. Wang Feng looked at Chen Lai, who was in the demonic ape state in front of him, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, the sect points are completely exhausted. Could it be that our divine immortal sect is truly facing annihilation today? At that moment, Yi Mu Qing rushed over, calling, "Husband, I have a way to help you defeat Chen Lai." Wang Feng was startled, turned his head, and asked, "What is it?" Yi Mu Qing pointed at the netherworld in front of them and said, "Husband, the names of Yellow Spring Netherworld and Firefly Netherworld, don't you think they are very similar?" Hearing her say that, Wang Feng looked confused, thought for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Wu, asking, "Is there a connection between these two things?" Seeing that Wang Feng still did not understand, Yi Mu Qing explained, they both shared the same origin, Yellow Spring. Once you receive the Yellow Spring Netherworld flower, you must give it to the Firefly Netherworld for consumption. This will form the most terrifying physique in the world, the profound Jade Netherworld body. With so many physiques in the world, why is the profound Jade Netherworld body considered the most terrifying? The profound Jade Netherworld body is said to command the power of life and death. Furthermore, it can also enforce the abilities of the Yellow Spring Netherworld. When the profound Jade Netherworld body appears, it can annihilate everything in the universe, making it impossible to resist. Wang Feng, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, looking at her with confusion as he said, "The power of life and death is the most mysterious power in the world. How can this physique grant someone the ability to wield it? But in order to obtain the profound Jade Netherworld body, one must first acquire the Yellow Spring Netherworld flower. And to get the Yellow Spring Netherworld flower, Fei Wu must die." As he spoke, Wang Feng looked at Xiao Wu with great discomfort. He then looked at Chen Lai in front of him. Feeling confused, he shouted, no matter what means I have to use, I must protect Ling Fei Wu." At that moment, Chen Lai suddenly jumped forward, grabbing Xiao Wu and said, "This does not depend on you." Seeing Xiao Wu being captured, Wang Feng immediately used transferring flowers receiving jade to swap positions, saving Xiao Wu and putting himself in Chen Lai's hands. Although in great pain, Wang Feng asked in confusion, "Now that you have entered the profound venerable realm, why do you still want to seize the Yellow Spring Netherworld flower from Ling Fei Wu?" "Because there is a type of special ability on the Yellow Spring Netherworld flower. When consumed, it will completely conceal the evil energy in my body. But once I kill you, no one will be able to stop me from taking the Yellow Spring Netherworld flower." "Damn it, you want to kill me? It's not that easy." System, use 5 random summon opportunities. Ting, summon successful. Immediately, a beam of light appeared. Inside the light pillar was a person holding a long sword, with a string tied to the hilt around his wrist, long hair, a goatee, and wearing a fur coat. The tip of the sword stabbed down onto Chen Lai. He kicked the sword's hilt, creating a long wound on Chen Lai's body. The sword chi then attacked the top of his head. This person is named Xiao Shi Qi Lang, cultivation, late profound sovereign realm, profound skill, various deer blade techniques, profound weapon, various deer blades. At the same time, Chen Lai was struck in the mouth by the sword chi, spitting out fresh blood, yet he still struggled to hold on to the arm that was grabbing Wang Feng. Wang Feng, feeling anxious, thought, the cultivation difference is just too great. In that moment, a golden orb appeared, speeding towards Chen Lai like a bullet. The hand controlling these Buddhist orbs belonged to a long-haired monk, or rather, a bald monk with a long beard, wearing yellow robes, named Wuxiang Monk, Cultivation, Peak Profound Sovereign Realm. His profound skill is Wuxiang 10 Techniques, and his profound weapon, Wuxiang Meditation Orbs. Wuxiang Monk used his profound skill, Wuxiang 10 Techniques, to attack Chen Lai. However, he was able to easily bite it with his sharp teeth. Not stopping there, Wuxiang Monk quickly clasped his hands together and began to execute the true technique. The Wuxiang 10 strikes erupted violently, and immediately, the gem in Chen Lai's mouth began to glow, then created a terrifying explosion. However, Chen Lai seemed largely unaffected. He squinted and spat something at Wuxiang Monk with enough force to make him unable to defend himself and exit immediately. Seeing this, Chen Lai broke into a smug smile. At that moment, a massive blade flew toward Chen Lai. A dark figure using the heavenly foreign meteor technique struck directly at Chen Lai, causing him to spit out blood. The one who executed that move was Ding Feng, known as the Demon Saber, with cultivation at the peak of the profound sovereign realm, profound skill heavenly foreign meteor, the great compassion of yin-yang in the unity of heaven and earth, magical talent, divine saber slash, and profound weapon crescent moon blade. The previous slash had caused Chen Lai's hands to buckle to the ground due to severe injuries. He looked at his trembling hands, blood gushing out, and praised the sharpness. Seeing this, Ding Feng delivered another blow directly to Chen Lai's face, but unexpectedly, Chen Lai was able to use his horn to firmly lock Ding Feng's strike. Afterward, he used his strength on his own sword to strike downwards. With just one slash, Ding Feng turned to dust along with the Wuxiang Monk. The powerful strike reached Wang Feng's position, forcing him to brace himself with his hands. At this moment, it seemed that Chen Lai sensed something, still an expert. At this time, two new figures appeared, one with flowing black hair and the other with full red lips holding a red thread. The first person was Xia Xiaofeng, the third young master sword god, the number one sword god in the world, of profound venerable realm semi-complete cultivation, with the profound skill heavenly breaker, spanning heaven and earth, wielding the profound weapon sword god evil. The next was Dong Fang Bubai, the leader of the Sun Moon God Sect, of profound venerable realm semi-complete cultivation, with the profound skill florid blossom classic, and the magical talent of transforming the natural world from the quantum field, wielding the profound weapon Xiao Hua needles. Dong Fang Bubai used his slender hands along with the sharp needles, unleashing the Xiao Hua needles technique, instantly sending millions of needles to attack Chen Lai. They stitched his entire body together with hundreds of red needle lines. Xia Xiaofeng did not hesitate and brandished his sword, launching his attack. He quickly utilized the earth-shattering heaven technique and heaven and earth binding, slashing hundreds of times at Chen Lai's tightly stitched body, tearing him into many equal pieces. Each piece of Chen Lai's flesh was burning. Li Qing was extremely pleased and clenched his fists, saying loudly, "Great, cut that giant ape into pieces." Mu Yunfei was also visibly delighted, but Wang Feng's expression was extremely grim. He exclaimed in shock that it wasn't good, and they should quickly flee. He wanted to perform heavenly demon integration with them. Just as Wang Feng said, Chen Lai's body began to draw towards the two elders who had just appeared. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred, lighting up the space, and Chen Lai's body returned to its original intact state. He had crushed the bodies of the two elders, causing their blood to flow incessantly onto his body. Yi Mu Qing, witnessing this, was extremely disappointed. Initially, she thought that the alternating battle style could severely injure him, which would at least narrow the realm gap between her husband and Chen Lai. Seeing Chen Lai's wounds slowly healing, she continued. As a result, Chen Lai can overturn the law, turning harm into benefit, which in turn causes Chen Lai's cultivation to advance by one level. According to Yi Mu Qing, Chen Lai has now become enormous, like an unbeatable monster. Chen Lai looked at Wang Feng, who stood frozen in place, and gleefully asked, "Wang Master, are there any more experts around?" Seeing that the system panel had run out of random summoning attempts, he helplessly scratched his head and said, "That's it, I firmly clenched my fist. I can't let the 5 elders sacrifice themselves in vain." Chen Lai then declared in a deep voice, "From this moment on, the Xianlan mainland is once again without gods and sections." Saying that, he swung his feet with the intention of crushing the members of the divine Immortal Sect.